Betty Zane Part 1 by Zane Grey. Chapter 1. The Zane family was a remarkable one in early days, and most of its members are historical characters. The first Zane of whom any trace can be found was a Dane of aristocratic lineage who was exiled from his country and came to America with William Penn. He was prominent for several years in the new settlement founded by Penn, and Zane Street, Philadelphia, bears his name. Being a proud and arrogant man, he soon became obnoxious to his Quaker brethren. He therefore cut loose from them and emigrated to Virginia, settling on the Potomac River in what was then known as Berkeley County. There his 5 sons and 1 daughter, the heroine of this story, were born. Ebenezer Zane, the eldest, was born October 7, 1747, and grew to manhood in the Potomac Valley. There he married Elizabeth McCulloch, a sister of the famous McCulloch brothers, so well known in frontier history. Ebenezer was fortunate in having such a wife, and no pioneer could have been better blessed. She was not only a handsome woman, but one of remarkable force of character as well as kindness of heart. She was particularly noted for a rare skill in the treatment of illness, and her deftness in handling the surgeon's knife, and extracting a poisoned bullet or arrow from a wound, had restored to health many a settler when all had despaired. The Zane brothers were best known on the border for their athletic prowess and for their knowledge of Indian warfare and cunning. They were all powerful men, exceedingly active and as fleet as deer. In appearance they were singularly pleasing and bore a marked resemblance to one another, all having smooth faces, clear-cut, regular features, dark eyes, and long black hair. When they were as yet boys, they had been captured by Indians soon after their arrival on the Virginia border and had been taken far into the interior and held as captives for 2 years. Ebenezer, Silas, and Jonathan Zane were then taken to Detroit and ransomed. While attempting to swim the Scioto River in an effort to escape, Andrew Zane had been shot and killed by his pursuers. But the bonds that held Isaac Zane, the remaining and youngest brother, were stronger than those of interest or revenge, such as had caused the captivity of his brothers. He was loved by an Indian princess, the daughter of Tarhi, the chief of the puissant Huron race. Isaac had escaped on various occasions, but had always been retaken, and at the time of the opening of our story, nothing had been heard of him for several years, and it was believed he had been killed. At the period of the settling of the little colony in the wilderness, Elizabeth Zane, the only sister, was living with an aunt in Philadelphia, where she was being educated. Colonel Zane's house, a 2-story structure built of rough-hewn logs, was the most comfortable one in the settlement, and occupied a prominent site on the hillside about 100 yards from the fort. It was constructed of heavy timber and presented rather a forbidding appearance, with its square corners, its ominous-looking portholes, and strongly barred doors and windows. There were 3 rooms on the ground floor, a kitchen, a magazine room for military supplies, and a large room for general use. The several sleeping rooms were on the 2nd floor, which was reached by a steep stairway. The interior of a pioneer's rude dwelling did not reveal, as a rule, more than bare walls, a bed or 2, a table and a few chairs, in fact, no more than the necessities of life. But Colonel Zane's house proved an exception to this. Most interesting was the large room. The chinks between the logs had been plastered up with clay, and then the walls covered with white birch bark. Trophies of the chase, Indian bows and arrows, pipes and tomahawks hung upon them. The wide-spreading antlers of a noble buck adorned the space above the mantelpiece. Buffalo robes covered the couches. Bearskin rugs lay scattered about on the hardwood floor. The wall on the western side had been built over a huge stone, into which had been cut an open fireplace. This blackened recess, which had seen 2 houses burned over it, when full of blazing logs, had cheered many noted men with its warmth. Lord Dunmore, General Clark, Simon Kenton, and Daniel Boone had sat beside that fire. Their corn planter, the Seneca chief, had made his famous deal with Colonel Zane, trading the island in the river opposite the settlement for a barrel of whiskey. Logan, The Mingo chief and friend of the whites had smoked many pipes of peace there with Colonel Zane. At a later period, when King Louis Philippe, who had been exiled from France by Napoleon, had come to America. During the course of his melancholy wanderings, he had stopped at Fort Henry a few days. His stay there was marked by a fierce blizzard, and the royal guest passed most of his time at Colonel Zane's fireside, musing by those roaring logs perhaps he saw the radiant star of the man of destiny rise to its magnificent zenith. One cold, raw night in early spring, the colonel had just returned from one of his hunting trips, and the tramping of horses mingled with the rough voices of the Negro slaves sounded without. When Colonel Zane entered the house, he was greeted affectionately by his wife and sister. The latter, at the death of her aunt in Philadelphia, had come west to live with her brother, and had been there since late in the preceding autumn. It was a welcome sight for the eyes of a tired and weary hunter. The tender kiss of his comely wife, the cries of the delighted children, and the crackling of the fire warmed his heart and made him feel how good it was to be home again after a 3 days' march in the woods. Placing his rifle in a corner and throwing aside his wet hunting coat, he turned and stood with his back to the bright blaze. Still young and vigorous, Colonel Zane was a handsome man. Tall, though not heavy, his frame denoted great strength and endurance. His face was smooth, his heavy eyebrows met in a straight line. His eyes were dark and now beamed with a kindly light. His jaw was square and massive, his mouth resolute. In fact, his whole face was strikingly expressive of courage and geniality. A great wolf dog had followed him in, and, tired from travel, had stretched himself out before the fireplace, laying his noble head on the paws he had extended toward the warm blaze. "Well, well, I am nearly starved and mighty glad to get back," said the colonel with a smile of satisfaction at the steaming dishes a Negro servant was bringing from the kitchen. "We are glad you have returned," answered his wife, whose glowing face testified to the pleasure she felt. "Supper is ready, Annie. Bring in some cream. Yes, indeed, I am happy that you are home. I never have a moment's peace when you are away, especially when you are accompanied by Louis Wetzel." "Our hunt was a failure," said the colonel, after he had helped himself to a plate full of roast wild turkey. "The bears have just come out of their winter's sleep and are unusually wary at this time. We saw many signs of their work, tearing rotten logs to pieces in search of grubs and bees' nests. Wetzel killed a deer, and we baited a likely place where we had discovered many bear tracks. We stayed up all night in a drizzling rain, hoping to get a shot. I am tired out. So is Tige. Wetzel did not mind the weather or the ill luck, and when we ran across some Indian sign, he went off on one of his lonely tramps, leaving me to come home alone." "He is such a reckless man," remarked Mrs. Zane. "Wetzel is reckless, or rather, daring. His incomparable nerve carries him safely through many dangers where an ordinary man would have no show whatever. Well, Betty, how are you?" "Quite well," said the slender, dark-eyed girl who had just taken the seat opposite the colonel. "Bessie, has my sister indulged in any shocking escapade in my absence? I think that last trick of hers, when she gave a bucket of hard cider to that poor tame bear, should last her a spell." "No, for a wonder Elizabeth has been very good. However, I do not attribute it to any unusual change of temperament, simply the cold, wet weather. I anticipate a catastrophe very shortly if she is kept indoors much longer. I have not had much opportunity to be anything but well behaved. If it rains a few days more, I shall become desperate. I want to ride my pony, roam the woods, paddle my canoe, and enjoy myself," said Elizabeth. "Well, well! Bets, I knew it would be dull here for you, but you must not get discouraged. You know you got here late last fall and have not had any pleasant weather yet. It is perfectly delightful in May and June. I can take you to fields of wild white honeysuckle and mayflowers and wild roses. I know you love the woods, so be patient a little longer." Elizabeth had been spoiled by her brothers. What girl would not have been by 5 great big worshippers? And any trivial thing gone wrong with her was a serious matter to them. They were proud of her, and of her beauty and accomplishments were never tired of talking. She had the dark hair and eyes so characteristic of the Zanes, the same oval face and fine features, and added to this was a certain softness of contour and a sweetness of expression which made her face bewitching. But, in spite of that demure and innocent face, she possessed a decided will of her own, and one very apt to be asserted. She was mischievous, inclined to coquettishness, and more terrible than all, she had a fiery temper which could be aroused with the most surprising ease. Colonel Zane was wont to say that his sister's accomplishments were innumerable. After only a few months on the border she could prepare the flax and weave a linsey dress cloth with admirable skill. Sometimes, to humor Betty, the colonel's wife would allow her to get the dinner, and she would do it in a manner that pleased her brothers and called forth golden praises from the cook, old Sam's wife, who had been with the family 20 years. Betty sang in the little church on Sundays. She organized and taught a Sunday school class. She often beat Colonel Zane and Major McCulloch at their favorite game of checkers, which they had played together since they were knee-high. In fact, Betty did nearly everything well, from baking pies to painting the birch-bark walls of her room. But these things were insignificant in Colonel Zane's eyes. If the colonel were ever guilty of bragging, it was about his sister's ability in those acquirements demanding a true eye, a fleet foot, a strong arm, and a daring spirit. He had told all the people in the settlement, to many of whom Betty was unknown, that she could ride like an Indian and shoot with undoubted skill, that she had a generous share of the Zanes' fleetness of foot, and that she would send a canoe over as bad a place as she could find. The boast of the colonel remained as yet unproven, but, be that as it may, Betty had, notwithstanding her many faults, endeared herself to all. She made sunshine and happiness everywhere. The old people loved her, the children adored her, and the broad-shouldered, heavy-footed young settlers were shy and silent, yet blissfully happy in her presence. "Betty, will you fill my pipe?" asked the colonel when he had finished his supper and had pulled his big chair nearer the fire. His oldest child, Noah, a sturdy lad of 6, climbed upon his knee and plied him with questions. "Did you see any bars and bufflers?" he asked, his eyes large and round. "No, my lad, not one. How long will it be until I am big enough to go?" "Not for a very long time, Noah. But I am not afraid of Betty's bar. He growls at me when I throw sticks at him and snaps his teeth. Can I go with you next time? My brother came over from Short Creek today." "He has been to Fort Pitt," interposed Mrs. Zane. As she was speaking, a tap sounded on the door, which, being opened by Betty, disclosed Captain Boggs, his daughter Lydia, and Major Samuel McCulloch, the brother of Mrs. Zane. "Ah, Colonel, I expected to find you at home tonight. The weather has been miserable for hunting, and it is not getting any better. The wind is blowing from the northwest, and a storm is coming," said Captain Boggs, a fine, soldierly-looking man. "Hello, Captain, how are you?" "Sam, I have not had the pleasure of seeing you for a long time," replied Colonel Zane as he shook hands with his guests. Major McCulloch was the eldest of the brothers of that name. As an Indian killer, he ranked next to the intrepid Wetzel. But while Wetzel preferred to take his chances alone and track the Indians through the untrodden wilds, McCulloch was a leader of expeditions against the savages. A giant in stature, massive in build, bronzed and bearded, he looked the typical frontiersman. His blue eyes were like those of his sister, and his voice had the same pleasant ring. "Major McCulloch, do you remember me?" asked Betty. "Indeed I do," he answered with a smile. "You were a little girl running wild on the Potomac when I last saw you. Do you remember when you used to lift me on your horse and give me lessons in riding? I remember better than you. How you used to stick on the back of that horse was a mystery to me. Well, I shall be ready soon to go on with those lessons in riding. I have heard of your wonderful leap over the hill, and I should like to have you tell me all about it. Of all the stories I have heard since I arrived at Fort Henry, the one of your ride and leap for life is the most wonderful." "Yes, Sam, she will bother you to death about that ride, and will try to give you lessons in leaping down precipices." I should not be at all surprised to find her trying to duplicate your feat. You know the Indian pony I got from that fur trader last summer. Well, he is as wild as a deer, and she has been riding him without his being broken," said Colonel Zane. "Some other time I shall tell you about my jump over the hill. Just now, I have important matters to discuss," answered the Major to Betty. It was evident that something unusual had occurred, for after chatting a few moments the three men withdrew into the magazine room and conversed in low, earnest tones. Lydia Boggs was 18, fair-haired and blue-eyed. Like Betty, she had received a good education and, in that respect, was superior to the border girls, who seldom knew more than to keep house and to make linen. At the outbreak of the Indian Wars, General Clark had stationed Captain Boggs at Fort Henry, and Lydia had lived there with him 2 years. After Betty's arrival, which she hailed with delight, the girls had become fast friends. Lydia slipped her arm affectionately around Betty's neck and said, "Why did you not come over to the fort today? It has been such an ugly day, so disagreeable altogether, that I have remained indoors." "You miss something," said Lydia knowingly. "What do you mean? What did I miss?" "Oh, perhaps after all, it will not interest you. How provoking. Of course it will. Anything or anybody would interest me tonight. Do tell me, please." "It isn't much. Only a young soldier came over with Major McCulloch." "A soldier? From Fort Pitt?" "Do I know him? I have met most of the officers." "No, you have never seen him. He is a stranger to all of us." "There does not seem to be so much in your news," said Betty, in a disappointed tone. "To be sure, strangers are a rarity in our little village, but, judging from the strangers who have visited us in the past, I imagine this one cannot be much different." "Wait until you see him," said Lydia with a serious little nod of her head. "Come, tell me all about him," said Betty, now much interested. "Major McCulloch brought him in to see Papa, and he was introduced to me. He is a Southerner, and from one of those old families. I could tell by his cool, easy, almost reckless air. He is handsome, tall, and fair, and his face is frank and open. He has such beautiful manners. He bowed low to me, and really I felt so embarrassed that I hardly spoke. You know I am used to these big hunters seizing your hand and giving it a squeeze, which makes you want to scream. Well, this young man is different. He is a cavalier. All the girls are in love with him already, so will you be?" "I? Indeed not. But how refreshing. You must have been strongly impressed too." "See and remember all you have told me. Betty Zane, I remember so well because he is just the man you described one day when we were building castles and telling each other what kind of a hero we wanted." "Girls, do not talk such nonsense," interrupted the colonel's wife, who was perturbed by the colloquy in the other room. She had seen those ominous signs before. "Can you find nothing better to talk about?" Meanwhile, Colonel Zane and his companions were earnestly discussing certain information which had arrived that day. A friendly Indian runner had brought news to Short Creek, a settlement on the river between Fort Henry and Fort Pitt, of an intended raid by the Indians all along the Ohio Valley. Major McCulloch, who had been warned by Wetzel of the fever of unrest among the Indians, a fever which broke out every spring, had gone to Fort Pitt with the hope of bringing back reinforcements, but, excepting the young soldier who had volunteered to return with him, no help could he enlist, so he journeyed back post-haste to Fort Henry. The information he brought disturbed Captain Boggs, who commanded the garrison, as a number of men were away on a logging expedition up the river, and were not expected to raft down to the fort for 2 weeks. Jonathan Zane, who had been sent for, joined the trio at this moment, and was acquainted with the particulars. The Zane brothers were always consulted where any question concerning Indian craft and cunning was to be decided. Colonel Zane had a strong, friendly influence with certain tribes, and his advice was invaluable. Jonathan Zane hated the sight of an Indian, and except for his knowledge as a scout, or Indian tracker or fighter, he was of little use in a council. Colonel Zane informed the men of the fact that Wetzel and he had discovered Indian tracks within 10 miles of the fort, and he dwelt particularly on the disappearance of Wetzel. Now, you can depend on what I say. There are Wyandots in force on the warpath. Wetzel told me to dig for the fort and he left me in a hurry. We were near that cranberry bog over at the foot of Bald Mountain. I do not believe we shall be attacked. In my opinion, the Indians would come up from the west and keep to the high ridges along Yellow Creek. They always come that way. But of course, it is best to know surely, and I dare say Lou will come in tonight or tomorrow with the facts. In the meantime, put out some scouts back in the woods and let Jonathan and the Major watch the river. I hope Wetzel will come in, said the Major. We can trust him to know more about the Indians than anyone. It was a week before you and he went hunting that I saw him. I went to Fort Pitt and tried to bring over some men, but the garrison is short and they need men as much as we do. A young soldier named Clark volunteered to come and I brought him along with me. He has not seen any Indian fighting, but he is a likely-looking chap, and I guess will do. Captain Boggs will give him a place in the blockhouse if you say so. By all means. We shall be glad to have him, said Colonel Zane. It would not be so serious if I had not sent the men up the river, said Captain Boggs in anxious tones. Do you think it possible they might have fallen in with the Indians? It is possible, of course, but not probable, answered Colonel Zane. The Indians are all across the Ohio. Wetzel is over there, and he will get here long before they do. I hope it may be as you say. I have much confidence in your judgment, returned Captain Boggs. I shall put out scouts and take all the precaution possible. We must return now. Come, Lydia. Whew! What an awful night this is going to be, said Colonel Zane when he had closed the door after his guest's departure. I should not care to sleep out tonight. Eb, what will Lou Wetzel do on a night like this? Asked Betty, curiously. Oh, Lou will be as snug as a rabbit in his burrow, said Colonel Zane, laughing. In a few moments he can build a birch-bark shack, start a fire inside, and go to sleep comfortably. Ebenezer, what is all this confab about? What did my brother tell you? Asked Mrs. Zane, anxiously. We are in for more trouble from the Wyandots and Shawnees. But Bessie, I don't believe it will come soon. We are too well protected here for anything but a protracted siege. Colonel Zane's light and rather evasive answer did not deceive his wife. She knew her brother and her husband would not wear anxious faces for nothing, her usually bright face clouded with a look of distress. She had seen enough of Indian warfare to make her shudder with horror at the mere thought. Betty seemed unconcerned. She sat down beside the dog and patted him on the head. "Tigey Indians, Indians," she said. The dog growled and showed his teeth. It was only necessary to mention Indians to arouse his ire. "The dog has been uneasy of late," continued Colonel Zane. "He found the Indian tracks before Wetzel did. You know how Tige hates Indians. Ever since he came home with Isaac 4 years ago, he has been of great service to the scouts, as he possesses so much intelligence and sagacity. Tige followed Isaac home the last time he escaped from the Wyandots. When Isaac was in captivity, he nursed and cared for the dog after he had been brutally beaten by the Redskins. Have you ever heard that long, mournful howl Tige gives out sometimes in the dead of night?" "Yes, I have, and it makes me cover up my head," said Betty. "Well, it is Tige mourning for Isaac," said Colonel Zane. "Poor Isaac," murmured Betty. "Do you remember him?" "It has been 9 years since you saw him," said Mrs. Zane. "Remember Isaac? Indeed I do. I shall never forget him. I wonder if he is still living? Probably not. It is now 4 years since he was recaptured. I think it would have been impossible to keep him that length of time, unless, of course, he has married that Indian girl. The simplicity of the Indian nature is remarkable. He could easily have deceived them and made them believe he was content in captivity. Probably, in attempting to escape again, he has been killed, as was poor Andrew." Brother and sister gazed with dark, sad eyes into the fire, now burned down to a glowing bed of coals. The silence remained unbroken save for the moan of the rising wind outside, the rattle of hail, and the patter of rain drops on the roof. Chapter 2. Fort Henry stood on a bluff overlooking the river and commanded a fine view of the surrounding country. In shape it was a parallelogram, being about 356 feet in length and 150 in width, surrounded by a stockade fence 12 feet high, with a yard-wide walk running around the inside, and with bastions at each corner large enough to contain 6 defenders. The fort presented an almost impregnable defense. The blockhouse was 2 stories in height, the second story projecting out several feet over the first. The thick white oak walls bristled with portholes. Besides the blockhouse, there were a number of cabins located within the stockade. Wells had been sunk inside the enclosure, so that if the spring happened to go dry, an abundance of good water could be had at all times. In all the histories of frontier life mention is made of the forts and the protection they offered in time of savage warfare. These forts were used as homes for the settlers, who often lived for weeks inside the walls. Forts constructed entirely of wood without the aid of a nail or spike for the good reason that these things could not be had may seem insignificant in these days of great naval and military garrisons. However, they answered the purpose at that time and served to protect many an infant settlement from the savage attacks of Indian tribes. During a siege of Fort Henry, which had occurred about a year previous, the settlers would have lost scarcely a man had they kept to the fort. The Captain Ogle, at that time in charge of the garrison, had led a company out in search of the Indians. Nearly all of his men were killed, several only making their way to the fort. On the day following Major McCulloch's arrival at Fort Henry, the settlers had been called in from their spring plowing and other labors, and were now busily engaged in moving their stock and the things they wished to save from the destructive torch of the redskin. The women had their hands full with the children, the cleaning of rifles and molding of bullets, and the one things the sterner tasks of their husbands had left them. Major McCulloch, Jonathan, and Silas Zane, early in the day, had taken different directions along the river to keep a sharp lookout for signs of the enemy. Colonel Zane intended to stay in his oven house and defend it, so he had not moved anything to the fort excepting his horses and cattle. Old Sam, the Negro, was hauling loads of hay inside the stockade. Captain Boggs had detailed several scouts to watch the roads, and one of these was the young man Clark, who had accompanied the major from Fort Pitt. The appearance of Alfred Clark, despite the fact that he wore the regulation hunting garb, indicated a young man to whom the hard work and privation of the settler were unaccustomed things. So thought the pioneers who noticed his graceful walk, his fair skin and smooth hands. Yet those who carefully studied his clear-cut features were favorably impressed. The women, by the direct, honest gaze of his blue eyes and the absence of ungentle lines in his face. The men, by the good nature and that indefinable something by which a man marks another as true steel. He brought nothing with him from Fort Pitt except his horse, a black-coated, fine-limbed thoroughbred, which he frankly confessed was all he could call his own. When asking Colonel Zane to give him a position in the garrison, he said he was a Virginian and had been educated in Philadelphia. That after his father died, his mother married again, and this, together with a natural love of adventure, had induced him to run away and seek his fortune with the hardy pioneer and the cunning savage of the border. Beyond a few months' service under General Clark, he knew nothing of frontier life, but he was tired of idleness. He was strong and not afraid of work, and he could learn. Colonel Zane, who prided himself on his judgment of character, took a liking to the young man at once, and giving him a rifle and accoutrements, told him the border needed young men of pluck and fire, and that if he brought a strong hand and a willing heart, he could surely find fortune. Possibly if Alfred Clark could have been told of the fate in store for him, he might have mounted his black steed and have placed miles between him and the frontier village. But as there were none to tell, he went cheerfully out to meet that fate. On this his bright spring morning, he patrolled the road leading along the edge of the clearing, which was distant a quarter of a mile from the fort. He kept a keen eye on the opposite side of the river, as he had been directed. From the upper end of the island, almost straight across from where he stood, the river took a broad turn which could not be observed from the fort windows. The river was high from the recent rains, and brush heaps and logs and debris of all descriptions were floating down with the swift current. Rabbits and other small animals, which had probably been surrounded on some island and compelled to take to the brush or drown, crouched on floating logs and piles of driftwood. Happening to glance down the road, Clark saw a horse galloping in his direction. At first, he thought it was a messenger for himself, but as it neared him, he saw that the horse was an Indian pony, and the rider a young girl whose long black hair was flying in the wind. "Hello, I wonder what the deuce this is. Looks like an Indian girl," said Clark to himself. "She rides well, whoever she may be." He stepped behind a clump of laurel bushes near the roadside and waited. Rapidly the horse and rider approached him. When they were but a few paces distant, he sprang out and, as the pony shied and reared at sight of him, he clutched the bridle and pulled the pony's head down. Looking up, he encountered the astonished and bewildered gaze from a pair of the prettiest dark eyes it had ever been his fortune or misfortune to look into. Betty, for it was she, looked at the young man in amazement, while Alfred was even more surprised and disconcerted. For a moment they looked at each other in silence, but Betty, who was scarcely ever at a loss for words, presently found her voice. "Well, sir, what does this mean?" she asked indignantly. "It means that you must turn around and go back to the fort," answered Alfred, also recovering himself. Now Betty's favorite ride happened to be along this road. It lay along the top of the bluff a mile or more, and afforded a fine unobstructed view of the river. Betty had either not heard of the captain's order that no one was to leave the fort, or she had disregarded it altogether. Probably the latter, as she generally did what suited her fancy. "Release my pony's head," she cried, her face flushing, as she gave a jerk to the reins. "How dare you? What right have you to detain me?" The expression Betty saw on Clark's face was not new to her, for she remembered having seen it on the faces of young gentlemen whom she had met at her aunt's house in Philadelphia. It was the slight, provoking smile of the man familiar with the various moods of young women, the expression of an amused contempt for their imperiousness. But it was not that which angered Betty. It was the coolness with which he still held her pony, regardless of her commands. "Pray do not get excited," he said. "I am sorry I cannot allow such a pretty little girl to have her own way. I shall hold your pony until you say you will go back to the fort." "Sir!" exclaimed Betty, blushing a bright red. You are impertinent." "Not at all," answered Alfred with a pleasant laugh. "I am sure I do not intend to be. Captain Boggs did not acquaint me with full particulars, or I might have declined my present occupation. Not, however, that it is not agreeable just at this moment. He should have mentioned the danger of my being run down by Indian ponies and imperious young ladies. Will you let go of that bridle, or shall I get off and walk back for assistance?" said Betty, getting angrier every moment. "Go back to the fort at once," ordered Alfred authoritatively. "Captain Boggs' orders are that no one shall be allowed to leave the clearing." "Oh, why did you not say so?" "I thought you were Simon Girty, or a highwayman. Was it necessary to keep me here all this time to explain that you were on duty?" "You know sometimes it is difficult to explain," said Alfred. "Besides, the situation had its charm. No, I am not a robber, and I don't believe you thought so. I have only thwarted a young lady's whim, which I am aware is a great crime. I am very sorry. Goodbye." Betty gave him a withering glance from her black eyes, wheeled her pony, and galloped away. A mellow laugh was borne to her ears before she got out of hearing, and again the red blood mantled her cheeks. "Heavens, what a little beauty!" said Alfred to himself as he watched the graceful rider disappear. "What spirit! Now, I wonder who she can be. She had on moccasins and buckskin gloves, and her hair tumbled like a tomboy's. But she is no backwoods girl, I'll bet on that. I'm afraid I was a little rude, but after taking such a stand I could not weaken, especially before such a haughty and disdainful little vixen. It was too great a temptation. What eyes she had! Contrary to what I expected, this little frontier settlement bids fair to become interesting. The afternoon wore slowly away, and until late in the day, nothing further happened to disturb Alfred's meditations, which consisted chiefly of different mental views and pictures of red lips and black eyes. Just as he decided to return to the fort for his supper, he heard the barking of a dog that he had seen running along the road some moments before. The sound came from some distance down the riverbank and nearer the fort. Walking a few paces up the bluff, Alfred caught sight of a large black dog running along the edge of the water. He would run into the water a few paces and then come out and dash along the shore. He barked furiously all the while. Alfred concluded that he must have been excited by a fox or perhaps a wolf, so he climbed down the steep bank and spoke to the dog. Thereupon the dog barked louder and more fiercely than ever, ran to the water, looked out into the river and then up at the man with almost human intelligence. Alfred understood. He glanced out over the muddy water, at first making out nothing but driftwood. Then suddenly he saw a log with an object clinging to it, which he took to be a man, and an Indian at that. Alfred raised his rifle to his shoulder and was in the act of pressing the trigger when he thought he heard a faint halloo. Looking closer, he found he was not covering the smooth, polished head adorned with the small tuft of hair, peculiar to a redskin on the warpath, but a head from which streamed long black hair. Alfred lowered his rifle and studied intently the log with its human burden. Drifting with the current, it gradually approached the bank, and as it came nearer, he saw that it bore a white man who was holding to the log with one hand and with the other was making feeble strokes. He concluded the man was either wounded or nearly drowned, for his movements were becoming slower and weaker every moment. His white face lay against the log and barely above water. Alfred shouted encouraging words to him. At the bend of the river, a little rocky point jutted out a few yards into the water. As the current carried the log toward this point, Alfred, after divesting himself of some of his clothing, plunged in and pulled it to the shore. The pallid face of the man clinging to the log showed that he was nearly exhausted and that he had been rescued in the nick of time. When Alfred reached shoal water, he slipped his arm around the man, who was unable to stand, and carried him ashore. The rescued man wore a buckskin hunting shirt and leggings and moccasins of the same material, all very much the worse for wear. The leggings were torn into tatters and the moccasins worn through. His face was pinched with suffering and one arm was bleeding from a gunshot wound near the shoulder. "Can you not speak? Who are you?" asked Clark, supporting the limp figure. The man made several efforts to answer, and finally said something that to Alfred sounded like Zane. Then he fell to the ground unconscious. All this time the dog had acted in a most peculiar manner, and if Alfred had not been so intent on the man, he would have noticed the animal's odd maneuvers. He ran to and fro on the sandy beach. He scratched up the sand and pebbles, sending them flying in the air. He made short, furious dashes. He jumped, whirled, and, at last, crawled close to the motionless figure and licked its hand. Clark realized that he would not be able to carry the inanimate figure, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and set out on a run for Colonel Zane's house. The first person whom he saw was the old Negro slave, who was brushing one of the colonel's horses. Sam was deliberate and took his time about everything. He slowly looked up and surveyed Clark with his rolling eyes. He did not recognize in him anyone he had ever seen before, and being of a sullen and taciturn nature, especially with strangers, he seemed in no hurry to give the desired information as to Colonel Zane's whereabouts. "Don't stare at me that way, you damn nigger," said Clark, who was used to being obeyed by Negroes. "Quick, you idiot, where is the Colonel?" At that moment, Colonel Zane came out of the barn and started to speak, when Clark interrupted him. "Colonel, I have just pulled a man out of the river who says his name is Zane, or if he did not mean that, he knows you, for he surely said Zane." "What?" ejaculated the Colonel, letting his pipe fall from his mouth. Clark related the circumstances in a few hurried words. Calling Sam, they ran quickly down to the river, where they found the prostrate figure as Clark had left it, the dog still crouched close by. "My God, it is Isaac!" exclaimed Colonel Zane, when he saw the white face. "Poor boy, he looks as if he were dead. Are you sure he spoke?" "Of course he must have spoken, for you could not have known. Yes, his heart is still beating." Colonel Zane raised his head from the unconscious man's breast, where he had laid it, to listen for the beating heart. "Clark, God bless you for saving him," said he fervently. "It shall never be forgotten. He is alive and, I believe, only exhausted, for that wound amounts to little. Let us hurry. I did not save him. It was the dog," Alfred made haste to answer. They carried the dripping form to the house, where the door was opened by Mrs. Zane. "Oh dear, another poor man," she said pityingly. Then, as she saw his face, "Great heavens, it is Isaac! Oh, don't say he is dead." "Yes, it is Isaac, and he is worth any number of dead men yet," said Colonel Zane, as they laid the insensible man on the couch. "Bessie, there is work here for you. He has been shot." "Is there any other wound beside this one in his arm?" asked Mrs. Zane, examining it. "I do not think so, and that injury is not serious. It is loss of blood, exposure, and starvation. Clark, will you please run over to Captain Boggs and tell Betty to hurry home? Sam, you get a blanket and warm it by the fire." "That's right, Bessie, bring the whiskey," and Colonel Zane went on giving orders. Alfred did not know in the least who Betty was, but as he thought that unimportant, he started off on a run for the fort. He had a vague idea that Betty was the servant, possibly Sam's wife, or some one of the Colonel's several slaves. Let us return to Betty. As she wheeled her pony and rode away from the scene of her adventure on the river bluff, her state of mind can be more readily imagined than described. Betty hated opposition of any kind, whether justifiable or not. She wanted her own way, and when prevented from doing as she pleased, she invariably got angry. To be ordered and compelled to give up her ride, and that by a stranger, was intolerable. To make it all the worse, the stranger had been decidedly flippant. He had familiarly spoken to her as a pretty little girl. Not only that, which was a great offense, but he had stared at her, and she had a confused recollection of a gaze in which admiration had been ill disguised. Of course, it was that soldier Lydia had been telling her about. Strangers were so rare an occurrence in the little village that it was not probable there could be more than one. Approaching the house, she met her brother, who told her she had better go indoors and let Sam put up the pony. Accordingly, Betty called the Negro and then went into the house. Bessie had gone to the fort with the children. Betty found no one to talk to, so she tried to read. Finding she could not become interested, she threw the book aside and took up her embroidery. This also turned out a useless effort. She got the linen hopelessly twisted and tangled, and presently she tossed this upon the table, throwing her shawl over her shoulders. For it was now late in the afternoon and growing chilly, she walked downstairs and out into the yard. She strolled aimlessly to and fro a while, and then went over to the fort and into Captain Boggs' house, which adjoined the blockhouse. Here she found Lydia preparing flax. "I saw you racing by on your pony. Goodness, how you can ride! I should be afraid of breaking my neck," exclaimed Lydia as Betty entered. "My ride was spoiled," said Betty petulantly. "Spoiled? By what, whom?" "By a man, of course," retorted Betty, whose temper still was high. "It is always a man that spoils everything." "Why, Betty, what in the world do you mean?" "I never heard you talk that way," said Lydia, opening her blue eyes in astonishment. "Well, Lyde, I'll tell you. I was riding down the river road, and just as I came to the end of the clearing, a man jumped out from behind some bushes and grasped Madcap's bridle. Imagine. For a moment I was frightened out of my wits. I instantly thought of the Gertys who, I have heard, have evinced a fondness for kidnapping little girls. Then the fellow said he was on guard and ordered me, actually commanded me to go home." "Oh, is that all?" said Lydia, laughing. No, that is not all. He said I was a pretty little girl, and that he was sorry I could not have my own way, that his present occupation was pleasant, and that the situation had its charm. The very idea! He was most impertinent, and Betty's telltale cheeks reddened again at the recollection. Betty, I do not think your experience was so dreadful. Certainly nothing to put you out as it has, said Lydia, laughing merrily. Be serious. You know we are out in the backwoods now, and must not expect so much of the men. These rough bordermen know little of refinement, like that with which you have been familiar. Some of them are quiet and never speak unless addressed. Their simplicity is remarkable. Lew Wetzel and your brother Jonathan, when they are not fighting Indians, are examples. On the other hand, some of them are boisterous, and if they get anything to drink, they will make trouble for you. Why, I went to a party one night after I had been here only a few weeks, and they played a game in which every man in the place kissed me. Gracious! Please tell me when any such games are likely to be proposed, and I'll stay home, said Betty. I have learned to get along very well by simply making the best of it, continued Lydia. And to tell the truth, I have learned to respect these rugged fellows. They are uncouth. They have no manners, but their hearts are honest and true, and that is of much greater importance in frontiersmen than the little attentions and courtesies upon which women are apt to lay too much stress. I think you speak sensibly, and I shall try and be more reasonable hereafter. But to return to the man who spoiled my ride. He, at least, is no frontiersman, notwithstanding his gun and his buckskin suit. He is an educated man. His manner and accent showed that. Then he looked at me so differently. I know it. Was that soldier from Fort Pitt? Mr. Clark? Why, of course, exclaimed Lydia, clapping her hands in glee. How stupid of me! You seem to be amused, said Betty, frowning. Oh, Betty, it is such a good joke. Is it? I fail to see it, but I can. I am very much amused. You see, I heard Mr. Clark say after Papa told him there were lots of pretty girls here, that he usually succeeded in finding those things out and without any assistance. And the very first day he has met you and made you angry. It is delightful. Lied, I never knew you could be so horrid. It is evident that Mr. Clark is not only discerning, but not backward in expressing his thoughts. Betty, I see a romance. Don't be ridiculous, retorted Betty with an angry blush. Of course he had a right to stop me, and perhaps he did me a good turn by keeping me inside the clearing, though I cannot imagine why he hid behind the bushes. But he might have been polite. He made me angry. He was so cool and I see, interrupted Lydia teasingly. He failed to recognize your importance. Nonsense, Lydia. I hope you do not think I am a silly little fool. It is only that I have not been accustomed to that kind of treatment, and I will not have it. Lydia was rather pleased that someone had appeared on the scene who did not at once bow down before Betty, and therefore she took the young man's side of the argument. Do not be hard on poor Mr. Clark. Maybe he mistook you for an Indian girl. He is handsome. I am sure you saw that. Oh, I don't remember how he looked, said Betty. She did remember, but would not admit it. The conversation drifted into other channels after this, and soon twilight came stealing down on them. As Betty rose to go, there came a hurried tap on the door. I wonder who would knock like that, said Lydia, rising. Betty, wait a moment while I open the door. On doing this, she discovered Clark standing on the step with his cap in his hand. Why, Mr. Clark, will you come in? Exclaimed Lydia. Thank you. Only for a moment, said Alfred. I cannot stay. I came to find Betty. Is she here? He had not observed Betty, who had stepped back into the shadow of the darkening room. At his question, Lydia became so embarrassed she did not know what to say or do, and stood looking helplessly at him. But Betty was equal to the occasion. At the mention of her first name in such a familiar manner by this stranger, who had already grievously offended her once before that day, Betty stood perfectly still a moment, speechless with surprise. Then she stepped quickly out of the shadow. Clark turned as he heard her step, and looked straight into a pair of dark, scornful eyes and a face pale with anger. "If it be necessary that you use my name, and I do not see how that can be possible, will you please have courtesy enough to say Miss Zane?" she cried haughtily. Lydia recovered her composure sufficiently to falter out. "Betty, allow me to introduce. Do not trouble yourself, Lydia. I have met this person once before today, and I do not care for an introduction." When Alfred found himself gazing into the face that had haunted him all the afternoon, he forgot for the moment all about his errand. He was finally brought to a realization of the true state of affairs by Lydia's words. "Mr. Clark, you are all wet. What has happened?" she exclaimed, noticing the water dripping from his garments. Suddenly, a light broke in on Alfred. So the girl he had accosted on the road and Betty were one and the same person. His face flushed. He felt that his rudeness on that occasion may have merited censure, but that it had not justified the humiliation she had put upon him. These two persons, so strangely brought together, and on whom fate had made her inscrutable designs, looked steadily into each other's eyes. What mysterious force thrilled through Alfred Clark and made Betty Zane tremble? "Miss Boggs, I am twice unfortunate," said Alfred, tuning to Lydia, and there was an earnest ring in his deep voice. "This time I am indeed blameless. I have just left Colonel Zane's house, where there has been an accident, and I was dispatched to find Betty, being entirely ignorant as to who she might be." Colonel Zane did not stop to explain. "Miss Zane is needed at the house, that is all." And without so much as a glance at Betty, he bowed low to Lydia and then strode out of the open door. "What did he say?" asked Betty in a small trembling voice. All her anger and resentment vanished. "There has been an accident. He did not say what or to whom. You must hurry home. Oh, Betty, I hope no one has been hurt. And you were very unkind to Mr. Clark. I am sure he is a gentleman, and you might have waited a moment to learn what he meant." Betty did not answer, but flew out of the door and down the path to the gate of the fort. She was almost breathless when she reached Colonel Zane's house and hesitated on the step before entering. Summoning her courage, she pushed open the door. The first thing that struck her after the bright light was the pungent odor of strong liniment. She saw several women neighbors whispering together. Major McCulloch and Jonathan Zane were standing by a couch over which Mrs. Zane was bending. Colonel Zane sat at the foot of the couch. Betty saw this in the first rapid glance, and then, as the colonel's wife moved aside, she saw a prostrate figure, a white face and dark eyes that smiled at her. "Betty," came in a low voice from those pale lips. Her heart leaped and then seemed to cease beating. Many long years had passed since she had heard that voice, but it had never been forgotten. It was the best beloved voice of her childhood, and with it came the sweet memories of her brother and playmate. With a cry of joy, she fell on her knees beside him and threw her arms around his neck. "Oh, Isaac, brother, brother," she cried, as she kissed him again and again. "Can it really be you? Oh, it is too good to be true. Thank God. I have prayed and prayed that you would be restored to us." Then she began to cry and laugh at the same time in that strange way in which a woman relieves a heart too full of joy. "Yes, Betty, it is all that is left of me," he said, running his hand caressingly over the dark head that lay on his breast. "Betty, you must not excite him," said Colonel Zane. "So you have not forgotten me," whispered Isaac. "No, indeed, Isaac, I have never forgotten," answered Betty softly. "Only last night I spoke of you and wondered if you were living, and now you are here. Oh, I am so happy." The quivering lips and the dark eyes, bright with tears, spoke eloquently of her joy. "Major, will you tell Captain Boggs to come over after supper? Isaac will be able to talk a little by then, and he has some news of the Indians," said Colonel Zane. "And ask the young man who saved my life to come, that I may thank him," said Isaac. "Saved your life!" exclaimed Betty, turning to her brother in surprise, while a dark red flush spread over her face. A humiliating thought had flashed into her mind. Saved his life, of course, said Colonel Zane, answering for Isaac. Young Clark pulled him out of the river. Didn't he tell you? No, said Betty rather faintly. Well, he is a modest young fellow. He saved Isaac's life, there is no doubt of that. You will hear all about it after supper. Don't make Isaac talk any more at present. Betty hid her face on Isaac's shoulder and remained quiet a few moments. Then rising, she kissed his cheek and went quietly to her room. Once there, she threw herself on the bed and tried to think. The events of the day, coming after a long string of monotonous, wearying days, had been confusing. They had succeeded one another in such rapid order as to leave no time for reflection. The meeting by the river with the rude but interesting stranger, the shock to her dignity, Lydia's kindly advice, the stranger again, this time emerging from the dark depths of disgrace into the luminous light as the hero of her brother's rescue. All these thoughts jumbled in her mind, making it difficult for her to think clearly. But after a time one thing forced itself upon her. She could not help being conscious that she had wronged someone to whom she would be forever indebted. Nothing could alter that. She was under an eternal obligation to the man who had saved the life she loved best on earth. She had unjustly scorned and insulted the man to whom she owed the life of her brother. Betty was passionate and quick-tempered, but she was generous and tender-hearted as well, and when she realized how unkind and cruel she had been, she felt very miserable. Her position admitted of no retreat, no matter how much. Pride rebelled. No matter how much she disliked to retract anything she had said, she knew no other course lay open to her. She would have to apologize to Mr. Clark. How could she? What would she say? She remembered how cold and stern his face had been as he turned from her to Lydia. Perplexed and unhappy, Betty did what any girl in her position would have done. She resorted to the consoling and unfailing privilege of her sex, a good cry. When she became composed again, she got up and bathed her hot cheeks, brushed her hair, and changed her gown for a becoming one of white. She tied a red ribbon about her throat and put a rosette in her hair. She had forgotten all about the Indians. By the time Mrs. Zane called her for supper, she had her mind made up to ask Mr. Clark's pardon. Tell him she was sorry and that she hoped they might be friends. Isaac Zane's fame had spread from the Potomac to Detroit and Louisville. An anxious mother on the border used the story of his captivity as a means to frighten truant youngsters who had evinced a love for running wild in the woods. The evening of Isaac's return, everyone in the settlement called to welcome home the wanderer. In spite of the troubled times and the dark cloud hanging over them, they made the occasion one of rejoicing. Old John Bennett, the biggest and merriest man in the colony, came in and roared his appreciation of Isaac's return. He was a huge man, and when he stalked into the room, he made the floor shake with his heavy tread. His honest face expressed his pleasure as he stood over Isaac and nearly crushed his hand. "Glad to see you, Isaac. Always knew you would come back. Always said so. There are not enough damn redskins on the river to keep you prisoner." "I think they managed to keep him long enough," remarked Silas Zane. "Well, here comes the hero," said Colonel Zane, as Clark entered, accompanied by Captain Boggs, Major McCulloch, and Jonathan. "Any sign of Wetzel or the Indians?" Jonathan had not yet seen his brother, and he went over and seized Isaac's hand and wrung it without speaking. "There are no Indians on this side of the river," said Major McCulloch in answer to the colonel's question. "Mr. Siddelace." "Clark, you do not seem impressed with your importance," said Colonel Zane. "My sister said you did not tell her what part you took in Isaac's rescue." "I hardly deserve all the credit," answered Alfred. "Your big black dog merits a great deal of it." "Well, I consider your first day at the fort a very satisfactory one, and an augury of that fortune you came west to find." "How are you?" said Alfred, going up to the couch where Isaac lay. "I am doing well, thanks to you," said Isaac, warmly shaking Alfred's hand. "It is good to see you pulling out all right," answered Alfred. "I tell you, I feared you were in a bad way when I got you out of the water." Isaac reclined on the couch with his head and shoulder propped up by pillows. He was the handsomest of the brothers. His face would have been but for the marks of privation, singularly like Betty's. The same low, level brows and dark eyes. The same mouth, though the lips were stronger and without the soft curves which made his sister's mouth so sweet. Betty appeared at the door, and seeing the room filled with men, she hesitated a moment before coming forward. In her white dress she made such a dainty picture that she seemed out of place among those surroundings. Alfred Clark, for one, thought such a charming vision was wasted on the rough settlers, every one of whom wore a faded and dirty buckskin suit and a belt containing a knife and a tomahawk. Colonel Zane stepped up to Betty and, placing his arm around her, turned toward Clark with pride in his eyes. "Betty, I want to make you acquainted with the hero of the hour, Mr. Alfred Clark. This is my sister." Betty bowed to Alfred, but lowered her eyes instantly on encountering the young man's gaze. "I have had the pleasure of meeting Miss Zane twice today," said Alfred. "Twice?" asked Colonel Zane, turning to Betty. She did not answer, but disengaged herself from his arm and sat down by Isaac. "It was on the river road that I first met Miss Zane, although I did not know her then," answered Alfred. "I had some difficulty in stopping her pony from going to Fort Pitt or some other place down the river." "Ha! Ha!" "Well, I know she rides that pony pretty hard," said Colonel Zane with his hearty laugh. "I'll tell you, Clark, we have some riders here in the settlement. Have you heard of Major McCulloch's leap over the hill?" "I have heard it mentioned, and I would like to hear the story," responded Alfred. "I am fond of horses and think I can ride a little myself. I am afraid I shall be compelled to change my mind." "That is a fine animal you rode from Fort Pitt," remarked the Major. "I would like to own him." "Come, draw your chairs up, and he'll listen to Isaac's story," said Colonel Zane. "I have not much of a story to tell," said Isaac, in a voice still weak and low. "I have some bad news, I am sorry to say, but I shall leave that for the last. This year, if it had been completed, would have made my 10th year as a captive of the Wyandots. This last period of captivity, which has been nearly 4 years, I have not been ill-treated and have enjoyed more comfort than any of you can imagine. Probably you are all familiar with the reason for my long captivity. Because of the interest of Myra, the Indian princess, they have importuned me for years to be adopted into the tribe, marry the White Crane, as they call Myra, and become a Wyandot chief. To this I would never consent, though I have been careful not to provoke the Indians. I was allowed the freedom of the camp, but have always been closely watched. I should still be with the Indians had I not suspected that Hamilton, the British governor, had formed a plan with the Hurons, Shawnees, Delawares, and other tribes to strike a terrible blow at the whites along the river. For months I have watched the Indians preparing for expedition, the extent of which they had never before undertaken. I finally learned from Myra that my suspicions were well founded. A favorable chance to escape presented, and I took it and got away. I outran all the braves, even Arrowswift, the Wyandot runner, who shot me through the arm. I have had a hard time of it these last 3 or 4 days, living on herbs and roots, and when I reached the river, I was ready to drop. I pushed a log into the water and started to drift over. When the old dog saw me, I knew I was safe if I could hold on. Once, when the young man pointed his gun at me, I thought it was all over. I could not shout very loud. "Were you going to shoot?" asked Colonel Zane of Clark. "I took him for an Indian, but fortunately I discovered my mistake in time," answered Alfred. "Are the Indians on the way here?" asked Jonathan. "That I cannot say. At present the Wyandots are at home, but I know that the British and the Indians will make a combined attack on the settlements. It may be a month or a year, but it is coming. And Hamilton, the hair buyer, the scalp buyer, is behind the plan," said Colonel Zane in disgust. "The Indians have their wrongs. I sympathize with them in many ways. We have robbed them, broken faith with them, and have not lived up to the treaties. Pipe and Wingenund are particularly bitter toward the whites. I understand corn planters also. He would give anything for Jonathan's scalp, and I believe any of the tribes would give 100 of their best warriors for Black Wind, as they call Lew Wetzel. Have you ever seen Red Fox? Asked Jonathan, who was sitting near the fire and, as usual, saying but little. He was the wildest and most untamable of all the Zanes. Most of the time he spent in the woods, not so much to fight Indians as Wetzel did, but for pure love of outdoor life. At home he was thoughtful and silent. Yes, I have seen him, answered Isaac. He is a Shawnee chief and one of the fiercest warriors in that tribe of fighters. He was at Indian Head, which is the name of one of the Wyandot villages, when I visited there last, and he had 200 of his best braves with him. He is a bad Indian. Wetzel and I know him. He swore he would hang our scalps up in his wigwam, said Jonathan. What has he in particular against you? Asked Colonel Zane. Of course Wetzel is the enemy of all Indians. Several years ago Wetzel and I were on a hunt down the river at the place called Gertie's Point, where we fell in with the tracks of 5 Shawnees. I was for coming home, but Wetzel would not hear of it. We trailed the Indians, and coming up on them after dark, we tomahawked them. One of them got away crippled, but we could not follow him because we discovered that they had a white girl as captive, and one of the Red Devils, thinking we were a rescuing party, had tomahawked her. She was not quite dead. We did all we could to save her life. She died, and we buried her on the spot. They were Red Fox's braves and were on their way to his camp with the prisoner. A year or so afterwards I learned from a friendly Indian that the Shawnee chief had sworn to kill us. No doubt he will be a leader in the coming attack. We are living in the midst of terrible times, remarked Colonel Zane. Indeed, these are the times that try men's souls, but I firmly believe the day is not far distant when the red men will be driven far over the border. Is the Indian princess pretty? Asked Betty of Isaac. Indeed she is, Betty, almost as beautiful as you are, said Isaac. She is tall and very fair for an Indian, but I have something to tell about her more interesting than that. Since I have been with the Wyandots this last time, I have discovered a little of the jealously guarded secret of Myra's mother. When Tar and his band of Hurons lived in Canada, their home was in the Muskoka Lakes region on the Moon River. The old warriors tell wonderful stories of the beauty of that country. Tarde took captive some French travelers, among them a woman named La Durante. She had a beautiful little girl. The prisoners, except this little girl, were released. When she grew up, Tar married her. Myra is her child. Once Tar who took his wife to Detroit, and she was seen there by an old Frenchman who went crazy over her and said she was his child. Torheim never went to the white settlements again. So you see, Myra is from a great French family on her mother's side, as this is old Frenchman was probably Chevalier La Durant and Myra's grandfather. I would love to see her, and yet I hate her. What an odd name she has, said Betty. It is the Indian name for the white crane, a rare and beautiful bird. I never saw one. The name has been celebrated among the Hurons as long as any one of them can remember. The Indians call her the white crane, or walk in the water, because of her love for wading in the stream. I think we have made Isaac talk enough for one night, said Colonel Zane. He is tired out. Major, tell Isaac and Betty, and Mr. Clark, too, of your jump over the cliff. I have heard of that leap from the Indians, said Isaac. Major, from what hill did you jump your horse? Asked Alfred. You know the bare rocky bluff that stands out prominently on the hill across the creek. From that spot Colonel Zane first saw the valley, and from there I leaped my horse. I can never convince myself that it really happened. Often I look up at that cliff and doubt. But the Indians and Colonel Zane, Jonathan, Wetzel, and others say they actually saw the deed done, so I must accept it, said Major McCulloch. It seems incredible, said Alfred. I cannot understand how a man or horse could go over that precipice and live. That is what we all say, responded the colonel. I suppose I shall have to tell the story. We have fighters and makers of history here, but few talkers. "I am anxious to hear it," answered Clark, "and I am curious to see this man Wetzel, whose fame has reached as far as my home, way down in Virginia." "You will have your wish gratified soon, I have no doubt," resumed the colonel. "Well, now for the story of McCulloch's mad ride for life and his wonderful leap down Wheeling Hill. A year ago, when the fort was besieged by the Indians, the major got through the lines and made off for Short Creek. He returned next morning with 40 mounted men. They marched boldly up to the gate, and all succeeded in getting inside save the gallant major, who had waited to be the last man to go in. Finding it impossible to make the short distance without going under the fire of the Indians, who had rushed up to prevent the relief party from entering the fort, he wheeled his big stallion, and, followed by the yelling band of savages, he took the road leading around back of the fort to the top of the bluff. The road lay along the edge of the cliff, and I saw the major turn and wave his rifle at us, evidently with the desire of assuring us that he was safe. Suddenly, on the very summit of the hill, he reined in his horse as if undecided. I knew in an instant what had happened. The major had run right into the returning party of Indians, which had been sent out to intercept our reinforcements. In a moment more we heard the exultant yells of the savages and saw them gliding from tree to tree, slowly lengthening out their line and surrounding the unfortunate major. They did not fire a shot. We in the fort were stupefied with horror, and stood helplessly with our useless guns, watching and waiting for the seemingly inevitable doom of our comrade. Not so with the major. Knowing that he was a marked man by the Indians, and feeling that any death was preferable to the gauntlet, the knife, the stake and torch of the merciless savage, he had grasped at a desperate chance. He saw his enemies stealthily darting from rock to tree and tree to bush, creeping through the brush and slipping closer and closer every moment. On 3 sides were his hated foes, and on the remaining side the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, the intrepid major spurred his horse at the precipice. Never shall I forget that thrilling moment. The 300 savages were silent as they realized the major's intention. Those in the fort watched with staring eyes. A few bounds, and the noble steed reared high on his hind legs. Outlined by the clear blue sky, the magnificent animal stood for one brief instant, his black mane flying in the wind, his head thrown up, and his front hooves pawing the air like Marcus Curtius's mailed steed of old, and then down with a crash, a cloud of dust, and the crackling of pine limbs. A long yell went up from the Indians below, while those above ran to the edge of the cliff. With cries of wonder and baffled vengeance, they gesticulated toward the dark ravine into which horse and rider had plunged rather than wait to meet a more cruel death. The precipice at this point is over 300 feet in height, and in places is almost perpendicular. We believe the major to be lying crushed and mangled on the rocks. Imagine our frenzy of joy when we saw the daring soldier and his horse dash out of the bushes that skirt the base of the cliff, cross the creek, and come galloping to the fort in safety. It was wonderful, wonderful, exclaimed Isaac, his eyes glistening. No wonder the Indians call you the Flying Chief. Had the major not jumped into the clump of pine trees which grow thickly some 30 feet below the summit, he would not now be alive, said Colonel Zane. I am certain of that. Nevertheless, that does not detract from the courage of his deed. He had no time to pick out the best place to jump. He simply took his one chance and came out all right. That leap will live in the minds of men as long as yonder bluff stands a monument to McCulloch's ride for life. Alfred had listened with intense interest to the colonel's recital. When it ended, although his pulses quickened and his soul expanded with awe and reverence for the hero of that ride, he sat silent. Alfred honored courage in a man more than any other quality. He marveled at the simplicity of these bordermen who, he thought, took the most wonderful adventures and daring escapes as a matter of course, a compulsory part of their daily lives. He had already, in one day, had more excitement than had ever befallen him, and was beginning to believe his thirst for a free life of stirring action would be quenched long before he had learned to become useful in his new sphere. During the remaining half-hour of his call on his lately acquired friends, he took little part in the conversation, but sat quietly watching the changeful expressions on Betty's face and listening to Colonel Zane's jokes. When he rose to go, he bade his host good night and expressed a wish that Isaac, who had fallen asleep, might have a speedy recovery. He turned toward the door to find that Betty had intercepted him. "Mr. Clark," she said, extending a little hand that trembled slightly, "I wish to say that I want to say that my feelings have changed. I am sorry for what I said over at Lydia's. I spoke hastily and rudely. You have saved my brother's life. I will be forever grateful to you. It is useless to try to thank you. I hope we may be friends." Alfred found it desperately hard to resist that low voice and those dark eyes which were raised shyly yet bravely to his, but he had been deeply hurt. He pretended not to see the friendly hand held out to him, and his voice was cold when he answered her. "I am glad to have been of some service," he said, "but I think you overrate my action. Your brother would not have drowned, I am sure. You owe me nothing. Good night." Betty stood still one moment, staring at the door through which he had gone before she realized that her overtures of friendship had been politely but coldly ignored. She had actually been snubbed. The impossible had happened to Elizabeth Zane. Her first sensation after she recovered from her momentary bewilderment was one of amusement, and she laughed in a constrained manner. But presently 2 bright red spots appeared in her cheeks, and she looked quickly around to see if any of the others had noticed the incident. None of them had been paying any attention to her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It was bad enough to be snubbed without having others see it. That would have been too humiliating. Her eyes flashed fire as she remembered the disdain in Clark's face, and that she had not been clever enough to see it in time. "Tige, come here," called Colonel Zane. "What ails the dog?" The dog had jumped to his feet and ran to the door, where he sniffed at the crack over the threshold. His aspect was fierce and threatening. He uttered low growls, and then 2 short barks. Those in the room heard a soft moccasin footfall outside. The next instant the door opened wide, and a tall figure stood disclosed. "Wetzel!" exclaimed Colonel Zane. A hush fell on the little company after that exclamation, and all eyes were fastened on the newcomer. Well did the stranger merit close attention. He stalked into the room, leaned his long rifle against the mantelpiece, and spread out his hands to the fire. He was clad from head to foot in fringed and beaded buckskin, which showed evidence of a long and arduous tramp. It was torn and wet and covered with mud. He was a magnificently made man, 6 feet in height, and stood straight as an arrow. His wide shoulders and his muscular, though not heavy, limbs denoted wonderful strength and activity. His long hair, black as a raven's wing, hung far down his shoulders. Presently he turned, and the light shone on a remarkable face. So calm and cold and stern it was that it seemed chiseled out of marble. The most striking features were its unusual pallor and the eyes, which were coal black and piercing as the dagger's point. "If you have any bad news, out with it," cried Colonel Zane impatiently. "No need for alarm," said Wetzel. He smiled slightly as he saw Betty's apprehensive face. "Don't look scared, Betty. The redskins are miles away and going for the Kanawha settlement." Chapter 3. Many weeks of quiet followed the events of the last chapter. The settlers planted their corn, harvested their wheat, and labored in the fields during the whole of one spring and summer without hearing the dreaded war cry of the Indians. Colonel Zane, who had been a dispersing officer in the army of Lord Dunmore, where he had attained the rank of colonel, visited Fort Pitt during the summer in the hope of increasing the number of soldiers in his garrison. His efforts proved fruitless. He returned to Fort Henry by way of the river with several pioneers, who with their families were bound for Fort Henry. One of these pioneers was a minister who worked in the fields every weekday and on Sundays preached the gospel to those who gathered in the meeting house. Alfred Clark had taken up his permanent abode at the fort, where he had been installed as one of the regular garrison. His duties, as well as those of the 9 other members of the garrison, were light. For 2 hours out of the 24 he was on guard. Thus he had ample time to acquaint himself with the settlers and their families. Alfred and Isaac had now become firm friends. They spent many hours fishing in the river and roaming the woods in the vicinity, as Colonel Zane would not allow Isaac to stray far from the fort. Alfred became a regular visitor at Colonel Zane's house. He saw Betty every day, but as yet nothing had mended the breach between them. They were civil to each other when chance threw them together, but Betty usually left the room on some pretext soon after he entered. Alfred regretted his hasty exhibition of resentment and would have been glad to establish friendly relations with her, but she would not give him an opportunity. She avoided him on all possible occasions. Though Alfred was fast succumbing to the charm of Betty's beautiful face, though his desire to be near her had grown well nigh resistless, his pride had not yet broken down. Many of the summer evenings found him on the colonel's doorstep smoking a pipe or playing with the children. He was that rare and best company, a good listener. Although he laughed at Colonel Zane's stories and never tired of hearing of Isaac's experiences among the Indians, it is probable he would not have partaken of the colonel's hospitality nearly so often had it not been that he usually saw Betty, and if he got only a glimpse of her, he went away satisfied. On Sundays he attended the services at the little church and listened to Betty's sweet voice as she led the singing. There were a number of girls at the fort near Betty's age. With all of these Alfred was popular. He appeared so entirely different from the usual young man on the frontier that he was more than welcome everywhere. Girls in the backwoods are much the same as girls in thickly populated and civilized districts. They liked his manly ways, his frank and pleasant manners, and when to these virtues he added a certain deferential regard, a courtliness to which they were unaccustomed, they were all the better pleased. He paid the young women little attentions, such as calling on them, taking them to parties and out driving, but there was not one of them who could think that she in particular interested him. The girls noticed, however, that he never approached Betty after service or on any occasion, and while it caused some wonder and gossip among them, for Betty enjoyed the distinction of being the belle of the border, they were secretly pleased. Little hints and knowing smiles, with which girls are so skillful, made known to Betty all of this, and although she was apparently indifferent, it hurt her sensitive feelings. It had the effect of making her believe she hated the cause of it more than ever. What would have happened had things gone on in this way, I am not prepared to say. Probably had not a meddling fate decided to take a hand in the game, Betty would have continued to think she hated Alfred, and I would never have had occasion to write his story. But fate did interfere, and one day in the early fall brought about an incident which changed the whole world for the two young people. It was the afternoon of an Indian summer day in that most beautiful time of all the year, and Betty, accompanied by her dog, had wandered up the hillside into the woods. From the hilltop the broad river could be seen winding away in the distance, and a soft, bluish, smoky haze hung over the water. The forest seemed to be on fire. The yellow leaves of the poplars, the brown of the white and black oaks, the red and purple of the maples, and the green of the pines and hemlocks flamed in a glorious blaze of color. A stillness, which was only broken now and then by the twittering of birds uttering the plaintive notes peculiar to them in the autumn as they band together before their pilgrimage to the far south, pervaded the forest. Betty loved the woods, and she knew all the trees. She could tell their names by the bark or the shape of the leaves. The giant black oak with its smooth, shiny bark and sturdy limbs, the chestnut with its rugged seamed sides and bristling burrs, the hickory with its lofty height and curled shelling bark, were all well known and well loved by Betty. Many times had she wondered at the trembling, quivering leaves of the aspen and the foliage of the silver leaf as it glinted in the sun. Today, especially, as she walked through the woods, did their beauty appeal to her. In the little sunny patches of clearing which were scattered here and there in the grove, great clusters of goldenrod grew profusely. The golden heads swayed gracefully on the long stems. Betty gathered a few sprigs and added to them a bunch of warmly tinted maple leaves. The chestnut's burrs were opening. As Betty mounted a little rocky eminence and reached out for a limb of a chestnut tree, she lost her footing and fell. Her right foot had twisted under her as she went down, and when a sharp pain shot through it, she was unable to repress a cry. She got up, tenderly placed the foot on the ground, and tried her weight on it, which caused acute pain. She unlaced and removed her moccasin to find that her ankle had commenced to swell. Assured that she had sprained it, and aware of the serious consequences of an injury of that nature, she felt greatly distressed. Another effort to place her foot on the ground and bear her weight on it caused such severe pain that she was compelled to give up the attempt. Sinking down by the trunk of the tree and leaning her head against it, she tried to think of a way out of her difficulty. The fort, which she could plainly see, seemed a long distance off, although it was only a little way down the grassy slope. She looked and looked, but not a person was to be seen. She called to Tige. She remembered that he had been chasing a squirrel a short while ago, but now there was no sign of him. He did not come at her call. How annoying! If Tide were only there, she could have sent him for help. She shouted several times, but the distance was too great for her voice to carry to the fort. The mocking echo of her call came back from the bluff that rose to her left. Betty now began to be alarmed in earnest, and the tears started to roll down her cheeks. The throbbing pain in her ankle, the dread of having to remain out in that lonesome forest after dark, and the fear that she might not be found for hours, caused Betty's usually brave spirit to falter. She was weeping unreservedly. In reality, she had been there only a few minutes, although they seemed hours to her when she heard the light tread of moccasined feet on the moss behind her. Starting up with a cry of joy, she turned and looked up into the astonished face of Alfred Clark. Returning from a hunt back in the woods, he had walked up to her before being aware of her presence. In a single glance, he saw the wildflowers scattered beside her, the little moccasin turned inside out, the woebegone, tear-stained face, and he knew Betty had come to grief. Confused and vexed, Betty sank back at the foot of the tree. It is probable she would have encountered Gertie or a member of his band of Redmen, rather than have this young man find her in this predicament. It provoked her to think that of all the people at the fort, it should be the only one she could not welcome who should find her in such a sad plight. "Why, Miss Zane!" he exclaimed after a moment of hesitation. "What in the world has happened? Have you been hurt? May I help you?" "It is nothing," said Betty bravely as she gathered up her flowers and the moccasin and rose slowly to her feet. "Thank you, but you need not wait." The cold words nettled Alfred, and he was in the act of turning away from her when he caught, for the fleetest part of a second, the full gaze of her eyes. He stopped short. A closer scrutiny of her face convinced him that she was suffering and endeavoring with all her strength to conceal it. "But I will wait. I think you have hurt yourself. Lean upon my arm," he said quietly. "Please let me help you," he continued, going nearer to her. But Betty refused his assistance. She would not even allow him to take the goldenrod from her arms. After a few hesitating steps, she paused and lifted her foot from the ground. "Here, you must not try to walk a step farther," he said, resolutely, noting how white she had suddenly become. "You have sprained your ankle and are needlessly torturing yourself. Please let me carry you." "Oh, no, no, no," cried Betty, in evident distress. "I will manage. It is not so very far." She resumed the slow and painful walking, but she had taken only a few steps when she stopped again, and this time a low moan issued from her lips. She swayed slightly backward, and if Alfred had not dropped his rifle and caught her, she would have fallen. "Will you please for someone?" she whispered faintly, at the same time pushing him away. "How absurd!" burst out Alfred indignantly. "Am I, then, so distasteful to you that you would rather wait here and suffer a half-hour longer while I go for assistance? It is only common courtesy on my part. I do not want to carry you. I think you would be quite heavy." He said this in a hard, bitter tone, deeply hurt that she would not accept even a little kindness from him. He looked away from her and waited. Presently a soft, half-smothered sob came from Betty, and it expressed such utter wretchedness that his heart melted. After all, she was only a child. He turned to see the tears running down her cheeks, and with a suppressed imprecation upon the willfulness of young women in general, and this one in particular, he stepped forward, and before she could offer any resistance, he had taken her up in his arms, goldenrod and all, and had started off at a rapid walk toward the fort. Betty cried out in angry surprise, struggled violently for a moment, and then, as suddenly, lay quietly in his arms. His anger changed to self-reproach as he realized what a light burden she made. He looked down at the dark head lying on his shoulder. Her face was hidden by the dusky rippling hair, which tumbled over his breast, brushed against his cheek, and blew across his lips. The touch of those fragrant tresses was a soft caress. Almost unconsciously, he pressed her closer to his heart, and as a sweet, mad longing grew upon him, he was blind to all save that he held her in his arms, that uncertainty was gone forever, and that he loved her. With these thoughts running riot in his brain, he carried her down the hill to Colonel Zane's house. The Negro Sam, who came out of the kitchen, dropped the bucket he had in his hand and ran into the house when he saw them. When Alfred reached the gate, Colonel Zane and Isaac were hurrying out to meet him. "For heaven's sake! What has happened? Is she badly hurt?" "I have always looked for this," said the colonel excitedly. "You need not look so alarmed," answered Alfred. "She has only sprained her ankle, and trying to walk afterward hurt her so badly that she became faint and I had to carry her." "Dear me, is that all?" said Mrs. Zane, who had also come out. "We were terribly frightened. Sam came running into the house with some kind of a wild story, said he knew you would be the death of Betty." "How ridiculous! Colonel Zane, that servant of yours never fails to say." "Something against me," said Alfred as he carried Betty into the house. "He doesn't like you, but you need not mind Sam. He is getting old, and we humor him perhaps too much." "We are certainly indebted to you," returned the colonel. Betty was laid on the couch and consigned to the skillful hands of Mrs. Zane, who pronounced the injury a bad sprain. "Well, Betty, this will keep you quiet for a few days," said she, with a touch of humor, as she gently felt the swollen ankle. "Alfred, you have been our good angel so often that I don't see how we shall ever reward you," said Isaac to Alfred. "Oh, that time will come. Don't worry about that," said Alfred jestingly. And then, turning to the others, he continued earnestly, "I will apologize for the manner in which I disregarded Miss Zane's wish not to help her. I am sure I could do no less. I believe my rudeness has spared her considerable suffering." "What did he mean, Bets?" asked Isaac, going back to his sister after he had closed the door. "Didn't you want him to help you?" Betty did not answer. She sat on the couch while Mrs. Zane held the little bare foot and slowly poured the hot water over the swollen and discolored ankle. Betty's lips were pale. She winced every time Mrs. Zane touched her foot, but as yet she had not uttered even a sigh. "Betty, does it hurt much?" asked Isaac. "Hurt? Do you think I am made of wood?" "Of course it hurts," retorted Betty. "That water is so hot. Bessie, will not cold water do as well?" "I am sorry, I won't tease any more," said Isaac, taking his sister's hand. "I'll tell." "You what, Betty? We owe Alfred Clark a great deal, you and I." "I am going to tell you something so you will know how much more you owe him. Do you remember last month when that red heifer of yours got away? Well, Clark chased her away and finally caught her in the woods. He asked me to say I had caught her. Somehow or other, he seems to be afraid of you. I wish you and he would be good friends. He is a mighty fine fellow." In spite of the pain, Betty was suffering a bright blush, suffused her face at the words of her brother, who, blind as brothers are in regard to their own sisters, went on praising his friend. Betty was confined to the house a week or more, and during this enforced idleness she had ample time for reflection and opportunity to inquire into the perplexed state of her mind. The small room, which Betty called her own, faced the river and fort. Most of the day she lay by the window trying to read her favorite books, but often she gazed out on the quiet scene, the rolling river, the ever-changing trees, and the pastures in which the red and white cows grazed peacefully. Or she would watch with idle, dreamy eyes the flight of the crows over the hills, and the graceful motion of the hawk as he sailed around and around in the azure sky, looking like a white sail far out on a summer sea. But Betty's mind was at variance with this peaceful scene. The consciousness of a change, which she could not readily define, in her feelings toward Alfred Clark, vexed and irritated her. Why did she think of him so often? True, he had saved her brother's life. Still, she was compelled to admit to herself that this was not the reason. Try as she would, she could not banish the thought of him. Over and over again, 1,000 times, came the recollection of that moment when he had taken her up in his arms as though she were a child. Some vague feeling stirred in her heart as she remembered the strong yet gentle clasp of his arms. Several times from her window she had seen him coming across the square between the fort and her brother's house, and womanlike, unseen herself, she had watched him. How erect was his carriage, how pleasant his deep voice sounded as she heard him talking to her brother. Day by day, as her ankle grew stronger and she knew she could not remain much longer in her room, she dreaded more and more the thought of meeting him. She could not understand herself. She had strange dreams. She cried seemingly without the slightest cause, and she was restless and unhappy. Finally, she grew angry and scolded herself. She said she was silly and sentimental. This had the effect of making her bolder, but it did not quiet her unrest. Betty did not know that the little blind god, who steals unawares on his victim, had marked her for his own, and that all this sweet perplexity was the unconscious awakening of the heart. One afternoon, near the end of Betty's siege indoors, 2 of her friends, Lydia Boggs and Alice Reynolds, called to see her. Alice had bright blue eyes, and her nut-brown hair hung in rebellious curls around her demure and pretty face. An adorable dimple lay hidden in her rosy cheek and flashed into light with her smiles. "Betty, you are a lazy thing," exclaimed Lydia. "Lying here all day long doing nothing but gaze out of the window." "Girls, I am glad you came over," said Betty. "I am blue. Perhaps you will cheer me up." "Betty needs someone of the sterner sex to cheer her," said Alice mischievously, her eyes twinkling. "Don't you think so, Lydia?" "Of course," answered Lydia. "When I get blue, please spare me," interrupted Betty, holding up her hands in protest. "I have not a single doubt that your masculine remedies are sufficient for all your ills." Girls who have lost their interest in the old pleasures, who spend their spare time in making linen and quilts, and who have sunk their very personalities in a great big tyrant of a man, are not liable to get blue. They are afraid he may see a tear or a frown. But thank goodness, I have not yet reached that stage. "Oh, Betty Zane, just you wait, wait!" exclaimed Lydia, shaking her finger at Betty. "Your turn is coming. When it does, do not expect any mercy from us, for you shall never get it. Unfortunately, you and Alice have monopolized the attentions of the only 2 eligible young men at the fort," said Betty with a laugh. "Nonsense, there, plenty of young men all eager for our favor, you little coquette," answered Lydia. "Harry Martin, Will Metzer, Captain Swearingen of Short Creek, and others too numerous to count. Look at Lou Wetzel and Billy Bennett." "Lou cares for nothing except hunting Indians, and Billy's only a boy," said Betty. "Well, have it your own way," said Lydia. "Only this I know, Billy adores you, for he told me so, and a better lad never lived." "Lied. You forget to include one other among those prostrate before Betty's charms," said Alice. "Oh yes, you mean Mr. Clark. To be sure, I had forgotten him," answered Lydia. "How odd that he should be the one to find you the day you hurt your foot. Was it an accident?" "Of course, I slipped off the bank," said Betty. "No, no, I don't mean that. Was his finding you an accident?" "Do you imagine I waylaid Mr. Clark and then sprained my ankle on purpose?" said Betty, who began to look dangerous. Certainly not that. Only it seems so odd that he should be the one to rescue all the damsels in distress. Day before yesterday he stopped a runaway horse and saved Nell Metzer, who was in the wagon. A severe shaking up, if not something more serious. She is desperately in love with him. She told me, Mr. Clark, I really do not care to hear about it, interrupted Betty. But, Betty, tell us. Wasn't it dreadful his carrying you? Asked Alice with a sly glance at Betty. You know you are so prudish, one may say. Did he take you in his arms? It must have been very embarrassing for you, considering your dislike of Mr. Clark. And he's so much in love with you hateful girls, cried Betty, throwing a pillow at Alice, who just managed to dodge it. I wish you would go home. Never mind, Betty. We will not tease any more, said Lydia, putting her arm around Betty. Come, Alice, we will tell Betty you have named the day for your wedding. See, she is all eyes now. The young people of the frontier settlements were usually married before they were 20. This was owing to the fact that there was little distinction of rank and family pride. The object of the pioneers in moving west was of course to better their condition, but the realization of their dependence on one another, the common cause of their labors, and the terrible dangers to which they were continually exposed, brought them together as one large family. Therefore, early love affairs were encouraged, not frowned upon as they are today, and they usually resulted in early marriages. However, do not let it be imagined that the path of the youthful swain was strewn with flowers. Courting or sparking his sweetheart had a painful as well as a joyous side. Many and varied were the tricks played on the fortunate lover by the gallants who had vied with him for the favor of the maid. Brave, indeed, he who won her. If he marched up to her home in the early evening, he was made the object of innumerable jests, even the young lady's family indulging in and enjoying the banter. Later, when he come out of the door, it was more than likely that, if it were winter, he would be met by a volley of water-soaked snowballs, or big buckets of ice water, or a mountain of snow shoved off the roof by some trickster who had waited patiently for such an opportunity. On summer nights, his horse would be stolen, led far into the woods and tied, or the wheels of his wagon would be taken off and hidden, leaving him to walk home. Usually the successful lover, and especially if he lived at a distance, would make his way only once a week, and then late at night to the home of his betrothed. Silently, like a thief in the dark, he would crawl through the grass and shrubs until beneath her window. At a low signal, prearranged between them, she would slip to the door and let him in without disturbing the parents. Fearing to make a light, and perhaps welcoming that excuse to enjoy the darkness beloved by sweethearts, they would sit quietly, whispering low, until the brightening in the east betokened the break of day, and then he was off, happy and light-hearted, to his labors. A wedding was looked forward to with much pleasure by old and young. Practically, it meant the only gathering of the settlers which was not accompanied by the work of reaping the harvest, building a cabin, planning an expedition to relieve some distant settlement, or a defense for themselves. For all, it meant a rollicking good time. To the old people, a feast, and the looking on at the merriment of their children to the young folk, a pleasing break in the monotony of their busy lives. A day given up to fun and gossip, a day of romance, a wedding, and best of all, a dance. Therefore Alice Reynolds' wedding proved a great event to the inhabitants of Fort Henry. The day dawned bright and clear. The sun, rising like a ball of red gold, cast its yellow beams over the bare brown hills, shining on the cabin roofs white with frost, and making the delicate web-like coat of ice on the river sparkle as if it had been sprinkled with powdered diamonds. William Martin, the groom, and his attendants met at an appointed time to celebrate an old-time honored custom which always took place before the party started for the house of the bride. This performance was called the Race for the Bottle. A number of young men selected by the groom were asked to take part in this race, which was to be run over as rough and dangerous a track as could be found. The worse the road, the more ditches, bogs, trees, stumps, brush. In fact, the more obstacles of every kind, the better, as all these afforded opportunity for daring and expert horsemanship. The English fox race, now famous on 3 continents, while it involves risk and is sometimes dangerous, cannot, in the sense of hazard to life and limb, be compared to this race for the bottle. On this day the run was not less exciting than usual. The horses were placed as nearly abreast as possible, and the starter gave an Indian yell. Then followed the cracking of whips, the furious pounding of heavy hoofs, the commands of the contestants, and the yells of the onlookers. Away they went at a mad pace down the road. The course extended a mile straight away down the creek bottom. The first 100 yards, the horses were bunched. At the ditch beyond the creek bridge, a beautiful, clean-limbed animal darted from among the furiously galloping horses and sailed over the deep furrow like a bird. All recognized the rider as Alfred Clark on his black thoroughbred. Close behind was George Martin, mounted on a large roan of powerful frame and long stride. Through the willows they dashed, over logs and brush heaps, up the little ridges of rising ground, and down the shallow gullies, unheeding the stinging branches and the splashing water. Half the distance covered, and Alfred turned to find the roan close behind. On a level road he would have laughed at the attempt of that horse to keep up with his racer, but he was beginning to fear that the strong-limbed stallion deserved his reputation. Directly before them rose a pile of logs and matted brush, placed there by the daredevil settlers who had mapped out the route. It is too high for any horse to be put at. With pale cheek and clenched teeth, Alfred touched the spurs to Roger and then threw himself forward. The gallant beast responded nobly. Up, up, up he rose, clearing all but the topmost branches. Alfred turned again and saw the giant roan make the leap without touching a twig. The next instant, Roger went splash into a swamp. He sank to his knees in the soft black soil. He could move but 1 foot at a time, and Alfred saw at a glance he had won the race. The great weight of the roan handicapped him here. When Alfred reached the other side of the bog where the bottle was, swinging from a branch of a tree, his rival's horse was floundering hopelessly in the middle of the treacherous mire. The remaining 3 horsemen, who had come up by this time, seeing that it would be useless to attempt further efforts, had drawn up on the bank. With friendly shouts to Clark, they acknowledged themselves beaten. There were no judges required for this race, because the man who reached the bottle first won it. The 5 men returned to the starting point, where the victor was greeted by loud whoops. The groom got the first drink from the bottle, then came the attendants and others in order, after which the bottle was put away to be kept as a memento of the occasion. The party now repaired to the village and marched to the home of the bride. The hour for the observance of the marriage rites was just before the midday meal. When the groom reached the bride's home, he found her in readiness. Sweet and pretty Alice looked in her gray linsey gown, perfectly plain and simple though it was, without an ornament or a ribbon. Proud indeed looked her lover as he took her hand and led her up to the waiting minister. When the whisperings had ceased, the minister asked who gave this woman to be married. Alice's father answered, "Will you take this woman to be your wedded wife, to love, cherish, and protect her all the days of her life?" asked the minister. "I will," answered a deep bass voice. "Will you take this man to be your wedded husband, to love, honor, and obey him all the days of your life?" "I will," said Alice in a low tone. "I pronounce you man and wife. Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder." There was a brief prayer and the ceremony ended. Then followed the congratulations of relatives and friends. The felicitations were apt to be trying to the nerves of even the best-tempered groom. The handshakes, the heavy slaps on the back, and the pommeling he received at the hands of his intimate friends were as nothing compared to the anguish of mind he endured while they were kissing his wife. The young bucks would not have considered it a real wedding had they been prevented from kissing the bride, and for that matter, every girl within reach. so fast as the burly young settlers could push themselves to the densely packed rooms. They kissed the bride and then the first girl they came to. Betty and Lydia had been Alice's maids of honor. This being Betty's first experience at a frontier wedding, it developed that she was much in need of Lydia's advice, which she had previously disdained. She had rested secure in her dignity. Poor Betty! The first man to kiss Alice was George Martin, a big, strong fellow who gathered his brother's bride into his arms and gave her a bearish hug and a resounding kiss. Releasing her, he turned toward Lydia and Betty. Lydia eluded him, but one of his great hands clasped around Betty's wrist. She tried to look haughty, but with everyone laughing and the young man's face expressive of honest fun and happiness, she found it impossible. She stood still and only turned her face a little to one side, while George kissed her. The young men now made a rush for her. With blushing cheeks, Betty, unable to stand her ground any longer, ran to her brother, the colonel. He pushed her away with a laugh. She turned to Major McCulloch, who held out his arms to her. With an exclamation, she wrenched herself free from a young man who had caught her hand and flew to the major. But alas for Betty, the major was not proof against the temptation, and he kissed her himself. "Traitor!" cried Betty, breaking away from him. Poor Betty was in despair. She had just made up her mind to submit when she caught sight of Wetzel's familiar figure. She ran to him, and the hunter put one of his long arms around her. "I reckon I can take care of you, Betty," he said, a smile playing over his usually stern face. "See here, you young bucks, Betty don't want to be kissed, and if you keep on pestering her, I'll have to scalp a few of you." The merriment grew as the day progressed. During the wedding feast, great hilarity prevailed. It culminated in the dance which followed the dinner. The long room of the blockhouse had been decorated with evergreens, autumn leaves, and goldenrod, which were scattered profusely about, hiding the blackened walls and bare rafters. Numerous blazing pine knots, fastened on sticks which were stuck into the walls, lighted up a scene which for color and animation could not have been surpassed. Colonel Zane's old slave, Sam, who furnished the music, sat on a raised platform at the upper end of the hall, and the way he sawed away on his fiddle, accompanying the movements of his arm with the swaying of his body and a stamping of his heavy foot, showed he had a hearty appreciation of his own value. Prominent among the men and women standing and sitting near the platform could be distinguished the tall forms of Jonathan Zane, Major McCulloch, and Wetzel, all, as usual, dressed in their hunting costumes and carrying long rifles. The other men had made more or less effort to improve their appearance. Bright homespun shirts and scarves had replaced the everyday buckskin garments. Major McCulloch was talking to Colonel Zane. The genial faces of both reflected the pleasure they felt in the enjoyment of the younger people. Jonathan Zane stood near the door, moody and silent. He watched the dance. Wetzel leaned against the wall. The black barrel of his rifle lay in the hollow of his arm. The hunter was gravely contemplating the members of the bridal party who were dancing in front of him. When the dance ended, Lydia and Betty stopped before Wetzel, and Betty said, "Lou, aren't you going to ask us to dance?" The hunter looked down into the happy, gleaming faces and, smiling in his half-sad way, answered, "Every man to his gifts. But you can dance. I want you to put aside your gun long enough to dance with me. If I waited for you to ask me, I fear I should have to wait a long time. Come, Lou, here I am asking you, and I know the other men are dying to dance with me," said Betty coaxingly in a roguish voice. Wetzel never refused a request of Betty's, and so, laying aside his weapons, he danced with her, to the wonder and admiration of all. Colonel Zane clapped his hands, and everyone stared in amazement at the unprecedented sight. Wetzel danced, not ungracefully. He was wonderfully light on his feet. His striking figure, the long black hair, and the fancifully embroidered costume he wore contrasted strangely with Betty's slender, graceful form and pretty gray dress. "Well, well, Louis, I would not have believed anything but the evidence of my own eyes," said Colonel Zane with a laugh as Betty and Wetzel approached him. If all the men could dance as well as Lou, the girls would be thankful, I can assure you," said Betty. "Betty, I declare you grow prettier every day," said old John Bennet, who was standing with the colonel and the major. "If I were only a young man once more, I should try my chances with you, and I wouldn't give up very easily. I do not know, Uncle John, but I am inclined to think that if you were a young man and should come a-wooing, you would not get a rebuff from me," answered Betty, smiling on the old man, of whom she was very fond. "Miss Zane, will you dance with me?" The voice sounded close by Betty's side. She recognized it, and an unaccountable sensation of shyness suddenly came over her. She had firmly made up her mind, should Mr. Clark ask her to dance, that she would tell him she was tired or engaged for that number, anything so that she could avoid dancing with him. But now that the moment had come, she either forgot her resolution or lacked the courage to keep it, for as the music commenced, she turned and without saying a word or looking at him, she placed her hand on his arm. He whirled her away. She gave a start of surprise and delight at the familiar step, and then gave herself up to the charm of the dance. Supported by his strong arm, she floated around the room in a sort of dream. Dancing as they did was new to the young people at the fort. It was a style then in vogue in the East, and everyone looked on with great interest and curiosity. But all too soon the dance ended, and before Betty had recovered her composure, she found that her partner had led her to a secluded seat in the lower end of the hall. The bench was partly obscured from the dancers by masses of autumn leaves. "That was a very pleasant dance," said Alfred. "Miss Boggs told me you danced the round dance." "I was much surprised and pleased," said Betty, who had indeed enjoyed it. "It has been a delightful day," went on Alfred, seeing that Betty was still confused. "I almost killed myself in that race for the bottle this morning. I never saw such logs and brush heaps and ditches in my life. I am sure that if the fever of recklessness which seemed in the air had not suddenly seized me, I would never have put my horse at such leaps. I heard my brother say your horse was one of the best he had ever seen, and that you rode superbly," murmured Betty. "Well, to be honest, I would not care to take that ride again. It certainly was not fair to the horse. How do you like the fort by this time?" "Miss Zane, I am learning to love this free, wild life. I really think I was made for the frontier. The odd customs and manners, which seemed strange at first, have become very acceptable to me now. I find everyone so honest and simple and brave. Here one must work to live, which is right. Do you know, I never worked in my life until I came to Fort Henry. My life was all uselessness, idleness." "I can hardly believe that," answered Betty. "You have learned to dance and ride and what?" asked Alfred, as Betty hesitated. "Never mind, it was an accomplishment with which the girls credited you," said Betty with a little laugh. "I suppose I did not deserve it. I heard I had a singular aptitude for discovering young ladies in distress. Have you become well acquainted with the boys?" asked Betty, hastening to change the subject. "Oh, yes, particularly with your Indianized brother Isaac. He is the finest fellow as well as the most interesting I ever knew. I like Colonel Zane immensely, too. The dark, quiet fellow, Jack, or John they call him, is not like your other brothers. The hunter, Wetzel, inspires me with awe. Everyone has been most kind to me, and I have almost forgotten that I was a wanderer." "I am glad to hear that," said Betty. "Miss Zane," continued Alfred, "doubtless you have heard that I came west because I was compelled to leave my home. Please do not believe everything you hear of me. Some day I may tell you my story if you care to hear it. Suffice it to say now that I left my home of my own free will, and I could go back tomorrow." "I did not mean to imply," began Betty, coloring. "Of course not, but tell me about yourself. Is it not rather dull and lonesome here for you?" "It was last winter, but I have been contented and happy this summer. Of course, it is not Philadelphia life, and I missed the excitement and gaiety of my uncle's house. I knew my place was with my brothers. My aunt pleaded with me to live with her and not go to the wilderness. I had everything I wanted, Their luxury, society, parties, balls, dances, friends, all that the heart of a girl could desire, but I prefer to come to this little frontier settlement. Strange choice for a girl, was it not? Unusual, yes, answered Alfred gravely, and I cannot but wonder what motives actuated our coming to Fort Henry. I came to seek my fortune. You came to bring sunshine into the home of your brother, and left your fortune behind you. Well, your motive has the element of nobility. Mine has nothing but that of recklessness. I would like to read the future. I do not think it is right to have such a wish. With the veil rolled away, could you work as hard, accomplish as much? I do not want to know the future. Perhaps some of it will be unhappy. I have made my choice and will cheerfully abide by it. I rather envy your being a man. You have the world to conquer. A woman, what can she do? She can knead the dough, ply the distaff, and sit by the lattice and watch and wait. Let us postpone such melancholy thoughts until some future day. I have not as yet said anything that I intended. I wish to tell you how sorry I am that I acted in such a rude way the night your brother came home. I do not know what made me do so, but I know I have regretted it ever since. Will you forgive me, and may we not be friends? I do not know, said Betty, surprised and vaguely troubled by the earnest light in his eyes. But why? Surely you will make some little allowance for a naturally quick temper, and you know you did not, that you were. Yes, I remember I was hasty and unkind, but I made amends, or at least I tried to do so. Try to overlook my stupidity. I will not give up until you forgive me. Consider how much you can avoid by being generous. Very well, then, I will forgive you, said Betty, who had arrived at the conclusion that this young man was one of determination. Thank you. I promise you shall never regret it. And the sprained ankle? It must be well, as I noticed you danced beautifully. I am compelled to believe what the girls say, that you are inclined to the language of compliment. My ankle is nearly well, thank you. It hurts a little now and then. Speaking of your accident reminds me of the day it happened, said Alfred, watching her closely. He desired to tease her a little, but he was not sure of his ground. I had been all day in the woods with nothing but my thoughts, mostly unhappy ones, for company. When I met you, I pretended to be surprised. As a matter of fact, I was not, for I had followed your dog. He took a liking to me, and I was extremely pleased, I assure you. Well, I saw your face a moment before you. Knew I was as near you. When you heard my footsteps, you turned with a relieved and joyous cry. When you saw whom it was, your glad expression changed, and if I had been a hostile Wyandotte, you could not have looked more unfriendly. Such a woeful, tear-stained face I never saw. Mr. Clark, please do not speak any more of that, said Betty with dignity. I desire that you forget it. I will forget all except that it was I who had the happiness of finding you and of helping you. I cannot forget that. I am sure we should never have been friends but for that accident. There is Isaac. He is looking for me, answered Betty, rising. Wait a moment longer, please. He will find you, said Alfred, detaining her. Since you have been so kind, I have grown bolder. May I come over to see you two? Morrow? He looked straight down into the dark eyes, which wavered and fell before he had completed his question. There is Isaac. He cannot see me here. I must go. But not before telling me, what is the good of your forgiving me if I may not see you? Please say yes. You may come, answered Betty, half amused and half provoked at his persistence. I should think you would know that such permission invariably goes with a young woman's forgiveness. Hello, here you are. What a time I have had in finding you, said Isaac, coming up with flushed face and eyes bright with excitement. Alfred, what do you mean by hiding the belle of the dance away like this? I want to dance with you, Bets. I am having a fine time. I have not danced anything but Indian dances for ages. Sorry to take her away, Alfred. I can see she doesn't want to go. Ha! Ha! And with a mischievous look at both of them, he led Betty away. Alfred kept his seat a while, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered that it would look strange if he did not make himself agreeable, so he got up and found a partner. He danced with Alice, Lydia, and the other young ladies. After an hour, he slipped away to his room. He wished to be alone. He wanted to think, to decide whether it would be best for him to stay at the fort or ride away in the darkness and never return. With the friendly touch of Betty's hand, the madness with which he had been battling for weeks rushed over him stronger than ever. The thrill of that soft little palm remained with him, and he pressed the hand it had touched to his lips. For a long hour he sat by his window. He could dimly see the broad winding river with its curtain of pale gray mist, and beyond, the dark outline of the forest. A cool breeze from the water fanned his heated brow, and the quiet and solitude soothed him. Chapter 4. "Good morning, Harry. Where are you going so early?" called Betty from the doorway. A lad was passing down the path in front of Colonel Zane's house as Betty hailed him. He carried a rifle almost as long as himself. "Mornin', Betty." "I am going 'cross the crick for that turkey I hear goblin," he answered, stopping at the gate and smiling brightly at Betty. "Hello, Harry Bennet. Going after that turkey?" "I have heard him several mornings, and he must be a big, healthy gobbler," said Colonel Zane, stepping to the door. "You are going to have company. Here comes Wetzel." "Good morning, Lou. Are you two off on a turkey hunt?" said Betty. "Listen," said the hunter, as he stopped and leaned against the gate. They listened. All was quiet save for the tinkle of a cowbell in the pasture adjoining the colonel's barn. Presently the silence was broken by a long, shrill, peculiar cry. Chug-a-lug, 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 chug. "Well, it's a turkey all right, and I'll bet a big gobbler," remarked Colonel Zane as the cry ceased. "Has Jonathan heard it?" asked Wetzel. "Not that I know of. Why do you ask?" said the colonel in a low tone. "Look here, Lou. Is that not a genuine call?" "Goodbye, Harry. Be sure and bring me a turkey," called Betty as she disappeared. "I calculate it's a real turkey," answered the hunter. And motioning the lad to stay behind, he shouldered his rifle and passed swiftly down the path. Of all the Wetzel family, a family noted from one end of the frontier to the other, Lewis was as the most famous. The early history of West Virginia and Ohio is replete with the daring deeds of this wilderness roamer, this lone hunter and insatiable nemesis, justly called the greatest Indian slayer known to men. When Lewis was about 20 years old and his brothers John and Martin little older, they left their Virginia home for a protracted hunt. On their return they found the smoking ruins of the home, the mangled remains of father and mother, the naked and violated bodies of their sisters, and the scalped and bleeding corpse of a baby brother. Lewis Wetzel swore sleepless and eternal vengeance on the whole Indian race. Terribly did he carry out that resolution. From that time forward, he lived most of the time in the woods, and an Indian who crossed his trail was a doomed man. The various Indian tribes gave him different names. The Shawnees called him Long Knife, the Hurons, Destroyer, the Delawares, Deathwind, and any one of these names would chill the heart of the stoutest warrior. To most of the famed pioneer hunters of the border, Indian fighting was only a side issue, generally a necessary one, but with Wetzel it was the business of his life. He lived solely to kill Indians. He plunged recklessly into the strife and was never content unless roaming the wilderness solitudes, trailing the savages to their very homes, and ambushing the village bridle path like a panther waiting for his prey. Often in the gray of the morning, the Indians, sleeping around their campfire, were awakened by a horrible, screeching yell. They started up in terror only to fall victims to the tomahawk of their merciless foe, or to hear a rifle shot and get a glimpse of a form with flying black hair disappearing with wonderful quickness in the forest. Wetzel always left death behind him, and he was gone before his demoniac yell ceased to echo throughout the woods. Although often pursued, he invariably eluded the Indians, for he was the fleetest runner on the border. For many years he was considered the right hand of the defense of the fort. The Indians held him in superstitious dread, and the fact that he was known to be in the settlement had averted more than one attack by the Indians. Many regarded Wetzel as a savage, a man who was mad for the blood of the red men and without one redeeming quality, but this was an unjust opinion. When that restless fever for revenge left him, it was not always with him. He was quiet and peaceable. To those few who knew him well, he was even amiable. But Wetzel, although known to everyone, cared for few. He spent little time in the settlements and rarely spoke except when addressed. Nature had singularly fitted him for his preeminent position among scouts and hunters. He was tall and broad across the shoulders. His strength, agility, and endurance were marvelous. He had an eagle eye, the sagacity of the bloodhound, and that intuitive knowledge which plays such an important part in a hunter's life. He knew not fear. He was daring where daring was the wiser part. Crafty, tireless, and implacable, Wetzel was incomparable in his location. His long raven black hair, of which he was vain when combed out, reached to within a foot of the ground. He had a rare scalp, one for which the Indians would have bartered anything. A favorite Indian decoy, and the most fatal one, was the imitation of the call of the wild turkey. It had often happened that men from the settlements who had gone out for a turkey which had been gobbling had not returned. For several mornings Wetzel had heard a turkey call, and becoming suspicious of it, had determined to satisfy himself. On the east side of the creek hill there was a cavern some 50 or 60 yards above the water. The entrance to this cavern was concealed by vines and foliage. Wetzel knew of it, and, crossing the stream some distance above, he made a wide circuit and came up back of the cave. Here he concealed himself in a clump of bushes and waited. He had not been there long when directly below him sounded the cry, "Chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug." At the same time the polished head and brawny shoulders of an Indian warrior rose out of the cavern. Peering cautiously around, the savage again gave the peculiar cry, and then sank back out of sight. Wetzel screened himself safely in his position and watched the savage repeat the action at least 10 times before he made up his mind that the Indian was alone in the cave. When he had satisfied himself of this, he took a quick aim at the twisted tuft of hair and fired. Without waiting to see the result of his shot, so well did he trust his unerring aim, he climbed down the steep bank and, brushing aside the vines, entered the cave. A stalwart Indian lay in the entrance with his face pressed down on the vines. He still clutched in his sinewy fingers the buckhorn mouthpiece, with which he had made the calls that had resulted in his death. "Huon," muttered the hunter to himself as he ran the keen edge of his knife around the twisted tuft of hair and tore off the scalp lock. The cave showed evidence of having been inhabited for some time. There was a cunningly contrived fireplace made of stones, against which pieces of birch bark were placed in such a position that not a ray of light could get out of the cavern. The bed of black coals between the stones still smoked. A quantity of parched corn lay on a little rocky shelf which jutted out from the wall. A piece of jerked meat and a buckskin pouch hung from a peg. Suddenly, Wetzel dropped on his knees and began examining the footprints in the sandy floor of the cavern. He measured the length and width of the dead warrior's foot. He closely scrutinized every moccasin print. He crawled to the opening of the cavern and carefully surveyed the moss. Then he rose to his feet. A remarkable transformation had come over him during the last few moments. His face had changed. The calm expression was replaced by one sullen and fierce. His lips were set in a thin, cruel line, and a strange light glittered in his eyes. He slowly pursued a course leading gradually down to the creek. At intervals he would stop and listen. The strange voices of the woods were not mysteries to him. They were more familiar to him than the voices of men. He recalled that, while on his circuit over the ridge to get behind the cavern, he had heard the report of a rifle far off in the direction of the chestnut grove, but, as that was a favorite place of the settlers for shooting squirrels, he had not thought anything of it at the time. Now it had a peculiar significance. He turned abruptly from the trail he had been following and plunged down the steep hill. Crossing the creek, he took to the cover of the willows, which grew profusely. along the banks, and striking a sort of bridle path he started on a run. He ran easily, as though accustomed to that mode of travel, and his long strides covered a couple of miles in short order. Coming to the rugged bluff which marked the end of the ridge, he stopped and walked slowly along the edge of the water. He struck the trail of the Indians where it crossed the creek, just where he expected. There were several moccasin tracks in the wet sand, and, in some of the depressions made by the heels, the rounded edges of the imprints were still smooth and intact. The little pools of muddy water which still lay in these hollows were other indications to his keen eyes that the Indians had passed this point early that morning. The trail led up the hill and far into the woods. Never in doubt, the hunter kept on his course. Like a shadow he passed from tree to tree and from bush to bush. Silently, cautiously, but rapidly, he followed the tracks of the Indians. When he had penetrated the dark backwoods of the Black Forest, tangled underbrush, windfalls and gullies crossed his path and rendered fast trailing impossible. Before these almost impassable barriers, he stopped and peered on all sides, studying the lay of the land, the deadfalls, the gorges, and all the time keeping in mind the probable route of the redskins. Then he turned aside to avoid the roughest traveling. Sometimes these detours were only a few 100 feet long, often they were miles, but nearly always he struck the trail again. This almost superhuman knowledge of the Indians' ways of traversing the forest, which probably no man could have possessed without giving his life to the hunting of Indians, was the one feature of Wetzel's woodcraft which placed him so far above other hunters and made him so dreaded by the savages. Descending a knoll, he entered a glade where the trees grew farther apart and the underbrush was only knee-high. The black soil showed that the tract of land had been burned over. On the banks of a babbling brook, which wound its way through this open space, the hunter found tracks which brought an exclamation. From him, clearly defined in the soft earth, was the impress of a white man's moccasin, the footprints of an Indian toe inward. Those of a white man are just the opposite. A little farther on Wetzel came to a slight crushing of the moss, where he concluded some heavy body had fallen. As he had seen the tracks of a buck and doe all the way down the brook, he thought it probable one of them had been shot by the white hunter. He found a pool of blood surrounded by moccasin prints, and from that spot the trail led straight toward the west, showing that for some reason the Indians had changed their direction. This new move puzzled the hunter, and he leaned against the trunk of a tree while he revolved in his mind the reasons for this abrupt departure, for such he believed it. The trail he had followed for miles was the devious trail of hunting Indians, stealing slowly and stealthily along, watching for their prey, whether it be man or beast. The trail toward the west was straight as the crow flies. The moccasin prints that indented the soil were wide apart, and to an inexperienced eye looked like the track of one Indian. To Wetzel this indicated that the Indians had all stepped in the tracks of a leader. As was usually his way, Wetzel decided quickly. He had calculated that there were 8 Indians in all, not counting the chief whom he had shot. This party of Indians had either killed or captured the white man who had been hunting. Wetzel believed that a part of the Indians would push on with all possible speed, leaving some of their number to ambush the trail or double back on it to see if they were pursued. An hour of patient waiting, in which he never moved from his position, proved the wisdom of his judgment. Suddenly, away at the other end of the grove, he caught a flash of brown, of a living, moving something like the flitting of a bird behind a tree. Was it a bird or a squirrel? Then again he saw it, almost lost in the shade of the forest. Several minutes passed, in which Wetzel never moved and hardly breathed. The shadow had disappeared behind a tree. He fixed his keen eyes on that tree, and presently a dark object glided from it and darted stealthily forward to another tree. 1, 2, 3 dark forms followed the first one. They were Indian warriors, and they moved so quickly that only the eyes of a woodsman like Wetzel could have discerned their movements at that distance. Probably most hunters would have taken to their heels while there was yet time. The thought did not occur to Wetzel. He slowly raised the hammer of his rifle. As the Indians came into plain view, he saw they did not suspect his presence but were returning on the trail in their customary cautious manner. When the first warrior reached a big oak tree some 200 yards distant, the long black barrel of the hunter's rifle began slowly, almost imperceptibly, to rise, and as it reached a level, the savage stepped forward from the tree. With the sharp report of the weapon, he staggered and fell. Wetzel sprang up, and knowing that his only escape was in rapid flight, with his well-known yell, he bounded off at the top of his speed. The remaining Indians discharged their guns at the fleeing, dodging figure, but without effect. So rapidly did he dart in and out among the trees that an effectual aim was impossible. Then, with loud yells, the Indians, drawing their tomahawks, started in pursuit, expecting soon to overtake their victim. In the early years of his Indian hunting, Wetzel had perfected himself in a practice which had saved his life many tunes and had added much to his fame. He could reload his rifle while running at topmost speed. His extraordinary fleetness enabled him to keep ahead of his pursuers until his rifle was reloaded. This trick he now employed. Keeping up his uneven pace until his gun was ready, he turned quickly and shot the nearest Indian dead in his tracks. The next Indian had by this time nearly come up with him and close enough to throw his tomahawk, which whizzed dangerously near Wetzel's head. But he leaped forward again, and soon his rifle was reloaded. Every time he looked around, the Indians treed, afraid to face his unerring weapon. After running a mile or more in this manner, he reached an open space in the woods where he wheeled suddenly on his pursuers. The foremost Indian jumped behind a tree, but as it did not entirely screen his body, he too fell a victim to the hunter's aim. The Indian must have been desperately wounded, for his companion now abandoned the chase and went to his assistance. Together they disappeared in the forest. Wetzel, seeing that he was no longer pursued, slackened his pace and proceeded thoughtfully toward the settlement. That same day, several hours after Wetzel's departure in quest of the turkey, Alfred Clark strolled over from the fort and found Colonel Zane in the yard. The colonel was industriously stirring the contents of a huge copper kettle which swung over a brisk wood fire. The honeyed fragrance of apple butter mingled with the pungent odor of burning hickory. "Morning, Alfred, you see they have me at it," was the colonel's salute. "So I observe," answered Alfred, as he seated himself on the woodpile. "What is it you are churning so vigorously?" "Apple butter, my boy, apple butter. I don't allow even Bessie to help when I am making apple butter. Colonel Zane, I have come over to ask a favor. Ever since you notified us that you intended sending an expedition up the river, I have been worried about my horse, Roger. He is too light for a pack horse, and I cannot take 2 horses. I'll let you have the bay. He is big and strong enough. That black horse of yours is a beauty. You leave Roger with me, and if you never come back, I'll be in a fine horse." "Huh, huh. But seriously, Clark, this proposed trip is a hazardous undertaking, and if you would rather stay, you misunderstand me," quickly replied Alfred, who had flushed. "I do not care about myself. I'll go and take my medicine. But I do mind about my horse." "That's right. Always think of your horses. I'll have Sam take the best of care of Roger. What is the nature of this excursion, and how long shall we be gone?" "Jonathan will guide the party. He says it will take 6 weeks if you have pleasant weather. You are to go by way of Short Creek, where you will help put up a blockhouse. Then you go to Fort Pitt. There you will embark on a raft with the supplies I need, and make the return journey by water. You will probably smell gunpowder before you get back. What shall we do with the horses?" "Bring them along with you on the raft, of course. That is a new way to travel with horses," said Alfred, looking dubiously at the swift river. "Will there be any way to get news from Fort Henry while we are away?" "Yes, there will be several runners. Mr. Clark, I am going to feed my pets. Would you like to see them?" asked a voice which brought Alfred to his feet. He turned and saw Betty. Her dog followed her, carrying a basket. "I shall be delighted," answered Alfred. "Have you more pets than Tige and Madcap?" "Oh yes, indeed. I have a bear, 6 squirrels, one of them white, and some pigeons." Betty led the way to an enclosure adjoining Colonel Zane's barn. It was about 20 feet square, made of pine saplings which had been split and driven firmly into the ground. As Betty took down the bar and opened the small gate, a number of white pigeons fluttered down from the roof of the barn, several of them alighting on her shoulders. A half-grown black bear came out of a kennel and shuffled toward her. He was unmistakably glad to see her, but he avoided going near Tige and looked doubtfully at the young man. But after Alfred had stroked his head and had spoken to him, he seemed disposed to be friendly, for he sniffed around Alfred's knees and then stood up and put his paws against the young man's shoulders. "Here, Caesar, get down," said Betty. "He always wants to wrestle, especially with anyone of whom he is not suspicious. He is very tame, and will do almost anything. Indeed, you would marvel at his intelligence. He never forgets an injury. If anyone plays a trick on him, you may be sure that person will not get a second opportunity. The night we caught him, Tige chased him up a tree, and Jonathan climbed the tree and lassoed him. Ever since he has evinced a hatred of Jonathan, and if I should leave Tige alone with him, there would be a terrible fight. But for that I could allow Caesar to run free about the yard." "He looks bright and sagacious," remarked Alfred. "He is, but sometimes he gets into mischief. I nearly died laughing one day. Bessie, my brother's wife, you know, had the big kettle on the fire just as you saw it a moment ago, only this time she was boiling down maple syrup. Tige was out with some of the men, and I let Caesar loose a while. If there is anything he loves, it is maple sugar, so when he smelled the syrup, he pulled down the kettle, and the hot syrup went all over his nose. Oh, his howls were dreadful to hear. The funniest part about it was he seemed to think it was intentional, for he remained sulky and cross with me for 2 weeks. "I can understand your love for animals," said Alfred. "I think there are many interesting things about wild creatures. There are comparatively few animals down in Virginia, where I used to live, and my opportunities to study them have been limited. Here are my squirrels," said Betty, unfastening the door of a cage. A number of squirrels ran out. Several jumped to the ground. One perched on top of the box. Another sprang on Betty's shoulder. I fasten them up every night, for I'm afraid the weasels and foxes will get them. The white squirrel is the only albino we had seen around here. It took Jonathan weeks to trap him, but once captured he soon grew tame. Is he not pretty? He certainly is. I never saw one before. In fact, I did not know such a beautiful little animal existed," answered Alfred, looking in admiration at the graceful creature as he leapt from the shelf to Betty's arm and ate from her hand, his great, bushy white tail arching over his back and his small pink eyes shining. "There, listen," said Betty. "Look at the fox squirrel, the big brownish red one. I call him the captain because he always wants to boss the others. I had another fox squirrel, older than this fellow, and he ran things to suit himself, until one day the Greys united their forces and routed him. I think they would have killed him had I not freed him. Well, this one is commencing the same way. Do you hear that odd clicking noise? That comes from the captain's teeth, and he is angry and jealous because I show so much attention to this one. He always does that, and he would fight too if I were not careful. It is a singular fact, though, that the white squirrel has not even a little pugnacity. He either cannot fight or he is too well behaved. Here, Mr. Clark, show Snowball this nut, and then hide it in your pocket and see him find it." Alfred did as he was told, except that while he pretended to put the nut in his pocket, he really kept it concealed in his hand. The pet squirrel leaped lightly on Alfred's shoulder, ran over his breast, peeped in all his pockets, and even pushed his cap to one side of his head. Then he ran down Alfred's arm, sniffed in his coat sleeve, and finally wedged a cold little nose between his closed fingers. "There he has found it, even though you did not play fair," said Betty, laughing gaily. Alfred never forgot the picture Betty made standing there with the red cap on her dusky hair and the loving smile upon her face as she talked to her pets. A white fan-tail pigeon had alighted on her shoulder and was picking daintily at the piece of cracker she held between her lips. The squirrels were all sitting up, each with a nut in his little paws, and each with an alert and cunning look in the corner of his eye to prevent, no doubt, being surprised out of a portion of his nut. Caesar was lying on all fours, growling and tearing at his breakfast, while the dog looked on with a superior air as if he knew they would not have had any breakfast but for him. "Are you fond of canoeing and fishing?" asked Betty as they returned to the house. "Indeed I am. Isaac has taken me out on the river often. Canoeing may be pleasant for a girl, but I never knew one who cared for fishing. Now you behold one. I love dear old Isaac Walton. Of course you have read his books?" "I am ashamed to say I have not. And you say you are a fisherman? Well, you haste a great pleasure in store, as well as an opportunity to learn something of the contemplative man's recreation. I shall lend you the books. I have not seen a book since I came to Fort Henry. I have a fine little library, and you are welcome to any of my books. But to return to fishing. I love it, and yet I nearly always allow the fish to go free. Sometimes I bring home a pretty sunfish, place him in a tub of water, watch him and try to tame him. But I must admit failure. It is the association which makes fishing so delightful. The canoe gliding down a swift stream, the open air, the blue sky, the birds and trees and flowers, these are what I love. Come and see my canoe." Thus Betty rattled on as she led the way through the sitting room and kitchen to Colonel Zane's magazine and storehouse, which opened into the kitchen. This little low-roofed hut contained a variety of things. Boxes, barrels, and farming implements filled one corner. Packs of dried skins were piled against the wall. Some otter and fox pelts were stretched on the wall, and a number of powder kegs lined a shelf. A slender canoe swung from ropes thrown over the rafters. Alfred slipped it out of the loops and carried it outside. The canoe was a superb specimen of Indian handiwork. It had a length of 14 feet and was made of birch bark stretched over a light framework of basswood. The bow curved gracefully upward, ending in a carved image representing a warrior's head. The sides were beautifully ornamented and decorated in fanciful Indian designs. My brother's Indian guide, Toma Fomehala, a Shawnee chief, made it for me. You see this design on the bow. The arrow and the arm mean in Indian language, the race is to the swift and the strong. The canoe is very light. See, I can easily carry it," said Betty, lifting it from the grass. She ran into the house and presently came out with 2 rods, a book and a basket. "These are Jack's rods. He cut them out of the heart of 10-year-old basswood trees, so he says. We must be careful of them." Alfred examined the rods with the eye of a connoisseur and pronounced them perfect. These rods had been made by a lover of the art. Anyone with half an eye could see that. "What shall we use for bait?" he said. "Sam got me some this morning." "Did you expect to go?" asked Alfred, looking up in surprise. "Yes, I intended going, and as you said you were coming over, I meant to ask you to accompany me." "That was kind of you. Where are you young people going?" called Colonel Zane, stopping in his task. "We are going down to the sycamore," answered Betty. "Very well. But be certain and stay on this side of the creek and do not go out on the river," said the colonel. "Why, Eb, what do you mean?" "One might think Mr. Clark and I were children," exclaimed Betty. "You certainly aren't much more, but that is not my reason. Never mind the reason." "Do as I say or do not go," said Colonel Zane. "All right, brother, I shall not forget," said Betty soberly, looking at the colonel. He had not spoken in his usual teasing way, and she was at a loss to understand him. "Come, Mr. Clark, you carry the canoe and follow me down this path and look sharp for roots and stones, or you may trip." "Where is Isaac?" asked Alfred, as he lightly swung the canoe over his shoulder. "He took his rifle and went up to the chestnut grove an hour or more ago." A few minutes' walk down the willow-skirted path and they reached the creek. Here it was a narrow stream, hardly 50 feet wide, shallow, and full of stones over which the clear brown water rushed noisily. "Is it not rather risky going down there?" asked Alfred as he noticed the swift current and the numerous boulders poking treacherous heads just above the water. "Of course. That is the great pleasure in canoeing," said Betty calmly. "If you would rather walk—" "No, I'll go if I drown. I was thinking of you." "It is safe enough if you can handle a paddle," said Betty with a smile at his hesitation. "And, of course, if your partner in the canoe sits trim. Perhaps you had better allow me to use the paddle. Where did you learn to steer a canoe? I believe you are actually afraid." "Why, I was born on the Potomac and have used a paddle since I was old enough to lift one. Come, place the canoe in here and we will keep to the near shore until we reach the bend. There is a little fall just below this and I love to shoot it." He steadied the canoe with one hand while he held out the other to help her, but she stepped nimbly aboard without his assistance. "Wait a moment while I catch some crickets and grasshoppers." "Gracious, what a fisherman! Don't you know we have had frost?" "That's so," said Alfred, abashed by her simple remark. "But you might find some crickets under those logs," said Betty. She laughed merrily at the awkward spectacle made by Alfred crawling over the ground, improvising a sort of trap out of his hat, and pouncing down on a poor little insect. "Now get in carefully and give the canoe a push. There, we are off," she said, taking up the paddle. The little bark glided slowly downstream, at first hugging the bank, as though reluctant to trust itself to the deeper water, and then gathering headway as a few gentle strokes of the paddle swerved it into the current. Betty knelt on one knee and skillfully plied the paddle, using the Indian stroke in which the paddle was not removed from the water. "This is great!" exclaimed Alfred as he leaned back in the bow facing her. "There is nothing more to be desired. This beautiful clear stream, the air so fresh, the gold-lined banks, the autumn leaves, a guide who—" "Look," said Betty. "There is the fall over which we must pass." He looked ahead and saw that they were swiftly approaching two huge stones that reared themselves high out of the water. They were only a few yards apart and surrounded by smaller rocks. About high the water rushed white with foam. "Please do not move," cried Betty, her eyes shining bright with excitement. Indeed, the situation was too novel for Alfred to do anything but feel a keen enjoyment. He had made up his mind that he was sure to get a ducking, but as he watched Betty's easy yet vigorous sweeps with the paddle and her smiling yet resolute lips, he felt reassured. He could see that the fall was not a great one, only a few feet, but one of those glancing sheets of water like a mill race, and he well knew that if they struck a stone disaster would be theirs. 20 feet above the white-capped wave which marked the fall, Betty gave a strong forward pull on the paddle, a deep stroke which momentarily retarded their progress even in that swift current, and then a short backward stroke far under the stern of the canoe, and the little vessel turned straight, almost in the middle of the course between the two rocks. As she raised her paddle into the canoe and smiled at the fascinated young man, the bow dipped, and with that peculiar downward movement, that swift, exhilarating rush so dearly loved by canoeists, they shot down the smooth incline of water, were lost for a moment in a white cloud of mist, and in another they coated into a placid pool. "Was not that delightful?" she asked, with just a little conscious pride glowing in her dark eyes. "Miss Zane, it was more than that. I apologize for my suspicions. You have admirable skill. I only wish that on my voyage down the river of life I could have such a sure eye and hand to guide me through the dangerous reefs and rapids." "You are poetical," said Betty, who laughed and at the same time blushed slightly. "But you are right about the guide. Jonathan says, 'Always get a good guide,' and as guiding is his work he ought to know. But this has nothing in common with fishing, and here is my favorite place under the old sycamore." With a long sweep of the paddle, she ran the canoe alongside a stone beneath a great tree which spread its long branches over the creek and shaded the pool. It was a grand old tree and must have guarded that sylvan spot for centuries. The gnarled and knotted trunk was scarred and seamed with the ravages of time. The upper part was dead. Long limbs extended skyward, gaunt and bare, like the masts of a storm-beaten vessel. The lower branches were white and shining, relieved here and there by brown patches of bark which curled up like old parchment as they shelled away from the inner bark. The ground beneath the tree was carpeted with a velvety moss, with little plots of grass and clusters of maiden hair fern growing on it. From under an overhanging rock on the bank a spring of crystal water bubbled forth. Alfred rigged up the rods, and baiting a hook directed Betty to throw her line well out into the current and let it float down into the eddy. She complied, and hardly had the line reached the circle of the eddy, where bits of white foam floated round and round, when there was a slight splash, a scream from Betty, and she was standing up in the canoe holding tightly to her rod. "Be careful," exclaimed Alfred. "Sit down. You will have the canoe upset in a moment. Hold your rod steady and keep the line taut. That's right. Now lid." Him round toward me. There, and grasping the line, he lifted a fine rock base over the side of the canoe. "Oh, I always get so intensely excited," breathlessly cried Betty. "I can't help it. Jonathan always declares he will never take me fishing again. Let me see the fish. It's a goggle-eye. Isn't he pretty? Look how funny he bats his eyes." And she laughed gleefully as she gingerly picked up the fish by the tail and dropped him into the water. "Now, Mr. Goggle-Eye, if you are wise, in future you will beware of tempting-looking bugs." For an hour they had splendid sport. The pool teemed with sunfish. The bait would scarcely touch the water when the little orange-colored fellows would rush for it. Now and then a black bass darted wickedly through the school of sunfish and stole the morsel from them, or a sharp-nosed, fiery-eyed pickerel vulture of the water rising to the surface, and, supreme in his indifference to man or fish, would swim lazily round until he had discovered the cause of all this commotion among the smaller fishes, and then, opening wide his jaws, would take the bait with one voracious snap. Presently something took hold of Betty's line and moved out toward the middle of the pool. She struck, and the next instant her rod was bent double and the tip under water. "Pull your rod up," shouted Alfred. "Here, hand it to me." But it was too late. A surge right and left, a vicious tug, and Betty's line floated on the surface of the water. "Now, isn't that too bad? He has broken my line. Goodness, I never before felt such a strong fish. What shall I do? You should be thankful you were not pulled in. I have been in a state of fear. Ever since we commenced fishing, you move round in this canoe as though it were a raft. Let me paddle out to that little ripple and try once there, then we will stop. I know you are tired." Near the center of the pool, a half-submerged rock checked the current and caused a little ripple of the water. Several times Alfred had seen the dark shadow of a large fish, followed by a swirl of the water, and the frantic leaping of little bright-sided minnows in all directions. As his hook, baited with a lively shiner, floated over the spot, a long yellow object shot from out that shaded lair. There was a splash, not unlike that made by the sharp edge of a paddle impelled by a short, powerful stroke. The minnow disappeared, and the broad tail of the fish flapped on the water. The instant Alfred struck, the water boiled and the big fish leaped clear into the air, shaking himself convulsively to get rid of the hook. He made mad rushes up and down the pool, under the canoe, into the swift current, and against the rocks, but all to no avail. Steadily Alfred increased the strain on the line, and gradually it began to tell, for the plunges of the fish became shorter and less frequent. Once again, in a last magnificent effort, he leaped straight into the air, and failing to get loose, gave up the struggle and was drawn gasping and exhausted to the side of the canoe. "Are you afraid to touch him?" asked Alfred. "Indeed I am not," answered Betty. "Then run your hand gently down the line, slip your fingers in under his gills, and lift him over the side carefully. 5 pounds, exclaimed Alfred when the fish lay at his feet. This is the largest black bass I ever caught. It is pity to take such a beautiful fish out of his element. Let him go, then, may I? Said Betty. No, you have allowed them all to go, even the pickerel, which I think ought to be killed. We will keep this fellow alive and place him in that nice clear pool over in the fortyard. I like to watch you play a fish, said Betty. Jonathan always hauls them right out. You are so skillful. You let this fish run so far, and then you checked him. Then you gave him a line to go the other way, and no doubt he felt free once more when you stopped him again. You are expressing a sentiment which has been, is, and always will be, particularly pleasing to the fair sex, I believe, observed Alfred, smiling rather grimly as he wound up his line. Would you mind being explicit? She questioned. Alfred had laughed and was about to answer when the whip-like crack of a rifle came from the hillside. The echoes of the shot reverberated from hill to hill and were finally lost far down the valley. What can that be? Exclaimed Alfred anxiously, recalling Colonel Zane's odd manner when they were about to leave the house. I am not sure, but I think that is my turkey, unless Lou Wetzel happened to miss his aim, said Betty, laughing. And that is such an unprecedented thing that it can hardly be considered. Turkeys are scarce this season. Jonathan says the foxes and wolves ate up the broods. Lou heard this turkey calling, and he made little Harry Bennet, who had started out with his gun, stay at home and went after Mr. Gobbler himself. Is that all? Well, that is nothing to get alarmed about, is it? I actually had a feeling of fear, or a presentiment, we might say. They beached the canoe and spread out the lunch in the shade near the spring. Alfred threw himself at length upon the grass, and Betty sat leaning against the tree. She took a biscuit in one hand, a pickle in the other, and began to chat volubly to Alfred of her school life, and of Philadelphia, and the friends she had made there. At length, remarking his abstraction, she said, "You are not listening to me. I beg your pardon, my thoughts did wander. I was thinking of my mother. Something about you reminds me of her. I do not know what, unless it is that little mannerism you have of pursing up your lips when you hesitate or stop to think." "Tell me of her," said Betty, seeing his softened mood. "My mother was very beautiful, and as good as she was lovely. I never had a care until my father died. Then she married again, and as I did not get on with my stepfather, I ran away from home. I have not been in Virginia for 4 years. Do you get homesick? Indeed I do. While at Fort Pitt, I used to have spells of the blues which lasted for days. For a time I felt more contented here, but I fear the old fever of restlessness will come over me again. I can speak freely to you because I know you will understand, and I feel sure of your sympathy. My father wanted me to be a minister. He sent me to the theological seminary at Princeton, where for 2 years I tried to study. Then my father died. I went home and looked after things until my mother married again. That changed everything for me. I ran away and have since been a wanderer. I feel that I am not lazy, that I am not afraid of work, but 4 years have drifted by and I have nothing to show for it. I am discouraged. Perhaps that is wrong, but tell me how I can help it. I have not the stoicism of the hunter, Wetzel, nor have I the philosophy of your brother. I could not be content to sit on my doorstep and smoke my pipe and watch the wheat and corn grow. And then this life of the borderman, environed as it is by untold dangers, leads me, fascinates me, and yet appalls me with the fear that here I shall fall a victim to an Indian's bullet or spear, and find a nameless grave. A long silence ensued. Alfred had spoken quietly, but with an undercurrent of bitterness that saddened Betty. For the first time she saw a shadow of pain in his eyes. She looked away down the valley, not seeing the brown and gold hills boldly defined against the blue sky, nor the beauty of the river as the setting sun cast a ruddy glow on the water. Her companion's words had touched an unknown chord in her heart. When finally she turned to answer him, a beautiful light shone in her eyes, a light that shines not on land or sea, the light of woman's hope. "Mr. Clark," she said, and her voice was soft and low. "I am only a girl, but I can't understand. You are unhappy. Try to rise above it. Who knows what will befall this little settlement? It may be swept away by the savages, and it may grow to be a mighty city. It must take that chance. So must you. So must we all take chances. You are here. Find your work, and do it cheerfully, honestly, and let the future take care of itself. And let me say, do not be offended. Beware of idleness and drink. They are as great a danger, nay, greater than the Indians. Miss Zane, if you were to ask me not to drink, I would never touch a drop again," said Alfred earnestly. "I did not ask that," answered Betty, blushing slightly. "But I shall remember it as a promise, and someday I may ask it of you." He looked wonderingly at the girl beside him. He had spent most of his life among educated and cultured people. He had passed several years in the backwoods, but with all his experience with people, he had to confess that this young woman was as a revelation to him. She could ride like an Indian and shoot like a hunter. He had heard that she could run almost as swiftly as her brothers. Evidently she feared nothing, for he had just seen an example of her courage in a deed that had tried even his own nerve, and, withal, she was a bright, happy girl, earnest and true, possessing all the softer graces of his sisters, and that exquisite touch of feminine delicacy and refinement which appeals more to men than any other virtue. "Have you not met Mr. Miller before he came here from Fort Pitt?" asked Betty. "Why do you ask?" "I think he mentioned something of the kind. What else did he say?" "Why, Mr. Clark, I hardly remember." "I see," said Alfred, his face darkening. "He has talked about me. I do not care what he said. I knew him at Fort Pitt, and we had trouble there. I venture to say he has told no one about it. He certainly would not shine in the story, but I am not a tattler. It is not very difficult to see that you do not like him. Jonathan does not either. He says Mr. Miller was friendly with McKee and the notorious Simon Girty, the soldiers who deserted from Fort Pitt and went to the Indians. The girls like him, however. Usually if a man is good-looking and pleasant, that is enough for the girls. I noticed that he paid you a great deal of attention at the dance. He danced 3 times with you." "Did he?" "How observing you are," said Betty, giving him a little sidelong glance. "Well, he is very agreeable, and he dances better than many of the young men." "I wonder if Wetzel got the turkey. I have heard no more shots," said Alfred, showing plainly that he wished to change the subject. "Oh, look there, quick!" exclaimed Betty, pointing toward the hillside. He looked in the direction indicated and saw a doe and a spotted fawn wading into the shallow water. The mother stood motionless a moment, with head erect and long ears extended. Then she drooped her graceful head and drank thirstily of the cool water. The fawn splashed playfully round while its mother was drinking. It would dash a few paces into the stream, and then look back to see if its mother approved. Evidently she did not, for she would stop her drinking and call the fawn back to her side with a soft crooning noise. Suddenly she raised her head, the long ears shot up, and she seemed to sniff the air. She waded through the deeper water to get round a rocky bluff which ran out into the creek. Then she turned and called the little one. The fawn waited until the water reached its knees, then stopped and uttered piteous little bleats. Encouraged by the soft crooning, it plunged into the deep water, and with great splashing and floundering, managed to swim the short distance. Its slender legs shook as it staggered up the bank. Exhausted or frightened, it shrank close to its mother. Together they disappeared in the willows which fringed the side of the hill. "Was not that little fellow cute? I have had several fawns, but have never had the heart to keep them," said Betty. Then, as Alfred made no motion to speak, she continued, "You do not seem very talkative." "I have nothing to say. You will think me dull. The fact is, when I feel deepest, I am least able to express myself." "I will read to you," said Betty, taking up the book. He lay back against the grathel. grassy bank and gazed dreamily at the many-hued trees on the little hillside, at the bare, rugged sides of McCulloch's Rock which frowned down upon them. A silver-breasted eagle sailed slowly round and round in the blue sky far above the bluff. Alfred wondered what mysterious powers sustained that solitary bird as he floated high in the air without perceptible movement of his broad wings. He envied the king of birds his reign over that illimitable space, his far-reaching vision, and his freedom. Round and round the eagle soared, higher and higher, with each perfect circle, and at last, for an instant poising as lightly as if he were about to perch on his lonely crag, he arched his wings and swooped down through the air with the swiftness of a falling arrow. Betty's low voice, the water rushing so musically over the falls, the great yellow leaves falling into the pool, the gentle breeze stirring the clusters of goldenrod, all came softly to Alfred as he lay there with half-closed eyes. The time slipped swiftly by, as only such time can. "I fear the melancholy spirit of the day has prevailed upon you," said Betty, half wistfully. "You did not know I had stopped reading, and I do not believe you heard my favorite poem. I have tried to give you a pleasant afternoon and have failed." "No, no," said Alfred, looking at her with a blue flame in his eyes. "The afternoon has been perfect. I have forgotten my role and have allowed you to see my real self, something I have tried to hide from all. And are you always sad when you are sincere?" "Not always, but I am often sad. Is it any wonder? Is not all nature sad? Listen. There is the song of the oriole. Breaking in on the stillness, it is mournful. The breeze is sad, the brook is sad, this dying Indian summer day is sad. Life itself is sad. Oh no, life is beautiful. You are a child," said he, with a thrill in his deep voice. "I hope you may always be as you are today, in heart, at least. It grows late. See, the shadows are falling. We must go. You know I am going away tomorrow. I don't want to go. Perhaps that is why I have been such poor company today. I have a presentiment of evil. I'm afraid I may never come back. I am sorry you must go." "Do you really mean that?" asked Alfred earnestly, bending toward her. "You know it is a very dangerous undertaking. Will you care if I never returned?" She looked up, and their eyes met. She had raised her head haughtily, as if questioning his right to speak to her in that manner. But as she saw the unspoken appeal in his eyes, her own wavered and fell, while a warm color crept into her cheek. "Yes, I would be sorry," she said gravely. "Then, after a moment, you must portage the canoe round the falls, and from there we can paddle back to the path." The return trip made, they approached the house. As they turned the corner, they saw Colonel Zane standing at the door, talking to Wetzel. They saw that the colonel looked pale and distressed, and the face of the hunter was dark and gloomy. "Lou, did you get my turkey?" said Betty, after a moment of hesitation. "A." Nameless fear filled her breast. For answer, Wetzel threw back the flaps of his coat, and there at his belt hung a small tuft of black hair. Betty knew at once it was the scalp lock of an Indian. Her face turned white, and she placed the hand on the hunter's arm. "What do you mean?" "That is an Indian's scalp." "Lou, you look so strange. Tell me, is it because we went off in the canoe and have been in danger?" "Betty, Isaac has been captured again," said the colonel. "Oh, no, no, no," cried Betty in agonized tones and wringing her hands. Then excitedly, "Something can be done. You must pursue them. Oh, Lou, Mr. Clark, cannot you rescue him?" "They have not had time to go far. Isaac went to the chestnut grove this morning. If he had stayed there, he would not have been captured. But he went far into the Black Forest. The turkey call we heard across the creek was made by a Wyandot concealed in the cave. Lewis tells me that a number of Indians have camped there for days. He shot the one who was calling and followed the others until he found where they had taken Isaac's trail." Betty turned to the younger man with tearful eyes and with beseeching voice implored them to save her brother. "I am ready to follow you," said Clark to Wetzel. The hunter shook his head, but did not answer. "It is that hateful white crane," passionately burst out Betty as the colonel's wife led her weeping into the house. "Did you get more than one shot at them?" asked Clark. The hunter nodded, and the slight, inscrutable smile flitted across his stern features. He never spoke of his deeds. For this reason, many of the thrilling adventures which he must have had will forever remain unrevealed. That evening there was sadness at Colonel Zane's supper table. They felt the absence of the colonel's usual spirits, his teasing of Betty, and his cheerful conversation. He had nothing to say. Betty sat at the table a little while, and then got up and left the room, saying she could not eat. Jonathan, on hearing of his brother's recapture, did not speak, but retired in gloomy silence. Silas was the only one of the family who was not utterly depressed. He said it could have been a great deal worse, that they must make the best of it, and that the sooner Isaac married his Indian princess, the better for his scalp and for the happiness of all concerned. "I remember Miria very well," he said. "It was 8 years ago, and she was only a child. Even then she was very proud and willful, and the loveliest girl I ever laid eyes on." Alfred Clark stayed late at Colonel Zane's that night. Before going away for so many weeks, he wished to have a few more moments alone with Betty. But a favorable opportunity did not present itself during the evening, so when he had bade them all good-bye and good night, except Betty, who opened the door for him, he said softly to her, "It is bright moonlight outside. Come, please, and walk to the gate with me." A full moon shone serenely down on hill and dale, flooding the valley with its pure white light and bathing the pastures in its glory. At the foot of the bluff the waves of the river gleamed like myriads of stars, all twinkling and dancing on a bed of snowy clouds. Thus illumined, the river wound down the valley, its brilliance growing fainter and fainter until at last, resembling the shimmering of a silver thread which joined the earth to heaven, it disappeared in the horizon. "I must say good-bye," said Alfred as they reached the gate. "Friends must part. I am sorry you must go, Mr. Clark, and I trust you may return safe. It seems only yesterday that you saved my brother's life, and I was so grateful and happy. Now he is gone. You should not think about it so much, nor brood over it," answered the young man. "Grieving will not bring him back, nor do you any good. It is not nearly so bad as if he had been captured by some other tribe. Wetzel assures us that Isaac was taken alive. Please do not grieve. I have cried until I cannot cry any more. I am so unhappy. We were children together, and I have always loved him better than anyone since my mother died. To have him back again and then to lose him. Oh, I cannot bear it." She covered her face with her hands and a low sob escaped her. Don't grieve," he said in an unsteady voice as he took the little hands in his and pulled them away from her face. Betty trembled. Something in his voice, a tone she had never heard before, startled her. She looked up at him, half unconscious that he still held her hands in his. Never had she appeared so lovely. "You cannot understand my feelings. I loved my mother. But you have not lost her. That makes all the difference. I want to comfort you, and I am powerless. I am unable to say what He stopped short. As he stood gazing down into her sweet face, burning, passionate words came to his lips, but he was dumb. He could not speak. All day long he had been living in a dream. Now he realized that but a moment remained for him to be near the girl he loved so well. He was leaving her, perhaps never to see her again, or to return to find her another's. A fierce pain tore his heart. You are holding my hands," faltered Betty, in a doubtful, troubled voice. She looked up into his face and saw that it was pale with suppressed emotion. Alfred was mad indeed. He forgot everything. In that moment the world held nothing for him save that fair face. Her eyes, uplifted to his in the moonlight, beamed with a soft radiance. They were honest eyes, just now filled with innocent sadness and regret, but they drew him with irresistible power. Without realizing in the least what he was doing, he yielded to the impulse. Bending his head, he kissed the tremulous lips. "Oh, whispered Betty, standing still as a statue and looking at him with wonderful eyes. Then, as reason returned, a hot flush dyed her face, and wrenching her hands free, she struck him across the cheek. "For God's sake, Betty, I did not mean to do that. Wait. I have something to tell you. For pity's sake, let me explain," he cried, as the full enormity of his offense dawned upon him. Betty was deaf to the imploring voice, for she ran into the house and slammed the door. He called to her but received no answer. He knocked on the door, but it remained closed. He stood still a while, trying to collect his thoughts and to find a way to undo the mischief he had wrought. When the real significance of his act came to him, he groaned in spirit. What a fool he had been! Only a few short hours, and he must start on a perilous journey, leaving the girl he loved in ignorance of his real intentions. Who was to tell her that he loved her? Who was to tell her that it was because his whole heart and soul had gone to her that he had kissed her? With bowed head, he slowly walked away toward the fort, totally oblivious of the fact that a young girl, with hands pressed tightly over her breast to try to still a madly beating heart, watched him from her window until he disappeared into the shadow of the blockhouse. Alfred paced up and down his room the 4 remaining hours of that eventful day. When the light was breaking in at the east in dawn, near at hand he heard the rough voices of men and the tramping of iron-shod hooves. The hour of his departure was at hand. He sat down at his table, and by the aid of the dim light from a pine knot, he wrote a hurried letter to Betty. A little hope revived in his heart, as he thought that perhaps all might yet be well. Surely someone would be up to whom he could entrust the letter, and if no one, he would run over and slip it under the door of Colonel Zane's house. In the gray of the early morning, Alfred rode out with the daring band of heavily armed men, all grim and stern, each silent with the thought of the man who knows he may never return. Soon the settlement was left far behind. Chapter 5. During the last few days, in which the frost had cracked open the hickory nuts, and in which the squirrels had been busily collecting and storing away their supply of nuts for winter use, it had been Isaac's wont to shoulder his rifle, walk up the hill, and spend the morning in the grove. On this crisp autumn morning he had started off as usual, and had been called back by call. Zane, who advised him not to wander far from the settlement. This admonition, kind and brotherly though it was, annoyed Isaac. Like all the Zanes, he had borne in him an intense love for the solitude of the wilderness. There were times when nothing could satisfy him but the calm of the deep woods. One of these moods possessed him now. Courageous to a fault and daring where daring was not always the wiser part, Isaac lacked the practical sense of the colonel and the cool judgment of Jonathan. Impatient of restraint, independent in spirit, and it must be admitted in his persistence in doing as he liked instead of what he ought to do, he resembled Betty more than he did his brothers. Feeling secure in his ability to take care of himself, for he knew he was an experienced hunter and woodsman, he resolved to take a long tramp in the forest. This resolution was strengthened by the fact that he did not believe what the colonel and Jonathan had told him, that it was not improbable some of the Wyandot braves were lurking in the vicinity, bent on killing or recapturing him. At any rate, he did not fear it. Once in the shade of the great trees, the fever of discontent left him, and, forgetting all except the happiness of being surrounded by the silent oaks, he penetrated deeper and deeper into the forest. The brushing of a branch against the tree, the thud of a falling nut, the dart of a squirrel, and the sight of a bushy tail disappearing round a limb, all these things which indicated that the little gray fellows were working in the treetops, and which would usually have brought Isaac to a standstill, now did not seem to interest him. At times he stooped to examine the tender shoots growing at the foot of a sassafras tree. Then again he closely examined marks he found in the soft banks of the streams. He went on and on. 2 hours of this still hunting found him on the bank of a shallow gully through which a brook went rippling and babbling over the mossy green stones. The forest was dense here. Rugged oaks and tall poplars grew high over the tops of the first growth of white oaks and beeches. The wild grapevines, which coiled round the trees like gigantic serpents, spread out in the upper branches and obscured the sun. Witch hopples and laurel bushes grew thickly. Monarchs of the forest, felled by some bygone storm, lay rotting on the ground. And in places the windfalls were so thick and high-teobaliter. Isaac hesitated. He realized that he had plunged far into the Black Forest. Here it was gloomy. A dreamy quiet prevailed, that deep calm of the wilderness, unbroken save for the distant note of the hermit thrush, the strange bird whose lonely cry, given at long intervals, pierced the stillness. Although Isaac had never seen one of these birds, he was familiar with that cry which was never heard except in the deepest woods, far from the haunts of man. A black squirrel ran down a tree and, seeing the hunter, scampered away in alarm. Isaac knew the habits of the black squirrel, that it was a denizen of the wildest woods, and frequented only places remote from civilization. The song of the hermit and the sight of the black squirrel caused Isaac to stop and reflect, with the result that he concluded he had gone much farther from the fort than he had intended. He turned to retrace his steps when a faint sound from down the ravine came to his sharp ears. There was no instinct to warn him that a hideously painted face was raised a moment over the clump of laurel bushes to his left, and that a pair of keen eyes watched every move he made. Unconscious of impending evil, Isaac stopped and looked around him. Suddenly, above the musical babble of the brook and the rustle of the leaves by the breeze, came a repetition of the sound. He crouched close by the trunk of a tree and strained his ears. All was quiet for some moments. Then he heard the patter-patter of little hoofs coming down the stream. Nearer and nearer they came. Sometimes they were almost inaudible, and again he heard them clearly and distinctly. Then there came a splashing and the faint hollow sound caused by hard hoofs striking the stones in shallow water. Finally the sound ceased. Cautiously peering from behind the tree, Isaac saw a doe standing on the bank 50 yards down the brook. Trembling, she had stopped as if in doubt or uncertainty. Her ears pointed straight upward, and she lifted one front foot from the ground, like a thoroughbred pointer. Isaac knew a doe always led the way through the woods, and if there were other deer, they would come up unless warned by the doe. Presently the willows parted, and a magnificent buck with wide-spreading antlers stepped out and stood motionless on the bank. Although they were down the wind, Isaac knew the deer suspected some hidden danger. They looked steadily at the clump of laurels at Isaac's left, a circumstance he remarked at the time, but did not understand the real significance of until long afterward. Following the ringing report of Isaac's rifle, the buck sprang almost across the stream, leaped convulsively up the bank, reached the top, and then, his strength failing, slid down into the stream, where, in his dying struggles, his hooves beat the water into white foam. The doe had disappeared like a brown flash. Isaac, congratulating himself on such a fortunate shot, for rarely indeed does a deer fall dead in his tracks, even when shot through the heart, rose from his crouching position and commenced to reload his rifle. With great care he poured the powder into the palm of his hand, measuring the quantity with his eye, for it was an evidence of a hunter's skill to be able to get the proper quantity for the ball. Then he put the charge into the barrel, placing a little greased linsey rag, about 1/2 inch square, over the muzzle. He laid a small lead bullet on it, and with the ramrod began to push the ball into the barrel. A slight rustle behind him, which sounded to him like the gliding of a rattlesnake over the leaves, caused him to start and turn round. But he was too late. A crushing blow on the head from a club in the hand of a brawny Indian laid him senseless on the ground. When Isaac regained his senses, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, and then he opened his eyes. He was so dizzy that he was unable to discern objects clearly. After a few moments, his sight returned. When he had struggled to a sitting posture, he discovered that his hands were bound with buckskin thongs. By his side he saw 2 long poles of basswood, with some strips of green bark and pieces of grapevine laced across and tied fast to the poles. Evidently this had served as a litter on which he had been carried, From his wet clothes and the position of the sun, now low in the west, he concluded he had been brought across the river and was now miles from the fort. In front of him he saw 3 Indians sitting before a fire. One of them was cutting thin slices from a haunch of deer meat. Another was drinking from a gourd, and the third was roasting a piece of venison, which he held on a sharpened stick. Isaac knew at once the Indians were Wyandots, and he saw they were in full war paint. They were not young braves, but middle-aged warriors. One of them Isaac recognized as Crow, a chief of one of the Wyandot tribes, and a warrior renowned for his daring and for his ability to make his way in a straight line through the wilderness. Crow was a short, heavy Indian, and his frame denoted great strength. He had a broad forehead, high cheekbones, prominent nose, and his face would have been handsome and intelligent, but for the scar which ran across his cheek, giving him a sinister look. "Hugh," said Crow as he looked up and saw Isaac staring at him. The other Indians immediately gave vent to a like exclamation. "Crow, you caught me again," said Isaac in the Wyandot tongue, which he spoke fluently. "The white chief is sure of eye and swift of foot, but he cannot escape the Huron. Crow has been 5 times on his trail since the moon was bright. The white chief's eyes were shut and his ears were deaf," answered the Indian loftily. "How long have you been near the fort?" "2 moons have the warriors of my era hunted the paleface." "Have you any more Indians with you?" The chief nodded and said a party of 9 Wyandots had been in the vicinity of Wheeling for a month. He named some of the warriors. Isaac was surprised to learn of the renowned chiefs who had been sent to recapture him. Not to mention Crow, the Delaware chiefs, son of Wingenund and Wapatomeka, were among the most cunning and sagacious Indians of the West. Isaac reflected that his year's absence from Myra had not caused her to forget him. Crow untied Isaac's hands and gave him water and venison. Then he picked up his rifle, and with a word to the Indians, he stepped into the underbrush that skirted the little dale and was lost to view. Isaac's head ached and throbbed, so that after he had satisfied his thirst and hunger, he was glad to close his eyes and lean back against the tree. Engrossed in thoughts of the home he might never see again, he had lain there an hour without moving when he was aroused from his meditations by low guttural exclamations from the Indians. Opening his eyes, he saw Crow and another Indian enter the glade, leading and half supporting a third savage. They helped this Indian to the log, where he sat down slowly and wearily, holding one hand over his breast. He was a magnificent specimen of Indian manhood, almost a giant in stature, with broad shoulders in proportion to his height. His headdress and the gold rings which encircled his bare muscular arms indicated that he was a chief high in power. The 7 eagle plumes in his scalplock represented 7 warriors that he had killed in battle. Little sticks of wood plaited in his coal-black hair and painted different colors showed to an Indian eye how many times this chief had been wounded by bullet, knife, or tomahawk. His face was calm. If he suffered, he allowed no sign of it to escape him. He gazed thoughtfully into the fire, slowly the while untying the belt which contained his knife and tomahawk. The weapons were raised and held before him, one in each hand, and then waved on high. The action was repeated 3 times. Then slowly and reluctantly the Indian lowered them as if he knew their work on earth was done. It was growing dark, and the bright blades from the campfire lighted up the glade, thus enabling Isaac to see the drooping figure on the log, and in the background, Crow holding a whispered consultation with the other Indians. Isaac heard enough of the colloquy to guess the facts. The chief had been desperately rounded, the palefaces were on their trail, and a march must be commenced at once. Isaac knew the wounded chief. He was the Delaware's son of Wingenund. He, married a Winded squaw, had spent much of his time in the Winded village and on warring expeditions which the 2 friendly nations made on other tribes. Isaac had hunted with him, slept under the same blanket with him, and had grown to like him. As Isaac moved slightly in his position, the chief saw him. He straightened up, threw back the hunting shirt, and pointed to a small hole in his broad breast. A slender stream of blood issued from the wound and flowed down his chest. Wind of Death is a great white chief. His gun is always loaded, he said calmly, and a look of pride gleamed across his dark face as though he gloried in the wound made by such a warrior. Deathwind was one of the many names given to Wetzel by the savages, and a thrill of hope shot through Isaac's heart when he saw the Indians feared Wetzel was on their track. This hope was short-lived, however, for when he considered the probabilities of the thing he knew, that pursuit would only result in his death before the settlers could come up with the Indians, and he concluded that Wetzel, familiar with every trick of the red men, would be the first to think of the hopelessness of rescuing him, and so would not attempt it. The 4 Indians now returned to the fire and stood beside the chief. It was evident to them that his end was imminent. He sang in a low, not unmusical tone, the death chant of the Hurons. His companions silently bowed their heads. When he had finished singing, he slowly rose to his great height, showing a commanding figure. Slowly his features lost their stern pride, his face softened, and his dark eyes, gazing straight into the gloom of the forest, bespoke a superhuman vision. Wingenund has been a great chief. He has crossed his last trail. The deeds of Wingenund will be told in the wigwams of the Lenape, said the chief, in a loud voice, and then sank back into the arms of his comrades. They laid him gently down. A convulsive shudder shook the stricken warrior's frame. Then, starting up, he straightened out his long arm and clutched wildly at the air with his sinewy fingers, as if to grasp and hold the life that was escaping him. Isaac could see the fixed, somber light in the eyes, and the pallor of death stealing over the face of the chief. He turned his eyes away from the sad spectacle, and when he looked again, the majestic figure lay still. The moon sailed out from behind a cloud and shed its mellow light down on the little glade. It showed the 4 Indians digging a grave beneath the oak tree. No word was spoken. They worked with their tomahawks on the soft duff, and soon their task was completed. A bed of moss and ferns lined the last resting place of the chief. His weapons were placed beside him, to go with him to the happy hunting ground, the eternal home of the redmen, where the redmen believe the sun will always shine, and where they will be free from their cruel white foes. When the grave had been filled and the log rolled on it, the Indians stood by it a moment, each speaking a few words in a low tone, while the night wind moaned the dead chief's requiem through the treetops. Accustomed as Isaac was to the bloody conflicts common to the Indians, and to the tragedy that surrounded the life of a borderman, the ghastly sight had unnerved him. The last glimpse of that stern, dark face, of that powerful form, as the moon brightened up the spot in seeming pity, he felt he could never forget. His thoughts were interrupted by the harsh voice of Crow bidding him get up. He was told that the slightest inclination on his part to lag behind on the march before them, or in any way to make their trail plainer, would be the signal for his death. With that, Crow cut the thongs which bound Isaac's legs, and placing him between 2 of the Indians, led the way into the forest. Moving like specters in the moonlight, they marched on and on for hours. Crow was well named. He led them up the stony ridges where their footsteps left no mark, and where even a dog could not find their trail. Down into the valleys and into the shallow streams where the running water would soon wash away all trace of their tracks, then out on the open plain, where the soft, springy grass retained little impress of their moccasins. Single file they marched in the leader's tracks as he led them onward through the dark forests, out under the shining moon, never slacking his rapid pace, ever in a straight line, and yet avoiding the roughest going with that unerring instinct which was this Indian's gift. Toward dawn the moon went down, leaving them in darkness, but this made no difference, for, guided by the stars, Crow kept straight on his course. Not till break of day did he come to a halt. Then, on the banks of a narrow stream, the Indians kindled a fire and broiled some of the venison. Crow told Isaac he could rest, so he made haste to avail himself of the permission, and almost instantly was wrapped in the deep slumber of exhaustion. 3 of the Indians followed suit, and Crow stood guard. Sleepless, tireless, he paced to and fro on the bank, his keen eyes vigilant for signs of pursuers. The sun was high when the party resumed their flight toward the west. Crow plunged into the brook and waded several miles before he took to the woods on the other shore. Isaac suffered severely from the sharp and slippery stones, which in no wise bothered the Indians. His feet were cut and bruised, still he struggled on without complaining. They rested part of the night, and the next day the Indians, now deeming themselves practically safe from pursuit, did not exercise unusual care to conceal their trail. That evening about dusk they came to a rapidly flowing stream which ran northwest. Crow and one of the other Indians parted the willows on the bank at this point and dragged forth a long birch bark canoe which they ran into the stream. Isaac recognized the spot. It was near the head of Mad River, the river which ran through the Wyandotte settlements. 2 of the Indians took the bow. The 3rd Indian and Isaac sat in the middle, back to back, and Crow knelt in the stern. Once launched on that wild ride, Isaac forgot his uneasiness and his bruises. The night was beautiful. He loved the water and was not lacking in sentiment. He gave himself up to the charm of the silver moonlight, of the changing scenery, and the musical gurgle of the water. Had it not been for the cruel face of Crow, he could have imagined himself on one of those enchanted canoes in fairyland, of which he had read when a boy. Ever varying pictures presented themselves at the range, impelled by vigorous arms, flew over the shining bosom of the stream. Here, in a sharp bend, was a narrow place where the trees on each bank interlaced their branches and hid the moon, making a dark and dim retreat. Then came a short series of ripples, with merry bouncing waves and foamy currents. Below lay a long smooth reach of water, deep and placid, mirroring the moon and the countless stars. Noiseless as a shadow, the canoe glided down this stretch, the paddle dipping regularly, flashing brightly, and scattering diamond drops in the clear moonlight. Another turn in the stream, and a sound like the roar of an approaching storm as it is borne on a rising wind broke the silence. It was the roar of rapids or falls. The stream narrowed, the water ran swifter. Rocky ledges rose on both sides, gradually getting higher and higher. Crow rose to his feet and looked ahead. Then he dropped to his knees and turned the head of the canoe into the middle of the stream. The roar became deafening. Looking forward, Isaac saw that they were entering the dark gorge. In another moment the canoe pitched over a fall and shot between 2 high rocky bluffs. These walls ran up almost perpendicularly 200 feet. The space between was scarcely 20 feet wide, and the water fairly screamed as it rushed madly through its narrow passage. In the center it was like a glancing sheet of glass, weird and dark, and was bordered on the sides by white seething foam-capped waves which tore and dashed and leaped at their stony confines. Though the danger was great, though death lurked in those jagged stones and in those black weights, Isaac felt no fear. He knew the strength of that arm, now rigid and again moving with lightning swiftness. He knew the power of the eye which guided them. Once more out under the starry sky, rifts, shallows, narrows, and lake-like basins were passed swiftly. At length, as the sky was becoming gray in the east, they passed into the shadow of what was called the Standing Stone. This was a peculiarly shaped stone-faced bluff standing high over the river and taking its name from Tari, or Standing Stone, chief of all the Hurons. At the first sight of that well-known landmark which stood by the Wyandotte village, there mingled with Isaac's despondency and resentment some other feeling that was akin to pleasure. With a quickening of the pulse came a confusion of expectancy and bitter memories as he thought of the dark-eyed maiden from whom he had fled a year ago. "Ko-we-ko-wo," called out one of the Indians in the bow of the canoe. The signal was heard, for immediately an answering shout came from the shore, when a few moments later the canoe grated softly on a pebbly beach. Isaac saw, indistinctly in the morning mist, the faint outlines of teepees and wigwams, and he knew he was once more in the encampment of the Wyandots. Late in the afternoon of that day, Isaac was awakened from his heavy slumber and told that the chief had summoned him. He got up from the buffalo robes upon which he had flung himself that morning, stretched his aching limbs, and walked to the door of the lodge. The view before him was so familiar that it seemed as if he had suddenly come home after being absent a long time. The last rays of the setting sun shone ruddy and bright over the top of the standing stone. They touched the scores of lodges and wigwams which dotted the little valley. They crimsoned the swift, narrow river rushing noisily over its rocky bed. The banks of the stream were lined with rows of canoes. Here and there a bridge made of a single tree spanned the stream. From the campfires long, thin columns of blue smoke curled lazily upward. Giant maple trees, in them garb of purple and gold, rose high above the wigwams, adding a further beauty to this peaceful scene. As Isaac was led down a lane between two long lines of teepees, the watching Indians did not make the demonstration that usually marked the capture of a paleface. Some of the old squaws looked up from their work round the campfires and steaming kettles and grinned as the prisoner passed. The braves who were sitting upon their blankets and smoking their long pipes or lounging before the warm blazes maintained a stolid indifference. The dusky maidens smiled shyly, and the little Indian boys, with whom Isaac had always been a great favorite, manifested their joy by yelling and running after him. One youngster grasped Isaac round the leg and held on until he was pulled away. In the center of the village were several lodges connected with one another, and larger and more imposing than the surrounding teepees. These were the wigwams of the chief, and thither Isaac was conducted. The guards led him to a large and circular apartment and left him there alone. This room was the council room. It contained nothing but a low seat and a knotted war club. Isaac heard the rattle of beads and bear claws, and as he turned, a tall and majestic Indian entered the room. It was Tari, the chief of all the Wyandots. Though Tar was over 70, he walked erect. His calm face, dark as a bronze mask, showed no trace of his advanced age. Every line and feature of his face had race in it: the high forehead, the square, protruding jaw, the stern mouth, the falcon eyes, all denoted the pride and unbending will of the last of the Tarhes. "The white eagle is again in the power of Tar," said the chief in his native tongue. Though he had the swiftness of the bounding deer or the flight of the eagle, it would avail him not. The wild geese as they fly northward are not swifter than the warriors of Tarhi. Swifter than all is the vengeance of the Huron. The young paleface has cost the lives of some great warriors. What has he to say? "It was not my fault," answered Isaac quickly. "I was struck down from behind and had no chance to use a weapon. I have never raised my hand against a Wyandotte. Crow will tell you that. If my people and friends kill your braves, I am not to blame. Yet I have had good cause to shed Huron blood. Your warriors have taken me from my home and have wounded me many times. The white chief speaks well." "Tar believes his words," answered Tari in his sonorous voice. "The Lenapes seek the death of the pale face. Wingenund grieves for his son. He is Tarfi's friend. Tarhi is old and wise, and he is king here. He can save the white chief from Wingenund and Cornplanter. Listen, Tari is old and he has no son. He will make you a great chief and give you lands and braves and honors. He shall not ask you to raise your hand against your people, but help to bring peace. Tar does not love this war. He wants only justice. He wants only to keep his lands, his horses, and his people. The white chief is known to be brave. His step is light, his eye is keen, and his bullet is true. For many long moons, Tar's daughter has been like the singing bird without its mate. She sings no more. She shall be the white chief's wife. She has the blood of her mother and not that of the last of the Tarhes. Thus the mistakes of Tarhes' youth come to disappoint his old age. He is the friend of the young paleface. Tarhi has said, 'Now go and make your peace with Maira.'" The chief motioned toward the back of the lodge. Isaac stepped forward and went through another large room, evidently the chief's, as it was fitted up with a wild and barbaric splendor. Isaac hesitated before a bearskin curtain at the farther end of the chief's lodge. He had been there many times before, but never with such conflicting emotions. What was it that made his heart beat faster? With a quick movement he lifted the curtain and passed under it. The room which he entered was circular in shape and furnished with all the bright colors and luxuriance known to the Indian. Buffalo robes covered the smooth, hard-packed clay floor. Animals, allegorical pictures, and fanciful Indian designs had been painted on the wall. Bows and arrows, shields, strings of bright colored beads, and Indian scarfs hung round the room. The wall was made of dried deerskins sewed together and fastened over long poles which were planted in the ground and bent until the ends met overhead. An oval-shaped opening let in the light. Through a narrow aperture, which served as a door leading to a smaller apartment, could be seen a low couch covered with red blankets and a glimpse of many-hued garments hanging on the wall. As Isaac entered the room, a slender maiden ran impulsively to him and, throwing her arms round his neck, hid her face on his breast. A few broken, incoherent words escaped her lips. Isaac disengaged himself from the clinging arms and put her from him. The face raised to his was strikingly beautiful. Oval in shape, it was as white as his own, with a broad, low brow and regular features. The eyes were large and dark, and they dilated and quickened with 1,000 shadows of thought. "Myra, I am taken again. This time there has been bloodshed. The Delaware chief was killed, and I do not know how many more Indians. The chiefs are all for putting me to death. I am in great danger. Why could you not leave me in peace?" At his first words, the maiden sighed and turned sorrowfully and proudly away from the angry face of the young man. A short silence ensued. "Then you are not glad to see Myra," she said in English. Her voice was music. It rang low, sweet, clear-toned as a bell. "What has that to do with it? Under some circumstances I would be glad to see you. But to be dragged back here, and perhaps murdered, no, I don't welcome it." "Look at this mark where Crow hit me," said Isaac passionately, bowing his head to enable her to see the bruise where the club had struck him. "I am sorry," said Myra gently. "I know that I am in great danger from the Delawares. The daughter of Tara has saved your life before, and will save it again. They may kill me in spite of you. They will not dare. Do not forget that I saved you from the Shawnees. What did my father say to you?" "He assured me that he was my friend, and that he would protect me from Wingenund. But I must marry you and become one of the tribe." "I cannot do that, and that is why I am sure they will kill me. You are angry now. I will tell you. Myra tried hard to win your love, and when you ran away from her, she was proud for a long time, but there was no singing of birds, no music of the waters, no beauty in anything after you left her. Life became unbearable without you. Then Myra remembered that she was a daughter of kings. She summoned the bravest and greatest warriors of 2 tribes and said to them, 'Go and bring to me the pale-face white eagle. Bring him to me alive or dead. If alive, Myra will smile once more upon her warriors. If dead, she will look once upon his face and die.' Ever since Myra was old enough to remember, she has thought of you. Would you wish her to be inconstant, like the moon? It is not what I wish you to be. It is that I cannot live always without seeing my people. I told you that a year ago. You told me other things in that past time before you ran away. They were tender words that were sweet to the ear of the Indian maiden. Have you forgotten them?" "I have not forgotten them. I am not without feeling. You do not understand. Since I have been home this last time, I have realized more than ever that I could not live away from my home. Is there any maiden in your old home whom you have learned to love more than Myra?" He did not reply, but looked gloomily out of the opening in the wall. Myra had placed her hold upon his arm, and as he did not answer, the hand tightened its grasp. "She shall never have you." The low tones vibrated with intense feeling, with a deathless resolve. Isaac laughed bitterly and looked up at her. Myra's face was pale and her eyes burned like fire. "I should not be surprised if you gave me up to the Delawares," said Isaac coldly. "I am prepared for it, and I would not care very much. I have despaired of your ever becoming civilized enough to understand the misery of my sister and family. Why not let the Indians kill me?" He knew how to wound her. A quick, shuddery cry broke from her lips. She stood before him with bowed head and wept. When she spoke again, her voice was broken and pleading. "You are cruel and unjust. Though Myra has Indian blood, she is a white woman. She can feel as your people do. In your anger and bitterness, you forget that Myra saved you from the knife of the Shawnees. You forget her tenderness. You forget that she nursed you when you were wounded. Myra has a heart to break. Has she not suffered? Is she not laughed at, scorned, called a paleface by the other tribes? She thanks the Great Spirit for the Indian blood. That keep her true. The white man changes his loves and his wives. That is not an Indian gift." "No, Myra, I did not say so. There is no other woman. It is that I am wretched and sick at heart. Do you not see that this will end in a tragedy some day? Can you not realize that we would be happier if you would let me go? If you love me, you would not want to see me dead. If I do not marry you, they will kill me. If I try to escape again, they win. Kill me. Let me go free. I cannot! I cannot!" She cried, "You have taught me many of the ways of your people, but you cannot change my nature. Why cannot you free me? I love you, and I will not live without you." "Then come and go to my home and live there with me," said Isaac, taking a weeping maiden in his arms. "I know that my people will welcome you." "Myra would be pitied and scorned," she said sadly, shaking her head. Isaac tried hard to steel his heart against her, but he was only mortal and he failed. The charm of her presence influenced him, her love wrung tenderness from him. Those dark eyes, so proud to all others, but which gazed wistfully and yearningly into his, stirred his heart to its depths. He kissed the tear-wet cheeks and smiled upon her. "Well, since I am a prisoner once more, I must make the best of it. Do not look so sad. We shall talk of this another day. Come, let us go and find my little friend Captain Jack." He remembered me, for he ran out and grasped my knee, and they pulled him away. Chapter 6. When the first French explorers invaded the Northwest about the year 1615, the Wyandot Indians occupied the territory between Georgian Bay and the Muskoka Lakes in Ontario. These Frenchmen named the tribe Huron because of the manner in which they wore their hair. At this period, the Hurons were at war with the Iroquois, and the two tribes kept up a bitter fight until in 1649, when the Hurons suffered a decisive defeat. They then abandoned their villages and sought other hunting grounds. They traveled south and settled in Ohio along the south and west shores of Lake Erie. The present site of Zanesfield, named from Isaac Zane, marks the spot where the largest tribe of Hurons once lived. In a grove of maples on the banks of a swift little river named Mad River, the Hurons built their lodges and their wigwams. The stately elk and graceful deer abounded in this fertile valley, and countless herds of bison browsed upon the uplands. There for many years the Hurons lived a peaceful and contented life. The long war cry was not heard. They were at peace with the neighboring tribes. Tari, the Huron chief, attained great influence with the Delawares. He became a friend of Logan, the Mingo chief. With the invasion of the valley of the Ohio by the whites, with the march into the wilderness of that wild turkey breed of heroes, of which Boone, Kenton, the Zanes, and the Wetzels were the first, the Indian's nature gradually changed until he became a fierce and relentless foe. The Hurons had sided with the French in Pontiac's war, and in the Revolution they aided the British. They allied themselves with the Mingos, Delawares, and Shawnees, and made a fierce war on the Virginian pioneers. Some powerful influence must have engendered this implacable hatred in these tribes, particularly in the Mingo and the Wyandot. The war between the Indians and the settlers along the Pennsylvania and West Virginia borders was known as Dunmore's War. The Hurons, Mingos, and Delawares living in the hunter's paradise west of the Ohio River, seeing their land sold by the Iroquois and the occupation of their possessions by a daring band of white men, naturally were filled with fierce anger and hate. But remembering the past bloody war and British punishment, they slowly moved backward toward the setting sun and kept the peace. In 1774, a canoe filled with friendly Wyandots was attacked by white men below Yellow Creek, and the Indians were killed. Later the same year, a party of men under Colonel Quisop made an unprovoked and dastardly massacre of the family and relatives of Logan. This attack reflected the deepest dishonor upon all the white men concerned and was the principal cause of the long and bloody war which followed. The settlers on the border sent messengers to Governor Dunmore at Williamsburg for immediate relief parties. Knowing well that the Indians would not allow this massacre to go unavenged, the frontiersmen erected forts and blockhouses. Logan, the famous Mingo chief, had been a noted friend of the white men. After the murder of his people, he made ceaseless war upon them. He incited the wrath of the Hurons and the Delawares. He went on the warpath, and when his lust for vengeance had been satisfied, he sent the following remarkable address to Lord Dunmore. I appeal to any white man to say if ever he entered Logan's cabin, and he gave him not meat, if ever he came cold and naked, and he clothed him not. During the course of the last long and bloody war, Logan remained idle in his cabin, an advocate of peace. Such was my love for the whites that my countrymen pointed as they passed and said, "Logan is the friend of the white man." I had even thought to have lived with you, but for the injuries of one man, Colonel Quisop, who, last spring, in cold blood and unprovoked, murdered all the relatives of Logan, not even sparing my women and children. There runs not a drop of my blood in the veins of any living creature. This called upon me for vengeance. I have sought it, I have killed many, I have glutted my vengeance. For my country I will rejoice at the beams of peace. But do not harbor a thought that mine is the joy of fear. Logan never felt fear. He could not turn upon his heel to save his life. Who is there to mourn for Logan? Not one. The war between the Indians and the pioneers was waged for years. The settlers pushed farther and farther into the wilderness. The Indians, who at first sought only to save their farms and their stock, now fought for revenge. That is why every ambitious pioneer who went out upon those borders carried his life in his hands. Why there was always the danger of being shot or tomahawked from behind every tree. Why wife and children were constantly in fear of the terrible enemy. To creep unawares upon a foe and strike him in the dark was Indian warfare. To an Indian it was not dishonorable. It was not cowardly. He was taught to hide in the long grass like a snake, to shoot from coverts, to worm his way stealthily through the dense woods, and to ambush the pale-face's trail. Horrible cruelties, such as torturing white prisoners and burning them at the stake, were never heard of before the war made upon the Indians by the whites. Comparatively little is known of the real character of the Indian of that time. We ourselves sit before our warm fires and talk of the deeds of the red men. We while away an hour by reading Pontiac's siege of Detroit, of the Battle of Braddock's Fields, and of Custer's last charge. We lay the book down with a fervent expression of thankfulness that the day of the horrible red men is past. Because little has been written on the subject, no thought is given to the long years of deceit and treachery practiced upon Pontiac. We are ignorant of the causes which led to the slaughter of Braddock's army, and we know little of the life of bitterness suffered by Sitting Bull. Many intelligent white men, who were acquainted with the true life of the Indian before he was harassed and driven to desperation by the pioneers, said that he had been cruelly wronged. Many white men in those days loved the Indian life so well that they left the settlements and lived with the Indians. Boone, who knew the Indian nature, said the honesty and the simplicity of the Indian were remarkable. Kenton said he had been happy among the Indians. Zane had many Indian friends. Betty Zane, who lived most of his life with the Wyandots, said the American Redman had been wrongfully judged, a bloodthirsty savage, an ignorant, thieving wretch capable of not one virtue. He said the free, picturesque life of the Indians would have appealed to any white man, that it had a wonderful charm, and that before the war with the whites, the Indians were kind to their prisoners and sought only to make Indians of them. He told tales of how easily white boys become Indianized, so attached to the wild life, freedom of the Redmen, that it was impossible to get the captives to return to civilized life. The boys had been permitted to grow wild with the Indian lads, to fish and shoot and swim with them, to play the Indian games, to live idle, joyous lives. He said these white boys had been ransomed and taken from captivity and returned to their homes, and, although a close watch is kept on them, they contrived to escape and return to the Indians, and that while they were back among civilized people, it was difficult to keep the boys dressed. In summertime it was useless to attempt it. The strongest hemp linen shirts, made with the strongest collar and wristband, would directly be torn off, and the little rascals found swimming in the river or rolling on the sand. If we may believe what these men have said, and there seems no good reason why we may not, the Indian was very different from the impression given of him. There can be little doubt that the Redman once lived a noble and blameless life, that he was simple, honest, and brave, that he had a regard for honor and a respect for a promise far exceeding that of most white men. Think of the beautiful poetry and legends left by these silent men, men who were a part of the woods, men whose music was the sighing of the wind, the rustling of the leaf, the murmur of the brook, men whose simple joys were the chase of the stag and the light in the dark eye of a maiden. If we wish to find the highest type of the American Indian, we must look for him before he was driven west by the land-seeking pioneer and before he was degraded by the rum-selling French trader. The French claimed all the land watered by the Mississippi River and its tributaries. The French Canadian was a restless, roaming adventurer, and he found his vocation in the fur trade. This fur trade engendered a strange class of men, bushrangers they were called, whose work was to paddle the canoe along the lakes and streams, and exchange their cheap rum for the valuable furs of the Indians. To these men the Indians of the West owe their degradation. These bushrangers or coureurs de bois perverted the Indians and sank into barbarism with them. The few travelers there in those days were often surprised to find in the wigwams of the Indians men who acknowledged the blood of France, yet who had lost all semblance to the white man. They lived in their teepee with their Indian squaws, and lolled on their blankets while the squaws cooked their venison and did all the work. They let their hair grow long and wore feathers in it. They painted their faces hideously with ochre and vermilion. These were the worthless traders and adventurers who, from the year 1748 to 1783, encroached on the hunting grounds of the Indians and explored the wilderness, seeking out the remote tribes and trading the villainous rum for the rare pelts. In 1784, the French authorities, realizing that these vagrants were demoralizing the Indians, warned them to get off the soil. Finding this course ineffectual, they arrested those that could be apprehended and sent them to Canada. But it was too late. The harm had been done. The poor, ignorant savage had tasted of the terrible fire water, as he called the rum, and his ruin was inevitable. It was a singular fact that almost every Indian who had once tasted strong drink was unable to resist the desire for more. When a trader came to one of the Indian hamlets, the braves purchased a keg of rum, and then they held a council to see who was to get drunk and who was to keep sober. It was necessary to have some sober Indians in camp, otherwise the drunken braves would kill one another. The weapons would have to be concealed. When the Indians had finished one keg of rum, they would buy another, and so on until not a beaver skin was left. Then the trader would move, or when the Indians sobered up, they would be much dejected, for invariably they would find that some had been wounded, others crippled, and often several had been killed. Logan, using all his eloquence, traveled from village to village visiting the different tribes and making speeches. He urged the Indians to shun the dreaded firewater. He exclaimed against the whites for introducing liquor to the Indians and thus debasing them. At the same time, Logan admitted his own fondness for rum. This intelligent and noble Indian was murdered in a drunken fight shortly after sending his address to Lord Dunmore. Thus it was that the poor Indians had no chance to avert their downfall. The steadily increasing tide of land-stealing settlers rolling westward and the insidious, debasing, soul-destroying liquor were the noble Redman's doom. Isaac Zane dropped back, not altogether unhappily, into his old place in the wigwam, in the hunting parties, and in the Indian games. When the braves were in camp, the greatest part of the day was spent in shooting and running matches, in canoe races, in wrestling, and in the game of ball. The chiefs and the older braves who had won their laurels and the maidens of the tribe looked on and applauded. Isaac entered into all these pastimes, partly because he had a natural love for them, and partly because he wished to win the regard of the Indians. In wrestling and in those sports which required weight and endurance, he usually suffered defeat. In a foot race, there was not a brave in the entire tribe who could keep even with him. But it was with the rifle that Isaac won his greatest distinction. The Indians never learned the finer shooting with the rifle. Some few of them could shoot well, but for the most part they were poor marksmen. Accordingly, Isaac was always taken on the fall hunt. Every autumn there were 3 parties sent out to bring in the supply of meat for the winter. Because of Isaac's fine marksmanship, he was always taken with the bear hunters. Bear hunting was exciting and dangerous work. Before the weather got very cold and winter actually set in, the bears crawled into a hole in a tree or a cave in the rocks where they hibernated. A favorite place for them was in hollow trees. When the Indians found a tree with the scratches of a bear on it and a hole large enough to admit the body of a bear, an Indian climbed up the tree and with a long pole tried to punch Bruin out of his den. Often this was a hazardous undertaking, for the bear would get angry on being disturbed in his winter sleep and would rush out before the Indian could reach a place of safety. At times there were even 2 or 3 bears in one den. Sometimes the bear would refuse to come out, and on these occasions, which were rare, the hunters would resort to fire. A piece of dry, rotten wood was fastened to a long pole and was set on fire. When this was pushed in on the bear, he would give a sniff and a growl and come out in a hurry. The buffalo and elk were hunted with the bow and arrow. This effective weapon did not make a noise and frightened the game. The wary Indian crawled through the high grass until within easy range and sometimes killed several buffalo or elk before the herd became alarmed. The meat was then jerked. This consisted in cutting it into thin strips and drying it in the sun. Afterwards it was hung up in the lodges. The skins were stretched on poles to dry, and when cured they served as robes, clothing, and wigwam coverings. The Indians were fond of honey and maple sugar. The finding of a hive of bees or a good run of maple syrup was an occasion for general rejoicing. They found the honey in hollow trees, and they obtained the maple sugar in 2 ways. When the sap came up in the maple trees, a hole was bored in the trees about a foot from the ground, and a small tube, usually made from a piece of alder, was inserted in the hole. Through this, the sap was carried into a vessel which was placed under the tree. This sap was boiled down in kettles. If the Indians had no kettles, they made the frost take the place of heat in preparing the sugar. They used shallow vessels made of bark, and these were filled with water and the maple sap. It was left to freeze overnight, and in the morning the ice was broken and thrown away. The sugar did not freeze. When this process had been repeated several times, the residue was very good maple sugar. Isaac did more than his share toward the work of provisioning the village for the winter, but he enjoyed it. He was particularly fond of fishing by moonlight. Early November was the best season for this sport, and the Indians caught large numbers of fish. They placed a torch in the bow of a canoe and paddled noiselessly over the stream. In the clear water, a bright light would so attract and fascinate the fish that they would lie motionless near the bottom of the shallow stream. One cold night Isaac was in the bow of the canoe. Seeing a large fish, he whispered to the Indians with him to exercise caution. His guides paddled noiselessly through the water. Isaac stood up and raised the spear, ready to strike. In another second, Isaac had cast the iron, but in his eagerness he overbalanced himself and plunged head first into the icy current, making a great splash and spoiling any further fishing. Incidents like this were a source of infinite amusement to the Indians. Before the autumn evenings grew too cold, the Indian held their courting dances. All unmarried maidens and braves in the village were expected to take part in these dances. In the bright light of huge fires, and watched by the chiefs, the old men, the squaws, and the children, the maidens and the braves, arrayed in their gaudiest apparel, marched into the circle. They formed two lines a few paces apart. Each held in the right hand a dry gourd which contained pebbles. Advancing toward one another, they sang the courting song, keeping time to the tune with the rattling of the pebbles. When they met in the center, the braves bent forward and whispered a word to the maidens. At a certain point in that song, which was indicated by a louder note, the maidens would change their positions, and this was continued until every brave had whispered to every maiden when the dance ended. Isaac took part in all these pleasures. He entered into every phase of the Indian's life. He hunted, worked, played, danced, and sang with faithfulness. But when the long, dreary winter days came with their ice-laden breezes, enforcing idleness on the Indians, he became restless. Sometimes for days he would be morose and gloomy, keeping beside his own tent and not mingling with the Indians. At such times, Maira did not question him. Even in his happier hours, his diversions were not many. He never tired of watching and studying the Indian children. When he had an opportunity without being observed, which was seldom, he amused himself with the papooses. The Indian baby was strapped to a flat piece of wood and covered with a broad blapple's buckskin. The squaws hung these primitive baby carriages up on the pole of a teepee, on a branch of a tree, or threw them round anywhere. Isaac never heard a papoose cry. He often pulled down the flap of buckskin and looked at the solemn little fellow, who would stare up at him with big, wondering eyes. Isaac's most intimate friend was a 6-year-old Indian boy, whom he called Captain Jack. He was the son of Thundercloud, the war chief of the Hurons. Jack made a brave picture in his buckskin hunting suit and his war bonnet. Already he could stick tenaciously on the back of a racing mustang, and with his little bow he could place arrow after arrow in the center of the target. Knowing Captain Jack would someday be a mighty chief, Isaac taught him to speak English. He endeavored to make Jack love him, so that when the lad should grow to be a man, he would remember his white brother and show mercy to the prisoners who fell into his power. Another of Isaac's favorites was a half-breed Ottawa Indian, a distant relative of Tarshi's. This Indian was very old. No one knew how old. His face was seamed and scarred and wrinkled. Bent and shrunken was his form. He slept most of the time, but at long intervals he would brighten up and tell of his prowess when a warrior. One of his favorite stories was of the part he had taken in the events of that fatal and memorable July 2nd, 1755, when General Braddock and his English army were massacred by the French and Indians near Fort Duquesne. The old chief told how Beaujeu with his Frenchmen and his 500 Indians ambushed Braddock's army, surrounded the soldiers, fired from the ravines, the trees, the long grass, poured a pitiless hail of bullets on the bewildered British soldiers, who, unaccustomed to this deadly and unseen foe, huddled under the trees like herds of frightened sheep and were shot down with hardly an effort to defend themselves. The old chief related that 15 years after that battle, he went to the Kanawha settlement to see the big chief, General George Washington, who was traveling on the Kanawha. He told General Washington how he had fought in the Battle of Braddock's Fields, how he had shot and killed General Braddock, how he had fired repeatedly at Washington and had killed 2 horses under him, and how at last he came to the conclusion that Washington was protected by the Great Spirit who destined him for a great future. Maira was the Indian name for a rare and beautiful bird. the white crane commonly called by the Indians, walk in the water. It had been the name of Tar's mother and grandmother. The present, Myra, was the daughter of a French woman who had been taken captive at a very early age, adopted into the Huron tribe, and married to Tarhe. The only child of this union was Myra. She grew to be a beautiful woman and was known in Detroit and the Canadian forts as Tar's white daughter. The old chief often visited the towns along the lake shore, and so proud was he of Myra that he always had her accompany him. White men traveled far to look at the Indian beauty. Many French soldiers wooed her in vain. Once, while Tar was in Detroit, a noted French family tried in every way to get possession of Myra. The head of this family believed he saw in Myra the child of his long-lost daughter. Tarhe hurried away from the city and never returned to the white settlement. Myra was only 5 years old at the time of the capture of the Zane brothers, and it was at this early age that she formed the attachment for Isaac Zane which clung to her all her life. She was 7 when the men came from Detroit to ransom the brothers, and she showed such grief when she learned that Isaac was to be returned to his people that Tar refused to accept any ransom for Isaac. As Myra grew older, her childish fancy for the white boy deepened into an intense love. But while this love tendered her inexorable to Isaac on the question of giving him his freedom, it undoubtedly saved his life, as well as the lives of other white prisoners, on more than one occasion. To the white captives who fell into the hands of the Hurons, she was kind and merciful. Many of the wounded she attended with her own hands, and many poor wretches she had saved from the gauntlet and the stake. When her efforts to persuade her father to save anyone were unavailing, she would retire in sorrow to her lodge and remain there. Her infatuation for the white eagle, the Huron name for Isaac, was an old story. It was known to all the tribes and had long ceased to be questioned. At first, some of the Delawares and the Shawnee braves, who had failed to win Myra's love, had openly scorned her for her love for the pale face. The Wyandot warriors to a man worshipped her. They would have marched straight into the jaws of death at her command. They resented the insults which had been cast on their princess, and they had wiped them out in blood. Now none dared taunt her. In the spring following Isaac's recapture, a very serious accident befell him. He had become expert in the Indian game of ball, which is a game resembling the Canadian lacrosse, and from which, in fact, it had been adopted. Goals were placed at both ends of a level plain. Each party of Indians chose a goal which they endeavored to defend, and at the same time would try to carry the ball over their opponent's line. A well-contested game of Indian ball presented a scene of wonderful effort and excitement. Hundreds of strong and supple braves could be seen running over the plain, darting this way and that, or struggling in a yelling, kicking, fighting mass, all in a mad scramble to get the ball. As Isaac had his share of the Zane's swiftness of foot, at times his really remarkable fleetness enabled him to get control of the ball. In front of the band of yelling savages he would carry it down the field, and evading the guards at the goal, would throw it between the posts. This was a feat of which any brave could be proud. During one of these games, Red Fox, a Wyandot brave who had long been hopelessly in love with Myra and who cordially hated Isaac, used this opportunity for revenge. Red Fox, who was a swift runner, had vied with Isaac for the honors, but being defeated in the end, he had yielded to his jealous frenzy and had struck Isaac a terrible blow on the head with his bat. It happened to be a glancing blow, or Isaac's life would have been ended then and there. As it was, he had a deep gash in his head. The Indians carried him to his lodge, and the medicine men of the tribe were summoned. When Isaac recovered consciousness, he asked for Myra and entreated her not to punish Red Fox. He knew that such a course would only increase his difficulties, and, on the other hand, if he saved the life of the Indian who had struck him in such a cowardly manner, such an act would appeal favorably to the Indians. His entreaties had no effect on Myra, who was furious, and who said that if Red Fox, who had escaped, ever returned, he would pay for his unprovoked assault with his life. even if she had to kill him herself. Isaac knew that Myria would keep her word. He dreaded every morning that the old squaw who prepared his meals would bring him the news that his assailant had been slain. Red Fox was a popular brave, and there were many Indians who believed the blow he had struck Isaac was not intentional. Isaac worried needlessly, however, for Red Fox never came back and nothing could be learned. As to his whereabouts, it was during his convalescence that Isaac learned really to love the Indian maiden. She showed such distress in the first days after his injury and such happiness when he was out of danger and on the road to recovery that Isaac wondered at her. She attended him with anxious solicitude. When she bathed and bandaged his wound, her every touch was a tender caress. She sat by him for hours. Her low voice made soft melody as she sang the Huron love songs. The moments were sweet to Isaac when in the gathering twilight she leaned her head on his shoulder while they listened to the evening carol of the Whip Poor Will. Days passed, and at length Isaac was entirely well. One day, when the air was laden with the warm breath of summer, Myra and Isaac walked by the river. "You are sad again," said Myra. "I am homesick. I want to see my people." "Myra, you have named me rightly. The eagle can never be happy unless he is free. The eagle can be happy with his mate. And what life could be freer than a Huron's? I hope always that you will grow content. It has been a long time now, Myra, since I have spoken with you of my freedom. Will you ever free me, or must I take again those awful chances of escape? I cannot always live here in this way. Some day I shall be killed while trying to get away, and then, if you truly love me, you will never forgive yourself. Does not Myra truly love you?" she asked, gazing straight into his eyes, her own misty and sad. "I do not doubt that, but I think sometimes that it is not the right kind of love. It is too savage. No man should be made a prisoner for no other reason than that. He is loved by a woman. I have tried to teach you many things, the language of my people, their ways and thoughts, but I have failed to civilize you. I cannot make you understand that it is unwomanly. Do not turn away. I am not indifferent. I have learned to care for you. Your beauty and tenderness have made anything else impossible. Myra is proud of her beauty, if it pleases the eagle. Her beauty and her love are his." Yet the eagle's words make Myra sad. She cannot tell what she feels. The paleface's words flow swiftly and smoothly like rippling waters. But Myra's heart is full and her lips are dumb. Myra and Isaac stopped under a spreading elm tree, the branches of which drooped over and shaded the river. The action of the high water had worn away the earth round the roots of the old elm, leaving them bare and dry when the stream was low. As though nature had been jealous in the interest of lovers, she had twisted and curled the roots into a curiously shaped bench just above the water, which was secluded enough to escape all eyes except those of the beaver and the muskrat. The bank above was carpeted with fresh, dewy grass. Bluebells and violets hid modestly under their dark green leaves. Delicate ferns, like wonderful fairy lace, lifted their dainty heads to sway in the summer breeze. In this quiet nook the lovers passed many hours. "Then, if my white chief has learned to care for me, he must not try to escape," whispered Myra tenderly as she crept into Isaac's arms and laid her head on his breast. "I love you. I love you. What will become of Myra if you leave her? Could she ever be happy? Could she ever forget? No, no, I will keep my captive. I cannot persuade you to let me go. If I free you, I will come and lie here," cried Myra, pointing to the dark pool. "Then come with me to my home and live there. Go with you to the village of the pale faces, where Myra would be scorned, pointed at as your captors laughed at and pitied? No, no." "But you would not be," said Isaac eagerly. "You would be my wife. My sister and people will love you. Come, Myra, save me from this bondage. Come home with me, and I will make you happy." "It can never be," she said sadly after a long pause. How would we ever reach the fort by the big river? Tar loves his daughter and will not give her up. If we tried to get away, the Braves would overtake us, and then even Myra could not save your life. You would be killed. I dare not try. No, no, Mira loves too well for that. You might make the attempt, said Isaac, turning away in bitter disappointment. If you love me, you could not see me suffer. Never say that again, cried Myra, pain and scorn in her dark eyes. Can an Indian princess who has the blood of great chiefs in her veins prove her love in any way that she has not? Some day you will know that you wrong me. I am Tarha's daughter. A Huron does not lie. They slowly wended their way back to the camp, both miserable at heart, Isaac longing to see his home and friends, and yet with tenderness in his heart for the Indian maiden who would not free him, Myra with pity and love for him, and a fear that her long-cherished dream could never be realized. One dark, stormy night, when the rain beat down in torrents and the swollen river raged almost to its banks, Isaac slipped out of his lodge unobserved, and under cover of the pitchy darkness, he got safely between the lines of teepees to the river. He had just the opportunity for which he had been praying. He plunged into the water, and floating down with the swift current, he soon got out of sight of the flickering campfires. Half a mile below, he left the water and ran along the bank until he came to a large tree. A landmark he remembered when he turned abruptly to the east and struck out through the dense woods. He traveled due east all that night and the next day without resting, and with nothing to eat except the small piece of jerked buffalo meat which he had taken the precaution to hide in his hunting shirt. He rested part of the second night and next morning pushed on toward the east. He had expected to reach the Ohio that day, but he did not, and he noticed that the ground seemed to be gradually rising. He did not come across any swampy lands or saw grass or vegetation characteristic of the lowlands. He stopped and tried to get his bearings. The country was unknown to him, but he believed he knew the general lay of the ridges and the watercourses. The fourth day found Isaac hopelessly lost in the woods. He was famished, having eaten but a few herbs and berries in the last 2 days. His buckskin garments were torn in tatters, his moccasins were worn out, and his feet lacerated by the sharp thorns. Darkness was fast approaching when he first realized that he was lost. He waited hopefully for the appearance of the North Star, that most faithful of hunters' guides, but the sky clouded over and no stars appeared. Tired out and hopeless, he dragged his weary body into a dense laurel thicket end, lay down to wait for dawn. The dismal hoot of an owl nearby, the stealthy steps of some soft-footed animal prowling round the thicket, and the mournful sough of the wind in the tree-tops kept him awake for hours, but at last he fell asleep. Chapter 7. The chilling rains of November and December's flurry of snow had passed, and midwinter with its icy blasts had set in. The black forest had changed autumn's gay crimson and yellow to the somber hue of winter, and now looked indescribably dreary. An ice gorge had formed in the bend of the river at the head of the island, and from bank to bank logs, driftwood, broken ice, and giant floes were packed and jammed so tightly as to resist the action of the mighty current. This natural bridge would remain solid until spring had loosened the frozen grip of old winter. The hills surrounding Fort Henry were white with snow. The huge drifts were on a level with Betty Zane's fence, and in some places the top rail had disappeared. The pine trees in the yard were weighted down and drooped helplessly with their white burden. On this frosty January morning, the only signs of life round the settlement were a man and a dog walking up Wheeling Hill. The man carried a rifle, an axe, and several steel traps. His snowshoes sank into the drifts as he labored up the steep hill. All at once he stopped. The big black dog had put his nose high in the air and had sniffed at the cold wind. "Well, Tige, old fellow, what is it?" said Jonathan Zane, for this was he. The dog answered with a low whine. Jonathan looked up and down the creek valley and along the hillside, but he saw no living thing. Snow everywhere, its white monotony relieved here and there by a black tree trunk. Tige sniffed again and then growled. Turning his ear to the breeze, Jonathan heard faint yelps from far over the hilltop. He dropped his axe and the traps and ran the remaining short distance up the hill. When he reached the summit, the clear baying of hunting wolves was borne to his ears. The hill sloped gradually on the other side, ending in a white, unbroken plain, which extended to the edge of the laurel thicket a quarter of a mile distant. Jonathan could not see the wolves, but he heard distinctly their peculiar, broken howls. They were in pursuit of something, whether quadruped or man, he could not decide. Another moment, and he was no longer in doubt, for a deer dashed out of the thicket. Jonathan saw that it was a buck, and that he was well nigh exhausted. His head swung low from side to side. He sank slowly to his knees and showed every indication of distress. The next instant, the baying of the wolves, which had ceased for a moment, sounded close at hand. The buck staggered to his feet. He turned this way and that. When he saw the man and the dog, he started toward them without a moment's hesitation. At a warning word from Jonathan, the dog sank on the snow. Jonathan stepped behind a tree, which, however, was not large enough to screen his body. He thought the buck would pass close by him, and he determined to shoot at the most favorable moment. The buck, however, showed no intention of passing by. In his abject terror, he saw in the man and the dog foes less terrible than those which were yelping on his trail. He came on in a lame, uneven trot, making straight for the tree. When he reached the tree, he crouched, or rather fell, on the ground within a yard of Jonathan and his dog. He quivered and twitched. His nostrils flared, and every pant drops of blood flecked the snow. His great dark eyes had a strained and awful look, almost human in its agony. Another yelp from the thicket, and Jonathan looked up in time to see 5 timber wolves, gaunt, hungry-looking beasts, burst from the bushes. With their noses close to the snow, they followed the trail. When they came to the spot where the deer had fallen, a chorus of angry, thirsty howls filled the air. "Well, if this doesn't beat me, I thought I knew a little about deer," said Jonathan. "Tige, we will save this buck from those gray devils if it costs a leg." "Steady now, old fellow. Wait." When the wolves were within 50 yards of the tree and coming swiftly, Jonathan threw his rifle forward and yelled with all the power of his strong lungs, "Hi! Hi! Hi!" "Take 'em, Tige." In trying to stop quickly on the slippery snow crust, the wolves fell all over themselves. One dropped dead and another fell wounded at the report of Jonathan's rifle. The others turned tail and loped swiftly off into the thicket. Tige made short work of the wounded one. "Old Whitetail, if you were the last buck in the valley, I would not harm you," said Jonathan, looking at the panting deer. "You need have no farther fear of that pack of cowards." So saying, Jonathan called to Tige and wended his way down the hill toward the settlement. An hour afterward, he was sitting in Call, Zane's comfortable cabin, where all was warmth and cheerfulness. Blazing hickory logs roared and crackled in the stone fireplace. "Hello, Jack, where did you come from?" said Call. Zane, who had just come in. "Haven't seen you since we were snowed up." "Come over to see about the horses. If I were you, I would not undertake that trip to Fort Pitt until the weather breaks. You could go in the sled, of course, but if you care anything for my advice, you'll stay home. This weather will hold on for some time. Let Lord Dunmore wait. I guess we are in for some stiff weather." "Haven't a doubt of it. I told Bessie last fall we might expect a hard winter. Everything indicated it. Look at the thick corn husks." The holes of the nuts from the shell bark here in the yard were larger and tougher than I ever saw them. Last October, Tidge killed a raccoon that had the woolliest kind of a fur. I could have given you a dozen signs of a hard winter. We shall still have a month or 6 weeks of it. In a week will be Groundhog Day, and you had better wait and decide after that. I tell you, Eb, I get tired chopping wood and hanging round the house." "Aha! Another moody spell," said Call. Zane, glancing kindly at his brother. "Jack, if you were married you would outgrow those blue devils. I used to have them. It runs in the family to be moody. I have known our father to take his gun and go into the woods and stay there until he had fought out the spell. I have done that myself, but once I married Bessie, I have had no return of the old feeling. Get married, Jack, and then you will settle down and work. You will not have time to roam around alone in the woods. I prefer the spells, as you call them, any day, answered Jonathan with a short laugh. A man with my disposition has no right to get married. This weather is trying, for it keeps me indoors. I cannot hunt because we do not need the meat. And even if I did want to hunt, I should not have to go out of sight of the fort. There were 3 deer in front of the barn this morning. They were nearly starved. They ran off a little at sight of me, but in a few moments came back for the hay I pitched out of the loft. This afternoon, Tig and I saved a big buck from a pack of wolves. The buck came right up to me. I could have touched him. This storm is sending the deer down from the hills. You are right. It is too bad. Severe weather like this will kill more deer than an army could. Have you been doing anything with your traps? Yes, I have 30 traps out. If you are going, tell Sam to fetch down another load of fodder before he unhitches. Eb, I have no patience with your brothers, said Cole, Zane's wife, to him after he had closed the door. They are all alike, forever wanting to be on the go. If it isn't Indians, it is something else. The very idea of going up the river in this weather. If Jonathan doesn't care for himself, he should think of the horses. My dear, I was just as wild and discontented as Jack before I met you, remarked Cole. Zane, you may not think so, but a home and pretty little woman will do wonders for any man. My brothers have nothing to keep them steady. Perhaps. I do not believe that Jonathan ever will get married. Silas may. He certainly has been keeping company long enough with Mary Bennet. You are the only Zane who has conquered that adventurous spirit and the desire to be always roaming the woods in search of something to kill. Your old boy, Noah, is growing up like all the Zanes. He fights with all the children in the settlement. I cannot break him of it. He is not a bully, for I have never known him to do anything mean or cruel. It is just sheer love of fighting. Ha ha ha! I fear you will not break him of that, answered Cole. Zane. It is a good joke to say he gets it all from the Zanes. How about the McCullochs? What have you to say of your father and the Major and John McCulloch? They are not anything if not the fighting kind. It's the best trait the youngster could have, out here on the border. He'll need it all. Don't worry about him. Where is Betty? I told her to take the children out for a sled ride. Betty needs exercise. She stays indoors too much, and of late she looks pale. What? Betty not looking well? She was never ill in her life. I have noticed no change in her. No, I dare say you have not. You men can't see anything, but I can, and I tell you, Betty is very different from the girl she used to be. Most of the time she sits and gazes out of her window. She used to be so bright, and when she was not romping with the children, she busied herself with her needle. Yesterday, as I entered her room, she hurriedly picked up a book and, I think, intentionally hid her face behind it. I saw she had been crying. Come to think of it, I believe I have missed Betty, said Cole. Zane gravely. She seems more quiet. Is she unhappy? When did you first see this change? I think it a little while after Mr. Clark left here last fall. Clark? What has he to do with Betty? What are you driving at? Exclaimed the colonel, stopping in front of his wife. His face had paled slightly. I had forgotten Clark. Bess, you can't mean. Now, Eb, do not get that look on your face. You always frighten me, answered his wife as she quietly placed her hand on his arm. I do not mean anything much, certainly nothing against Mr. Clark. He was a true gentleman. I really liked him. So did I, interrupted the colonel. I believe Betty cared for Mr. Clark. She was always different with him. He has gone away and has forgotten her. That is strange to us, because we cannot imagine anyone indifferent to our beautiful Betty. Nevertheless, no matter how attractive a woman may be, men sometimes love and ride away. I hear the children coming now. Do not let Betty see that we have been talking about her. She is as quick as a steel trap." A peal of childish laughter came from without. The door opened and Betty ran in, followed by the sturdy, rosy-cheeked youngsters. All three were white with snow. "We have had great fun," said Betty. "We went over the bank once and tumbled off the sled into the snow. Then we had a snowballing contest, and the boys compelled me to strike my colors and fly for the house." Zane looked closely at his sister. Her cheeks were flowing with health. Her eyes were sparkling with pleasure. Failing to observe any indication of the change in Betty which his wife had spoken, he concluded that women were better qualified to judge their own sex than were men. He had to confess to himself that the only change he could see in his sister was that she grew prettier every day of her life. "Oh, Papa, I hit Sam right in the head with a big snowball, and I made Betty run into the house, and I slid down to all by myself. Sam was afraid," said Noah to his father. "Noah, if Sammy saw the danger in sliding down the hill, he was braver than you. Now both of you run to Annie and have these wet things taken off." "I must go get on dry clothes myself," said Betty. "I am nearly frozen. It is growing colder. I saw Jack come in." "Is he going to Fort Pitt?" "No, he has decided to wait until good weather. I met Mr. Miller over at the garrison this afternoon, and he wants you to go on the sled ride tonight. There is to be a dance down at Watkins' place. All the young people are going. It is a long ride, but I guess it will be perfectly safe. Silas and Wetzel are going. Dress yourself warmly and go with them. You have never seen old Grandma Watkins." "I shall be pleased to go," said Betty. Betty's room was very cozy, considering that it was in a pioneer's cabin. It had 2 windows, the larger of which opened on the side toward the river. The walls had been smoothly plastered and covered with white birch bark. They were adorned with a few pictures and Indian ornaments. A bright homespun carpet covered the floor. A small bookcase stood in the corner. The other furniture consisted of 2 chairs, a small table, a bureau with a mirror, and a large wardrobe. It was in this last that Betty kept the gowns which she had brought from Philadelphia and which were the wonder of all the girls in the village. "I wonder why Ab looks so closely at me," mused Betty, and she slipped on her little moccasins. "Usually he is not anxious to have me go so far from the fort. And now he seemed to think I would enjoy this dance tonight. I wonder what Bessie has been telling him." Betty threw some wood on the smoldering fire in the little stone grate and sat down to think. Like everyone who has a humiliating secret, Betty was eternally suspicious and feared the very walls would guess it. Swift as light came the thought that her brother and his wife had suspected her secret and had been talking about her, perhaps pitying her. With this thought came the fear that if she had betrayed herself to the colonel's wife, she might have done so to others. The consciousness that this might well be true, and that even now the girls might be talking and laughing at her, caused her exceeding shame and bitterness. Many weeks had passed since that last night that Betty and Alfred Clark had been together. In due time, convalescence, Zane's men returned, and Betty learned from Jonathan that Alfred had left them at Ft. Pitt, saying he was going south to his old home. At first she had expected some word from Alfred, a letter, or if not that, surely an apology for his conduct on that last evening they had been together. But Jonathan brought her no word, and after hoping against hope and wearing away the long days looking for a letter that never came, she ceased to hope and plunged into despair. The last few months had changed her life, changed it as only constant thinking and suffering that must be hidden from the world can change the life of a young girl. She had been so intent on her own thoughts, so deep in her dreams that she had taken no heed of other people. She did not know that those who loved her were always thinking of her welfare, and would naturally see even a slight change in her. With a sudden shock of surprise and pain, she realized that today, for the first time in a month, she had played with the boys. Sammy had asked her why she did not laugh any more. Now she understood the mad antics of Tige that morning. Madcap's whinny of delight, the chattering of the squirrels, and Caesar's pranks in the snow. She had neglected her pets. She had neglected her work, her friends, the boys' lessons, and her brother. For what? What would her girlfriend say? That she was pining for a lover who had forgotten her? They would say that, and it would be true. She did think of him constantly. With bitter pain she recalled the first days of the acquaintance, which now seemed so long past. How much she had disliked Alfred, how angry she had been with him, and how contemptuously she had spurned his first proffer of friendship. How, little by little, her pride had been subdued. Then the struggle with her heart. And at last, after he had gone, came the realization that the moments spent with him had been the sweetest of her life. She thought of him as she used to see him stand before her, so good to look at, so strong and masterful and yet so gentle. "Oh, I cannot bear it," whispered Betty with a half-sob, giving up to a rush of tender feeling. I love him, and I cannot forget him. Oh, I am so ashamed." Betty bowed her head on her knees. Her slight form quivered a while and then grew still. When a half-hour later she raised her head, her face was pale and cold. It bore the look of a girl who had suddenly become a woman who saw the battle of life before her and who was ready to fight. Stern resolve gleamed from her flashing eyes. There was no faltering in those set lips. Betty was a Zane, and the Zanes came of a fighting race. Their blood had ever been hot and passionate, the blood of men quick to love and quick to hate. It had flowed in the veins of daring, reckless men who had fought and died for their country. Men who had won their sweethearts with the sword, men who had had unconquerable spirits. It was this fighting instinct that now rose in Betty. It gave her strength and pride to defend her secret, the resolve to fight against the longing in her heart. "I will forget him. I will tear him out of my heart," she exclaimed passionately. "He never deserved my love. He did not care. I was a little fool to let him amuse himself with me. He went away and forgot. I hate him." At length Betty subdued her excitement, and when she went down to supper a few minutes later, she tried to maintain a cheerful composure of manner and to chat with her old-time vivacity. "Bessie, I am sure you have exaggerated things," remarked Coles. Zane, after Betty had gone upstairs to dress for the dance. "Perhaps it is only that Betty grows a little tired of this howling wilderness. Small wonder if she does. You know she has always been used to comfort, and many young people, places to go and all that. This is her first winter on the frontier. She'll come round all right." "Have it your way, Ebenezer," answered his wife with a look of amused contempt on her face. I hope you are right. By the way, what do you think of this Ralph Miller? He has been much with Betty of late." "I do not know the fellow, Bessie. He seems agreeable. He is a good-looking young man." "Why do you ask?" "The Major told me that Miller had a bad name at Pitt, and that he had been a friend of Simon Girty before Girty became a renegade." "Humph! I'll have to speak to Sam. As for knowing Girty, there is nothing terrible in that. All the women seem to think that Simon is the very prince of devils. I have known all the Girtys for years. Simon was not a bad fellow before he went over to the Indians. It is his brother James who has committed most of those deeds which have made the name of Girty so infamous. I don't like Miller," continued Mrs. Zane in a hesitating way. "I must admit that I have no sensible reason for my dislike. He is pleasant and agreeable, yes, but behind it there is a certain intensity. That man has something on his mind. If he is in love with Betty, as you seem to think, he has enough on his mind." "I'll vouch for that," said Call. "Zane, Betty is inclined to be a coquette. If she liked Clark pretty well, it may be a lesson to her. I wish she were married and settled down. It may have been no great harm for Betty to have had many admirers while in Philadelphia, but out here on the border it will never do. These men will not have it. There will be trouble come of Betty's coquettishness." "Why, Bessie, she is only a child. What would you have her do? Marry the first man who asked her?" "The clodhoppers are coming," said Mrs. Zane, as the jingling of sleigh bells broke the stillness. Communal, Zane sprang up and opened the door. A broad stream of light flashed from the room and lighted up the road. 3 powerful teams stood before the door. They were hitched to sleds or clodhoppers, which were nothing more than wagon beds fastened on wooden runners. A chorus of merry shouts greeted Zane as he appeared in the doorway. All right, here she is," he cried as Betty ran down the steps. The colonel bundled her in a buffalo robe in a corner of the foremost sled. At her feet he placed a buckskin bag containing a hot stone Mrs. Zane thoughtfully had provided. "Already here. Let them go," called the colonel. "You will have clear weather. Coming back, look well to the traces and keep a watch for the wolves." The long whips cracked. The bells jingled. The impatient horses plunged forward, and away they went over the glistening snow. The night was clear and cold. Countless stars blinked in the black vault overhead. The pale moon cast its wintry light down on a white and frozen world. As the runners glided swiftly and smoothly onward, showers of dry snow like fine powder flew from under the horses' hoofs, and soon whitened the black-robed figures in the sleds. The way led down the hill past the fort, over the creek bridge and along the road that skirted the Black Forest. The ride was long. It led up and down hills and through a lengthy stretch of gloomy forest. Sometimes the drivers walked the horses up a steep climb and again raced them along a level bottom. Making a turn in the road, they saw a bright light in the distance which marked their destination. In 5 minutes the horses dashed into a wide clearing. An immense log fire burned in front of a 2-story structure. Streams of light poured from the small windows. The squeaking of fiddles, the shuffling of many feet, and gay laughter came through the open door. The steaming horses were unhitched, covered carefully with robes, and led into sheltered places, while the merry party disappeared into the house. The occasion was the celebration of the birthday of old Dan Watkins' daughter. Dan was one of the oldest settlers along the river. In fact, he had located his farm several years after Colon. Zane had founded the settlement. He was noted for his open-handed dealing and kindness of heart. He had loaned many a head of cattle which had never been returned, and many a sack of flour had left his mill unpaid for in grain. He was a good shot. He would lay a tree on the ground as quickly as any man who ever swung an axe, and he could drink more whiskey than any man in the valley. Dan stood at the door with a smile of welcome upon his rugged features and a handshake and the pleasant word for everyone. His daughter Susan greeted the men with a little curtsy and kissed the girls upon the cheek. Susan was not pretty, though she was strong and healthy. Her laughing blue eyes assured a sunny disposition, and she numbered her suitors by the score. The young people lost no time. Soon the floor was covered with their whirling forms. In one corner of the room sat a little dried-up old woman with white hair and bright dark eyes. This was Grandma Watkins. She was very old, so old that no one knew her age, but she was still vigorous enough to do her day's work with more pleasure than many a younger woman. Just now she was talking to Wetzel, who leaned upon his inseparable rifle and listened to her chatter. The hunter liked the old lady and would often stop at her cabin while on his way to the settlement and leave at her door a fat turkey or a haunch of venison. "Lou Wetzel, I am ashamed of you," Grandmother Watkins was saying. "Put that gun in the corner and get out there and dance. Enjoy yourself. You are only a boy yet." "I'd better look on Mother," answered the hunter. "Tchah! You can hop and skip around like any of them and laugh too if you want. I hope that pretty sister of Ed Zane has caught your fancy. She is not for the like of me," he said gently. "I haven't the gifts." "Don't talk about gifts. Not to an old woman who has lived 3 times and more your age," she said impatiently. "It is not gifts a woman wants out here in the West. If she does, 'twill do her no good. She needs a strong arm to build cabins, a quick eye with a rifle, and a fearless heart. What border women want are houses and children. They must bring up men to drive the redskins back, men to till the soil, or else what is the good of our suffering here?" "You are right," said Wetzel thoughtfully, "but I'd hate to see a flower like Betty Zane in a rude hunter's cabin." "I have known the Zanes for 40 years, and I never saw one yet that was afraid of work." "And you might win her if you would give up running mad after Indians." "I'll allow no woman would put up with that. You have killed many Indians. You ought to be satisfied." "Fightin' redskins is something I can't help," said the hunter, slowly shaking his head. "If I got married the fever would come on and I'd leave home. No, I'm no good for a woman. Fightin' is all I'm good for." "Why not fight for her then? Don't let one of these boys walk off with her. Look at her. She likes fun and admiration. I believe you do care for her. Why not try to win her?" "Who is that tall man with her?" continued the old lady, as Wetzel did not answer. "There, they have gone into the other room. Who is he?" "His name is Miller. Louis, I don't like him. I have been watching him all evening. I'm a contrary old woman, I know, but I've seen a good many men in my time, and his face is not honest. He is in love with her. Does she care for him? No, Betty doesn't care for Miller. She's just full of life and fun." "You may be mistaken. All the Zanes are fire and brimstone, and this girl is a Zane clear through. Go and fetch her to me, Louis. I'll tell you if there's a chance for you." "Dear mother, perhaps there's a wife in heaven for me." "There's none on earth," said the hunter, a sad smile flitting over his calm face. Ralph Miller, whose actions had occasioned the remarks of the old lady, would have been conspicuous in any assembly of men. There was something in his dark face that compelled interest and yet left the observer in doubt. His square chin, deep-set eyes, and firm mouth denoted a strong and indomitable will. He looked a man whom it would be dangerous to cross. Little was known of Miller's history. He hailed from Ft. Pitt, where he had a reputation as a good soldier but a man of morose and quarrelsome disposition. It was whispered that he drank, and that he had been friendly with the renegades McKee, Elliott, and Girty. He had passed the fall and winter at Ft. Henry, serving on garrison duty. Since he had made the acquaintance of Betty, he had shown her all the attention possible. On this night a close observer would have seen that Miller was laboring under some strong feeling. A half-subdued fire gleamed from his dark eyes. A peculiar nervous twitching of his nostrils betrayed a poorly suppressed excitement. All evening he followed Betty like a shadow. Her kindness may have encouraged him. She danced often with him and showed a certain preference for his society. Alice and Lydia were puzzled by Betty's manner. As they were intimate friends, they believed they knew something of her likes and dislikes. Had not Betty told them she did not care for Mr. Miller? What was the meaning of the arch glances she bestowed upon him if she did not care for him? To be sure, it was nothing wonderful for Betty to smile. She was always prodigal of her smiles, but she had never been known to encourage any man. The truth was that Betty had put her new resolution into effect to be as merry and charming as any fancy-free maiden could possibly be, and the farthest removed from a young lady pining for an absent and indifferent sweetheart. To her sorrow, Betty played her part too well. Except to Wetzel, whose keen eyes little escaped, there was no significance in Miller's hilarity, one moment and sudden thoughtfulness the next. And if there had been, it would have excited no comment. Most of the young men had sampled some of old Dan's best rye, and their flushed faces and unusual spirits did not result altogether from the exercise of the dance. After one of the reels, Miller led Betty, with whom he had been dancing, into one of the side rooms. Round the dimly lighted room were benches upon which were seated some of the dancers. Betty was uneasy in mind, and now wished that she had remained at home. They had exchanged several commonplace remarks when the music struck up, and Betty rose quickly to her feet. "See, the others have gone. Let us return," she said. "Wait," said Miller hurriedly. "Do not go just yet. I wish to speak to you. I have asked you many times if you will marry me. Now I ask you again, Mr. Perzemt." Miller, I thanked you and begged you not to cause us both pain by again referring to that subject, answered Betty with dignity. If you will persist in bringing it up, we cannot be friends any longer. Wait, please wait. I have told you that I will not take no for an answer. I love you with all my heart and soul, and I cannot give you up. His voice was low and hoarse and thrilled with a strong man's passion. Betty looked up into his face and tears of compassion filled her eyes. Her heart softened to this man, and her conscience gave her a little twinge of remorse. Could she not have averted all this? No doubt she had been much to blame, and this thought made her voice very low and sweet as she answered him. I like you as a friend, Mr. Miller, but we can never be more than friends. I am very sorry for you, and angry with myself that I did not try to help you instead of making it worse. Please do not speak of this again. Come, let us join the others. They were quite alone in the room. As Betty finished speaking and started for the door, Miller intercepted her. She recoiled in alarm from his white face. No, you don't go yet. I won't give you up so easily. No woman can play fast and loose with me. Do you understand? What have you meant all this winter? You encouraged me. You know you did, he cried passionately. I thought you were a gentleman. I have really taken the trouble to defend you against persons who evidently were not misled as to your real nature. I will not listen to you, said Betty coldly. She turned away from him, all her softened feeling changed to scorn. You shall listen to me, he whispered as he grasped her wrist and pulled her backward. All the man's brutal passion had been aroused. The fierce border blood boiled within his heart. Unmasked, he showed himself in his true colors, a frontier desperado. His eyes gleamed dark and lurid beneath his bent brows, and a short, desperate laugh passed his lips. I will make you love me, my proud beauty. I shall have you yet, one way. Or another. Let me go. How dare you touch me? Cried Betty, the hot blood coloring her face. She struck him a stinging blow with her free hand and struggled with all her might to free herself, but she was powerless in his iron grasp. Closer he drew her. If it costs me my life, I will kiss you for that blow, he muttered hoarsely. Oh, you coward, you ruffian, release me or I will scream. She had opened her lips to call for help when she saw a dark figure cross the threshold. She recognized the tall form of Wetzel. The hunter stood still in the doorway for a second, and then with the swiftness of light he sprang forward. The single straightening of his arm sent Miller backward over a bench to the floor with a crashing sound. Miller rose with some difficulty and stood with one hand to his head. Lou, don't draw your knife, cried Betty as she saw Wetzel's hand go inside his hunting shirt. She had thrown herself in front of him as Miller got to his feet. With both little hands, she clung to the brawny arm of the hunter, but she could not stay it. Wetzel's hand slipped to his belt. For God's sake, Lou, do not kill him, implored Betty, gazing horror-stricken at the glittering eyes of the hunter. You have punished him enough. He only tried to kiss me. I was partly to blame. Put your knife away. Do not shed blood. For my sake, Lou, for my sake. When Betty found that she could not hold Wetzel's arm, she threw her arms round his neck and clung to him with all her young strength. No doubt her action averted a tragedy. If Miller had been inclined to draw a weapon, then he might have had a good opportunity to use it. He had the reputation of being quick with his knife, and many of his past fights testified that he was not a coward. But he made no effort to attack Wetzel. It was certain that he measured with his eye the distance to the door. Wetzel was not like other men. Irrespective of his wonderful strength and agility, there was something about the Indian hunter that terrified all men. Miller shrank before those eyes. He knew that never in all his life of adventure had he been as near death as at that moment. There was nothing between him and eternity but the delicate arms of this frail girl. At a slight wave of the hunter's hand towards the door, he turned and passed out. "Oh, how dreadful!" cried Betty, dropping upon a bench with a sob of relief. "I am glad you came when you did, even though you frightened me more than he did. Promise me that you will not do Miller any further harm. If you had fought, it would all have been on my account. One or both of you might have been killed. Don't look at me so. I do not care for him. I never did. Now that I know him, I despise him. He lost his senses and tried to kiss me. I could have killed him myself." Wetzel did not answer. Betty had been holding his hand in both her own while she spoke impulsively. "I understand how difficult it is for you to overlook an insult to me," she continued earnestly, "but I ask it of you. You are my best friend, almost my brother, and I promise you that if he ever speaks a word to me again that is not what it should be, I will tell you. I reckon I'll let him go, considerin' how set on it you are. But remember, Lou, that he is revengeful and he must be on the lookout," said Betty gravely, as she recalled the malignant gleam in Miller's eyes. "He's dangerous, only like a moccasin snake that hides in the grass." "Am I all right? Do I look mussed or excited or anything?" asked Betty. Louis smiled as she turned round for his benefit. Her hair was a little awry and the lace at her neck disarranged. The natural bloom had not quite returned to her cheeks. With a look in his eyes that would have mystified Betty for many a day had she but seen it, he ran his gaze over the dainty figure. Then, reassuring her that she looked as well as ever, he led her into the dance room. "So this is Betty Zane. Dear child, kiss me," said Grandmother Watkins when Wetzel had brought Betty up to her. "Now, let me get a good look at you. Well, well, you are a true Zane. Black hair and eyes, all fire and pride. Child, I knew your father and mother long before you were born. Your father was a fine man, but a proud one. And how do you like the frontier? Are you enjoying yourself?" "Oh, yes, indeed," said Betty, smiling brightly at the old lady. "Well, dearie, have a good time while you can. Life is hard in a pioneer's cabin. You will not always have the colonel to look after you. They tell me you have been to some grand school in Philadelphia. Learning is very well, but it will not help you in the cabin of one of these rough men. There is a great need of education in all the pioneers' homes. I have persuaded Brother Ebb to have a school teacher at the fort next spring. First teach the boys to plow and the girls to make johnny cake. How much you favor your brother Isaac. He used to come and see me often. So must you in summertime. Poor lad, I suppose he is dead by this time. I have seen so many brave and good lads go. There now, I did not mean to make you sad." And the old lady patted Betty's hand and sighed. "He often spoke of you, and said that I must come with him to see you. Now he is gone," said Betty. "Yes, he is gone, Betty, but you must not be sad while you are so young. Wait until you are old like I am. How long have you known Lou Wetzel?" "All my life. He used to carry me in his arm when I was a baby. Of course I do not remember that, but as far back as I can go in memory, I can see Lou. Oh, the many times he has saved me from disaster. But why do you ask? I think Lou Wetzel cares more for you than for all the world. He is as silent as an Indian, but I am an old woman, and I can read men's hearts. If he could be made to give up his wandering life, he would be the best man on the border." "Oh, indeed I think you are wrong. Lou does not care for me in that way," said Betty, surprised and troubled by the old lady's vehemence. A loud blast from a hunting horn directed the attention of all to the platform at the upper end of the hall, where Dan Watkins stood. The fiddlers ceased playing, the dancers stopped, and all looked expectantly. The scene was simple, strong, and earnest. The light in the eyes of these maidens shone like the light from the pine cones on the walls. It beamed soft and warm. These fearless sons of the wilderness, these sturdy sons of progress, standing there clasping the hands of their partners and with faces glowing with happiness, forgetful of all save the enjoyment of the moment, were ready to go out on the morrow and battle unto the death for the homes and the lives of their loved ones. "Friends," said Dan when the hum of voices had ceased, "I never thought as how I'd have to get up here and make a speech tonight, or I might have taken to the woods. Howsomever, Mother and Susan says, as it's gettin' late, it's about time we had some supper. Somewhere in the big cake is hid a gold ring. If one of the girls gets it, she can keep it as a gift from Susan, and should one of the boys find it, he may make a present to his best girl, and in the bargain he gets to kiss Susan. She made some objection about this and said that part of the game didn't go, but I reckon the lucky young man will decide that for himself. And now to the festal board. Ample justice was done to the turkey, the venison, and the bear meat. Grandmother Watkins' delicious apple and pumpkin pies, for which she was renowned, disappeared as by magic. Likewise the cakes, and the sweet cider and the apple butter vanished. When the big cake had been cut and divided among the guests, Wetzel discovered the gold ring within his share. He presented the ring to Betty and gave his privilege of kissing Susan to George Reynolds with the remark, "George, I calculate Susan would like it better if you do the kissin' part." Now it was known to all that George had long been an ardent admirer of Susan's, and it was suspected that she was not indifferent to him. Nevertheless, she protested that it was not fair. George acted like a man who had the opportunity of his life. Amid uproarious laughter he ran, Susan all over the room, and when he caught her, he pulled her hands away from her blushing face and bestowed a right hearty kiss on her cheek. To everyone's surprise and to Wetzel's discomfiture, Susan walked up to him and saying that as he had taken such an easy way out of it, she intended to punish him by kissing him. And so she did. Poor Louis's face looked the picture of dismay. Probably he had never been kissed before in his life. Happy hours speed away on the wings of the wind. The feasting over, the good-byes were spoken. The girls were wrapped in the warm robes, for it was now intensely cold, and soon the horses, eager to start on the long homeward journey, were pulling hard on their bits. On the party's return trip there was an absence of the hilarity which had prevailed on their coming. The bells were taken off before the sleds left the blockhouse, and the traces and the harness examined and tightened with the caution of men who were apprehensive of danger and who would take no chances. In wintertime, the foes most feared by the settlers were the timber wolves. Thousands of these savage beasts infested the wild forest regions which bounded the lonely roads, and their wonderful power of scent and swift and tireless pursuit made a long night ride a thing to be dreaded. While the horses moved swiftly, danger from wolves was not imminent, but carelessness or some mishap to a trace or a wheel had been the cause of more than one tragedy. Therefore, it was not remarkable that the drivers of our party breathed a sigh of relief when the top of the last steep hill had been reached. The girls were quiet and tired out and cold. They pressed close to one another. The men were silent and watchful. When they were halfway home and had just reached the outskirts of the Black Forest, the keen ear of Wetzel caught the cry of a wolf. It came from the south and sounded so faint that Wetzel believed at first that he had been mistaken. Few moments passed in which the hunter turned his ear to the south. He had about made up his mind that he had only imagined he had heard something when the unmistakable yelp of a wolf came down on the wind. Then another, this time clear and distinct, caused the driver to turn and whisper to Wetzel. The hunter spoke in a low tone, and the driver whipped up his horses. From out the depths of the dark woods along which they were riding came a long and mournful howl. It was a wolf answering the call of his mate. This time the horses heard it, for they threw back their ears and increased their speed. The girls heard it, for they shrank closer to the men. There is that which is frightful in the cry of a wolf. When one is safe in camp before a roaring fire, the short, sharp bark of a wolf is startling, and the long howl will make one shudder. It is so lonely and dismal. It makes no difference whether it be given while the wolf is sitting on his haunches near some cabin, waiting for the remains of the settler's dinner, or while he is in full chase after his prey. The cry is equally wild, savage, and blood-curdling. Betty had never heard it, and though she was brave, when the howl from the forest had its answer, in another howl from the creek thicket, she slipped her little mittened hand under Wetzel's arm and looked up at him with frightened eyes. In half an hour, the full chorus of yelps, barks, and howls swelled hideously on the air, and the ever-increasing pack of wolves could be seen scarcely 100 yards behind the sleds. The patter of their swiftly flying feet on the snow could be distinctly heard. The slender, dark forms came nearer and nearer every moment. Presently, the wolves had approached close enough for the occupants of the sleds to see their shining eyes looking like little balls of green fire. A gaunt beast, bolder than the others, and evidently the leader of the pack, bounded forward until he was only a few yards from the last sled. At every jump he opened his great jaws and uttered a quick bark as if to embolden his followers. Almost simultaneously with the red flame that burst from Wetzel's rifle came a sharp yelp of agony from the leader. He rolled over and over. Instantly followed a horrible mingling of snarls and barks and snapping of jaws as the band fought over the body of their luckless comrade. This short delay gave the advantage to the horses. When the wolves again appeared, they were a long way behind. The distance to the fort was now short, and the horses were urged to their utmost. The wolves kept up the chase until they reached the creek bridge and the mill. Then they slowed up, the howling became desultory, and finally the dark forms disappeared in the thickets. Chapter 8. Winter dragged by uneventfully for Betty. Unlike the other pioneer girls, who were kept busy all the time with their mending and linsey weaving and household duties, Betty had nothing to divert her but her embroidery and her reading. These she found very tiresome. Her maid was devoted to her and never left a thing undone. Annie was old Sam's daughter, and she had waited on Betty since she had been a baby. The cleaning or mending or darning anything in the shape of work that would have helped pass away the monotonous hours for Betty was always done before she could lift her hand. During the day she passed hours in her little room, and most of them were dreamed away by her window. Lydia and Alice came over sometimes, and whiled away the tedious moments with their bright chatter and merry laughter, their castle building, and their romancing on heroes and love and marriage, as girls always will, until the end of time. They had not forgotten Mr. Clark, but as Betty had rebuked them with a dignity which forbade any further teasing on that score, they had transferred their fun-making to the use of Mr. Miller's name. Fearing her brother's wrath, Betty had not told them of the scene with Miller at the dance. She had learned enough of rough border justice to dread the consequence of such a disclosure. She permitted Miller to come to the house, although she never saw him alone. Miller had accepted this favor gratefully. He said that on the night of the dance he had been a little the worse for Dan Watkins' strong liquor, and that, together with his bitter disappointment, made him act in the mad way which had so grievously offended her. He exerted himself to win her forgiveness. Betty was always tender-hearted, and though she did not trust him, she said they might still be friends, but that depended on his respect for her forbearance. Miller had promised he would never refer to the old subject, and he had kept his word. Indeed, Betty welcomed any diversion for the long winter evenings. Occasionally, some of the young people visited her, and they sang and danced, roasted apples, popped chestnuts, and played games. Often Wetzel and Major McCulloch came in after supper. Betty would come down and sing for them, and afterward would coax Indian lore and woodcraft from Wetzel, or she would play checkers with the Major. If she succeeded in winning from him, which in truth was not often, she teased him unmercifully. When Colropange, Zane and the Major had settled down to their series of games, from which nothing short of Indians could have diverted them, Betty sat by Wetzel. The silent man of the woods, an appellation the hunter had earned by his reticence, talked for Betty as he would for no one else. One night, while Columbers, Zane, his wife, and Betty were entertaining Captain Boggs and Major McCulloch and several of Betty's girls' friends, after the usual music and singing, storytelling became the order of the evening. Little Noah told of the time he had climbed the apple tree in the yard after a raccoon and got severely bitten. "One day," said Noah, I heard Tige barking out in the orchard, and I ran out there and saw a funny little fur ball up in the tree with a black tail and white rings around it. It looked like a pretty cat with a sharp nose. Every time Tige barked, the little animal showed his teeth and swelled up his back. I wanted him for a pet. I got Sam to give me a sack, and I climbed the tree, and the nearer I got to him, the farther he backed down the limb. I followed him and put out the sack to put it over his head, and he bit me. I fell from the limb, but he fell too, and Tige killed him, and Sam stuffed him for me. Noah, you were quite a valiant hunter, said Betty. Now, Jonathan, remember that you promised to tell me of your meeting with Daniel Boone. It was over on the Muskingong near the mouth of the Sandusky. I was hunting in the open woods along the bank when I saw an Indian. He saw me at the same time, and we both treed. There we stood a long time each, afraid to change position. Finally, I began to act tired and resorted to an old ruse. I put my coonskin cap on my ramrod and cautiously poked it from behind the tree, expecting every second to hear the whistle of the redskin's bullet. Instead, I heard a jolly voice yell, "Hey, young feller, you'll have to try something better'n that." I looked and saw a white man standing out in the open and shaking all over with laughter. I went up to him and found him to be a big, strong fellow with an honest, merry face. He said, "I'm Boone." I was considerably taken aback, especially when I saw he knew I was a white man all the time. We camped and hunted along the river a week, and at the falls of the Muskingong he struck out for his Kentucky home. "Here is Wetzel," said Cole. Zane, who had risen and gone to the door. "Now, Betty, try and get Lou to tell us something." "Come, Louis, here is a seat by me," said Betty. "We have been pleasantly passing the time. We have had bear stories, snake stories, ghost stories, all kinds of tales. Will you tell us one? Louis, did you ever have a chance to kill a hostile Indian and not take it?" asked Cole. Zane, "Never, but once," answered Louis. "Tell us about it. I imagine it will be interesting." "Well, I ain't good at telling things," began Louis. "I reckon I've seen some strange sights. I can tell you about the only redskin I ever let off. 3 years ago I was taking a fall hunt over on the Big Sandy, and I run into a party of Shawnees. I plugged the chief and started to run. There was some good runners, and I couldn't shake 'em in the open country. Comin' to the Ohio, I jumped in and swum across, keeping my rifle and powder dry by holding 'em up. I hid in some bulrushes and waited. Pretty soon along comes 3 Injuns, and when they saw where I had taken to the water, they stopped and held a short powwow. Then they all took to the water. This was what I was waiting for. When they got nearly across, I shot the first redskin, and loading quick got a bullet into the others. The last Injun did not sink. I watched him go floating downstream, expecting every minute to see him go under, as he was hurt so bad he could hardly keep his head above water. He floated down a long ways, and the current carried him to a pile of driftwood, which had lodged against a little island. I saw the Injun crawl up on the drift. I went downstream, and by keeping the island between me and him, I got out to where he was. I pulled my tomahawk and went around the head of the island and found the redskin leaning against a big log. He was a young brave and a fine-looking strong feller. He was trying to stop the blood from my bullet hole in his side. When he saw me, he tried to get up, but he was too weak. He smiled, pointed to the wound, and said, "Death went not heap times bad shot." Then he bowed his head and waited for the tomahawk. Well, I picked him up and carried him ashore, and made a shack by a spring. I stayed there with him. When he got well enough to stand a few days' travel, I got him across the river and given him a hunk of deer meat. I told him to go, and if I ever saw him again, I'd make a better shot. A year afterwards, I trailed 2 Shawnees into Wingenund's camp and got surrounded and captured. The Delaware chief is my great enemy. They beat me, shot salt into my legs, made me run the gauntlet, tied me on the back of a wild mustang. Then they got ready to burn me at the stake. That night they painted my face black and held the usual death dances. Some of the braves got drunk and worked themselves into a frenzy. I allowed I'd never see daylight. I seen that one of the braids left to guard me was the young feller I had wounded the year before. He never took no notice of me. In the gray of the early mornin', when all were asleep and the other watched us in, I felt cold steel between my wrists and my buckskin thongs dropped off. Then my feet were cut loose. I looked round, and in the dim light I seen my young brave. He handed me my own rifle, knife, and tomahawk, put his finger on his lips, and with a bright smile, as if to say he was square with me, he pointed to the east. I was out of sight in a minute. "How noble of him!" exclaimed Betty, her eyes all aglow. "He paid his debt to you, perhaps at the price of his life." "I've never known an Indian to forget a promise, or a kind action, or an injury," observed Colry. "Zane, are the Indians half as bad as they are called?" asked Betty. "I have heard as many stories of their nobility as of their cruelty. The Indians consider that they have been robbed and driven from their homes. What we think hideously inhuman is war to them," answered Cole. "Zane, when I came here from Fort Pitt, I expected to see and fight Indians every day," said Captain Boggs. "I have been here at Wheeling for nearly 2 years and have never seen a hostile Indian. There have been some Indians in the vicinity during that time, but not one has shown himself to me. I'm not up to Indian tricks, I know, but I think the last siege must have been enough for them. I don't believe we shall have any more trouble from them." "Captain," called out Zane, banging his hand on the table, "I'll bet you my best horse to a keg of gunpowder that you see enough Indians before you are a year older to make you wish you had never seen or heard of the western border." "And I'll go you the same bet," said Major McCulloch. "You see, Captain, you must understand a little of the nature of the Indian," continued Colin. "Zane, we have had proof that the Delawares and the Shawnees have been preparing for an expedition for months. We shall have another siege some day, and to my thinking it will be a longer and harder one than the last. What say you, Wetzel?" "I ain't saying much, but I don't calculate on going on any long hunts this summer," answered the hunter. "And do you think Tar, Wingenund, Pipe, Corn Planter, and all those chiefs will unite their forces and attack us?" asked Betty of Wetzel. "Corn Planter won't. He has been paid for most of his land, and he ain't so bitter. Tari is not likely to bother us, but Pipe and Wingenund and Red Fox, they all want blood." "Have you seen these chiefs?" said Betty. "Yes, I know 'em all, and they all know me," answered the hunter. "I've watched over many a trail, waitin' for one of 'em. If I can ever get a shot at any of 'em, I'll give up Injuns and go farmin'. Good night, Betty. What a strange man is Wetzel," mused Betty after the visitors had gone. "Do. You know, Eb, he is not at all like anyone else. I have seen the girls shudder at the mention of his name, and I have heard them say they could not look in his eyes. He does not affect me that way. It is not often I can get him to talk, but sometimes he tells me beautiful thing about the woods, how he lives in the wilderness, his home under the great trees, how every leaf on the trees and every blade of grass has its joy for him as well as its knowledge, how he curls up in his little bark shack and is lulled to sleep by the sighing of the wind through the pine tops. He told me he has often watched the stars for hours at a time. I know there is a waterfall back in the Black Forest somewhere that Lewis goes to, simply to sit and watch the water tumble over the precipice. Wetzel is a wonderful character, even to those who know him only as an Indian slayer and a man who wants no other occupation. Some day he will go off on one of these long jaunts and will never return. That is certain. The day is fast approaching when a man like Wetzel will be of no use in life. Now, he is a necessity. Like Tige, he can smell Indians. Betty, I believe Lewis tells you so much and is so kind and gentle toward you because he cares for you. Of course, he likes me. I know he does, and I want him to," said Betty, "but he does not care as you seem to think. Grandmother Watkins said the same. I am sure both of you are wrong." "Did Dan's mother tell you that? Well, she's pretty shrewd." "It's quite likely, Betty, quite likely. It seems to me you are not so quick-witted as you used to be." Why so? Asked Betty quickly. Well, you used to be different somehow, said her brother as he patted her hand. Do you mean I am more thoughtful? Yes, and sometimes you seem sad. I have tried to be brave and happy, said Betty, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, yes, I know you have, Betty. You have done wonderfully well here in this dead place. But tell me, don't be angry, don't you think too much of someone? You have no right to ask me that, said Betty, flushing and turning away toward the stairway. Well, well, child, don't mind me. I did not mean anything. There, good night, Betty. Long after she had gone upstairs, call. Zane sat by his fireside. From time to time he sighed. He thought of the old Virginia home and of the smile of his mother. It seemed only a few short years since he had promised her that he would take care of the baby sister. How had he kept that promise made when Betty was a little thing bouncing on his knee? It seemed only yesterday. How swift the flight of time! Already Betty was a woman. Her sweet, gay girlhood had passed. Already a shadow had fallen on her face, the shadow of a secret sorrow. March with its blustering winds had departed, and now April's showers and sunshine were gladdening the hearts of the settlers. Patches of green freshened the slopes of the hills, the lilac bushes showed tiny leaves, and the maple buds were bursting. Yesterday a bluebird, surest harbinger of spring, had alighted on the fence post and had sung his plaintive song. A few more days, and the blossoms were out mingling their pink and white with the green. The redbud, the hawthorn, and the dogwood were in bloom, checkering the hillsides. Bessie, spring is here, said Cole. Zane, as he stood in the doorway. The air is fresh, the sun shines warm, the birds are singing, it makes me feel good. Yes, it is pleasant to have spring with us again, answered his wife. I think, though, that in winter I am happier. In summer I am always worried. I am afraid for the children to be out of my sight, and when you are away on a hunt, I am distraught until you are home safe. Well, if the Redskins let us alone this summer, it will be something new, he said, laughing. By the way, Bess, some new people came to the fort last night. They rafted down from the Monongahela settlements. Some of the women suffered considerably. I intend to offer them the cabin on the hill until they can cut the timber and run up a house. Sam said the cabin roof leaked and the chimney smoked, but with a little work I think they can be made more comfortable there than at the blockhouse. It is the only vacant cabin in the settlement. I can accommodate the women folks here. Well, we'll see about it. I don't want you and Betty inconvenienced. I'll send Sam up to the cabin and have them fix things up a bit and make it more habitable. The door opened, admitting Cole, Zane's elder boy. The lad's face was dirty. His nose was all bloody and a big bruise showed over his right eye. For the land's sake, exclaimed his mother, look at the boy. Noah, come here. What have you been doing? Noah crept close to his mother and, grasping her apron with both hands, hid his face. Mrs. Zane turned the boy around and wiped his discolored features with a wet towel. She gave him a little shake and said, Noah, have you been fighting again? Let him go and I'll tell you about it, said the colonel, and when the youngster had disappeared he continued, right after breakfast, Noah went with me down to the mill. I noticed several children playing in front of Rayhart's blacksmith shop. I went in, leaving Noah outside. I got a plowshare which I had left with Rayhart to be repaired. He came to the door with me and all at once he said, Look at the kids. I looked and saw Noah walk up to a boy and say something to him. The lad was a stranger and I have no doubt belongs to these new people I told you about. He was bigger than Noah. At first the older boy appeared very friendly and evidently wanted to join the others in their game. I guess Noah did not approve of this, for after he had looked the stranger over, he hauled away and punched the lad soundly. To make it short, the strange boy gave Noah the worst beating he ever got in his life. I told Noah to come straight to you and confess. Well, did you ever? Ejaculated Mrs. Zane. Noah is a bad boy, and you stood and watched him fight. You are laughing about it now. Ebenezer Zane, I would not put it beneath you to set Noah to fighting. I know you used to make the little niggers fight. Anyway, it serves Noah right, and I hope it will be a lesson to him. I'll make you a bet, Bessie, said the Colonel, with another laugh. I'll bet you that unless we lock him up, Noah will fight that boy every day or every time he meets him. I won't bet, said Mrs. Zane, with a smile of resignation. Where's Bets? I haven't seen her this morning. I'm going over to Short Creek tomorrow or next day and think I'll take her with me. You know I am to get a commission to lay out several settlements along the river, and I want to get some work finished at Short Creek this spring. Mrs. Raymer will be delighted to have Betty. Shall I take her? By all means. A visit there will brighten her up and do her good. Well, what on earth have you been doing? Cried the Colonel. His remark had been called forth by a charming vision that had entered by the open door. Betty, for it was she, wore a little red cap set jauntily on her black hair. Her linsey dress was crumpled and covered with hayseed. I've been in the haymow, said Betty, waving a small basket. For a week that old black hen has circumvented me, but at last I have conquered. I found the nest in the farthest corner under the hay. How did you get up in the loft? Inquired Mrs. Zane. Bessie, I climbed up the ladder, of course. I acknowledge being unusually light-hearted and happy this morning, but I have not as yet grown wings. Sam said I could not climb up that straight ladder, but I found it easy enough. You should not climb up into the loft, said Mrs. Zane in a severe tone. Only last fall, Hugh Bennet's little boy slid off the hay down into one of the stalls, and the horse kicked him nearly to death. Oh, fiddlesticks, Bessie, I am not a baby, said Betty with vehemence. There is not a horse in the barn but would stand on his hind legs before he would step on me, let alone kick me. I don't know, Betty, but I think that black horse Mr. Clark left here would kick anyone, remarked the Colonel. Oh no, he would not hurt me. Betty, we have had pleasant weather for about 3 days, said the Colonel gravely. In that time you have let out that crazy bear of yours to turn everything topsy-turvy. Only yesterday I got my hands in the paint you have put on your canoe. If you had asked my advice, I would have told you that painting your canoe should not have been done for a month yet. Silas told me you fell down the creek. Hill. Sam said you tried to drive his team over the bluff and so on. We are happy to see you get back your old-time spirits, but could you not be a little more careful? Your versatility is bewildering. We do not know what to look for next. I fully expect to see you brought to the house some day, maimed for life, or all that beautiful black hair gone to decorate some Huron's lodge. I tell you, I am perfectly delighted that the weather is again so I can go out. I am tired to death of staying indoors. This morning I could have cried for very joy. Bessie will soon be lecturing me about Madcap. I must not ride farther than the fort. Well, I don't care. I intend to ride all over. Betty, I do not wish you to think I am lecturing you, said the Colonel's wife. But you are as wild as a March hare, and someone must tell you things. Now listen. My brother, the Major, told me that Simon Girty, the renegade, had been heard to say that he had seen Abzing's little sister, and that if he ever got his hands on her, he would make a squaw of her. I am not teasing you, I am telling you the truth. Girty saw you when you were at Fort Pitt 2 years ago. Now what would you do if he caught you on one of your lonely rides and carried you off to his wigwam? He has done things like that before. James Girty carried off one of the Johnson girls. Her brothers tried to rescue her and lost their lives. It is a common trick of the Indians. What would I do if Mr. Simon Girty tried to make a squaw of me? Exclaimed Betty, her eyes flashing fire. Why, I'd kill him. I believe it, Bets, on my word I do, spoke up the Colonel. But let us hope you may never see Girty. All I ask is that you be careful. I am going over to Short Creek tomorrow. Will you go with me? I know Mrs. Raymer will be pleased to see you. Oh, Eb, that will be delightful. Very well. Get ready and we shall start early in the morning. 2 weeks later, Betty returned from Short Creek and seemed to have profited much by her short visit. "Cole," Zane remarked with satisfaction to his wife that Betty had regained all her former cheerfulness. The morning after Betty's return was a perfect spring morning, the first in that month of May days. The sun shone bright and warm. The mayflowers blossomed. The trailing arbutus scented the air. Everywhere the grass and the leaves looked fresh and green. Swallows flitted in and out of the barn door. The blue birds twittered. A meadow lark caroled forth his pure melody, and the busy hum of bees came from the fragrant apple blossoms. "Mrs. Betty, Madcap Pier's power for skittenish," said old Sam when he had led the pony to where Betty stood on the hitching block. "Whoa, dar, you rascal." Betty laughed as she leaped lightly into the saddle, and soon she was flying over the old familiar road, down across the creek bridge, past the old grist mill, around the fort, and then out on the river bluff. The Indian pony was fiery and mettlesome. He pranced and sidestepped, galloped and trotted by turns. He seemed as glad to get out again into the warm sunshine as was Betty herself. He tore down the road a mile at his best speed. Coming back, Betty pulled him into a walk. Presently her musings were interrupted by a sharp switch in the face from a twig of a tree. She stopped the pony and broke off the offending branch. As she looked around, the recollection of what had happened to her in that very spot flashed into her mind. It was here that she had been stopped by the man who had passed almost as swiftly out of her life as he had crossed her path that memorable afternoon. She fell to musing on the old perplexing question. After all, could there not have been some mistake? Perhaps she might have misjudged him? And then the old spirit, which resented her thinking of him in that softened mood, rose and fought the old battle over again. But as often happened, the mood conquered, and Betty permitted herself to sink for the moment into the sad thoughts which returned like a mournful strain of music once sung by beloved voices, now forever silent. She could not resist the desire to ride down to the old sycamore. The pony turned into the bridle path that led down the bluff, and the sure-footed beast picked his way carefully over the roots and stones. Betty's heart beat quicker when she saw the noble tree under whose spreading branches she had spent the happiest day of her life. The old monarch of the forest was not one white changed by the wild winds of winter. The dew sparkled on the nearly full-grown leaves. The little sycamore balls were already as large as marbles. Betty drew rein at the top of the bank and looked absently at the tree and into the foam-covered pool beneath. At that moment her eyes saw nothing physical. They held the faraway light of the dreamer, the look that sees so much of the past and nothing of the present. Presently her reflections were broken by the actions of the pony. Madcap had thrown up her head, laid back her ears, and commenced to paw the ground with her 4 feet. Betty looked round to see the cause of Madcap's excitement. What was that? She saw a tall figure clad in brown, leaning against the stone. She saw a long fishing rod. What was there so familiar in the poise of that figure? Madcap dislodged a stone from the path, and it went rattling down the rock slope and fell with a splash into the water. The man heard it, turned, and faced the hillside. Betty recognized Alfred Clark. For a moment, she believed she must be dreaming. She had had many dreams of the old sycamore. She looked again. Yes, it was he. Pale, worn, and older he undoubtedly looked, but the features were surely those of Alfred Clark. Her heart gave a great bound, and then seemed to stop beating while a very agony of joy surged over her and made her faint. So he still lived. That was her first thought, glad and joyous, and then memory returning. Her face went white as with clenched teeth. She wheeled Madcap and struck her with the switch. Once on the level bluff, she urged her toward the house at a furious pace. Zane had just stepped out of the barn door, and his face took on an expression of amazement when he saw the pony come tearing up the road, Betty's hair flying in the wind, and with a face as white as if she were pursued by 1,000 yelling Indians. "Say, Bets, what the deuce is wrong?" cried the colonel when Betty reached the fence. "Why did you not tell me that man was here again? she demanded in intense excitement. That man. What man? Asked Cole. Zane, considerably taken back by this angry apparition. Mr. Clark, of course, just as if you did not know. I suppose you thought it a fine opportunity for one of your jokes. Oh, Clark, well, the fact is, I just found it out myself. Haven't I been away as well as you? I certainly cannot imagine how any man could create such evident excitement in your mind. Poor Clark, what has he done now? You might have told me. Somebody could have told me and saved me from making a fool of myself, retorted Betty, who was plainly on the verge of tears. I rode down to the old sycamore tree, and he saw me in. Of all the places in the world, the one place where I would not want him to see me. Huh! Said the colonel, who often gave vent to the Indian exclamation. Is that all? I thought something had happened. All. Is it not enough? I would rather have died. He is a man, and he will think I followed him down there, that I was thinking of that. Oh, cried Betty passionately, and then she strode into the house, slammed the door, and left the colonel, lost in wonder. Humph! These women beat me. I can't make them out, and the older I grow, the worse I get, he said as he led the pony into the stable. Betty ran upstairs to her room, her head in a whirl, stronger than the surprise of Alfred's unexpected appearance in Fort Henry, and stronger than the mortification in having been discovered going to a spot she should have been too proud to remember, was the bitter-sweet consciousness that his mere presence had thrilled her through and through. It hurt her and made her hate herself in that moment. She hid her face in shame at the thought that she could not help being glad to see the man who had only trifled with her. The man who had considered the acquaintance of so little consequence that he had never taken the trouble to write her a line or send her a message. She wrung her trembling hands. She endeavored to still that throbbing heart and to conquer that sweet, vague feeling which had crept over her and made her weak. The tears began to come, and with a sob she threw herself on the bed and buried her head in the pillow. An hour after, when Betty had quieted herself and had seated herself by the window, a light knock sounded on the door and call. Zane entered. He hesitated and came in rather timidly, for Betty was not to be taken liberties with, and seeing her by the window, he crossed the room and sat down by her side. Betty did not remember her father or her mother. Long ago, when she was a child, she had gone to her brother, laid her head on his shoulder, and told him all her troubles. The desire grew strong within her now. There was comfort in the strong clasp of his hand. She was not proof against it, and her dark head fell on his shoulder. Alfred Clark had indeed made his reappearance in Fort Henry. The preceding October, when he left the settlement to go on the expedition up the Monongahela River, his intention had been to return to the fort as soon as he had finished his work. But what he did do was only another illustration of that fatality which affects everything. Man hopefully makes his plans, and an inexorable destiny works out what it has in store for him. The men of the expedition returned to Fort Henry in due time, but Alfred had been unable to accompany them. He had sustained a painful injury and had been compelled to go to Fort Pitt for medical assistance. While there, he had received word that his mother was lying very ill at his old home in southern Virginia, and if he wished to see her alive, he must not delay in reaching her bedside. He left Fort Pitt at once and went to his home, where he remained until his mother's death. She had been the only tie that bound him to the old home, and now that she was gone, he determined to leave the scene of his boyhood forever. Alfred was the rightful heir to all of the property, but an unjust and selfish stepfather stood between him and any contentment he might have found there. He decided he would be a soldier of fortune. He loved the daring life of a ranger, and preferred to take his chances with the hardy settlers on the border rather than live the idle life of a gentleman farmer. He declared his intention to his stepfather, who ill concealed his satisfaction at the turn affairs had taken. Then Alfred packed his belongings, secured his mother's jewels, and with one sad, backward glance rode away from the stately old mansion. It was Sunday morning, and Clark had been 2 days in Fort Henry. From his little room in the blockhouse he surveyed the well-remembered scene. The Rolling hills, the broad river, the green forest seemed like old friends. Here I am again, he mused. What a fool a man can be. I have left the fine old plantation, slaves, horses, a country noted for its pretty women. For what? Here there can be nothing for me but Indians, hard work, privation, and trouble. Yet I cannot get here quickly enough. Pshaw! What use to speak of the possibilities of a new country? I cannot deceive myself. It is she. I would walk 1,000 miles and starve myself for months just for one glimpse of her sweet face. Knowing this, what care I for all the rest? How strange she should ride down to the old sycamore tree yesterday the moment I was there, and thinking of her. Evidently she had just returned from her visit. I wonder if she ever cared. I wonder if she ever thinks of me. Shall I accept that incident as a happy augury? Well, I am here to find out, and find out I will. Aha! There goes the church bell. Laughing a little at his eagerness, he brushed his coat, put on his cap, and went downstairs. The settlers with their families were going into the meeting house. As Alfred started up the steps, he met Lydia Boggs. "Why, Mr. Clark, I heard you had returned," she said, smiling pleasantly and extending her hand. "Welcome to the fort. I am very glad to see you." While they were chatting, her father and Cole, Zane came up and both greeted the young man warmly. "Well, well, back on the frontier," said the colonel in his hearty way. "Glad to see you at the fort again. I tell you, Clark, I have taken a fancy to that black horse you left me last fall. I did not know what to think when Jonathan brought back my horse. To tell you the truth, I always looked for you to come back. What have you been doing all winter?" "I have been at home. My mother was ill all winter, and she died in April." "My lad, that's bad news. I am sorry," said Call, Zane putting his hand kindly on the young man's shoulder. "I was wondering what gave you that older and graver look. It's hard, lad, but it's the way of life." "I have come back to get my old place with you, Call." "Zane, if you will give it to me." "I will, and can promise you more in the future. I am going to open a road through to Maysville, Kentucky, and start several new settlements along the river. I will need young men, and am more than glad you have returned." "Thank you, Cole Zane. That is more than I could have hoped for." Alfred caught sight of a trim figure in a gray linsey gown coming down the road. There were several young people approaching, but he saw only Betty. By some evil chance, Betty walked with Ralph Miller, and for some mysterious reason, which women always keep to themselves, she smiled and looked up into his face at a time of all times she should not have done so. Alfred's heart turned to lead. When the young people reached the steps, the eyes of the rivals met for one brief second, but that was long enough for them to understand each other. They did not speak. Lydia hesitated and looked toward Betty. "Betty, here is," began Coles. Zane, but Betty passed them with flaming cheeks and with not so much as a glance at Alfred. It was an awkward moment for him. "Let us go in," he said composedly, and they filed into the church. As long as he lived, Alfred Clark never forgot that hour. His pride kept him chained in his seat. Outwardly he maintained his composure, but inwardly his brain seemed throbbing, whirling, bursting. What an idiot he had been! He understood now why his letter had never been answered. Betty loved Miller, a man who hated him, a man who would leave no stone unturned to destroy even a little liking which she might have felt for him. Once again Miller had crossed his path and worsted him. With a sudden sickening sense of despair, he realized that all his fond hopes had been but dreams, a fool's dreams. The dream of that moment when he would give her his mother's jewels, the dream of that charming face uplifted to his, the dream of the little cottage to which he would hurry after his day's work and find her waiting at the gate. These dreams must be dispelled forever. He could barely wait until the end of the service. He wanted to be alone, to fight it out with himself, to crush out of his heart that fair image. At length the hour ended, and he got out before the congregation and hurried to his room. Betty had company all that afternoon, and it was late in the day when Zane ascended the stairs and entered her room to find her alone. "Betty, I wish to know why you ignored Mr. Clark this morning," said Zane, looking down on his sister. There was a gleam in his eye and an expression about his mouth seldom seen in the Colonel's features. "I do not know that it concerns anyone but myself," answered Betty quickly, as her head went higher and her eyes flashed with a gleam not unlike that in her brother's. "I beg your pardon. I do not agree with you," replied Zane. "It does concern others. You cannot do things like that in this little place where everyone knows all about you and expect it to pass unnoticed. Martin's wife saw you cut Clark, and you know what a gossip she is. Already everyone is talking about you and Clark. To that I am indifferent." "But I care. I won't have people talking about you," replied the Colonel, who began to lose patience. Usually he had the best temper imaginable. "Last fall you allowed Clark to pay you a good deal of attention, and apparently you were on good terms when he went away. Now that he has returned, you won't even speak to him. You let this fellow Miller run after you." "In my estimation, Miller is not to be compared to Clark, and judging from the warm greetings I saw Clark receive this morning, there are a number of folk who agree with me. Not that I am praising Clark. I simply say this because, to Bessie, to Jack, to everyone, your act is incomprehensible. People are calling you a flirt and saying that they would prefer some country manners. I have not allowed Mr. Miller to run after me, as you are pleased to term it," retorted Betty with indignation. "I do not like him. I never see him any more unless you or Bessie or someone else is present. You know that. I cannot prevent him from walking to church with me." "No, I suppose not. But are you entirely innocent of those sweet glances which you gave him this morning?" "I did not," cried Betty with an angry blush. "I won't be called a flirt by you or by anyone else. The moment I am civil to some man, all these old maids and old women say I am flirting. It is outrageous." "Now, Betty, don't get excited. We are getting from the question. Why are you not civil to Clark?" asked Zane. She did not answer, and after a moment he continued, "If there is anything about Clark that I do not know, and that I should know, I want you to tell me. Personally, I like the fellow. I am not saying that to make you think you ought to like him, because I do. You might not care for him at all, but that would be no good reason for your actions. Betty, in these frontier settlements, a man is soon known for his real worth. Everyone at the fort liked Clark. The youngsters adored him. Jessie liked him very much. You know he and Isaac became good friends. I think he acted like a man today. I saw the look Miller gave him. I don't like this fellow Miller anyway. Now I am taking the trouble to tell you my side of the argument. It is not a question of your liking Clark. That is none of my affair. It is simply that either he is not the man we all think him, or you are acting in a way unbecoming a Zane. I do not purpose to have this state of affairs continue. Now, enough of this beating about the bush." Betty had seen the Colonel angry more than once, but never with her. It was quite certain she had angered him, and she forgot her own resentment. Her heart had warmed with her brother's praise of Clark. Then, as she remembered the past, she felt a scorn for her weakness, and such a revulsion of feeling that she cried out passionately, "He is a trifler. He never cared for me. He insulted me." Zane reached for his hat, got up without saying another word, and went downstairs. Betty had not intended to say quite what she had, and instantly regretted her hasty words. She called to the Colonel, but he did not answer her, nor return. "Betty, what in the world could you have said to my husband?" said Mrs. Zane as she entered the room. She was breathless from running up the stairs, and her comely face wore a look of concern. "He was as white as that sheet, and he stalked off toward the fort without a word to me." "I simply told him Mr. Clark had insulted me," answered Betty calmly. "Great heavens! Betty, what have you done?" exclaimed Mrs. Zane. "You don't know Eb when he is angry. He is a big fool over you, anyway. He is liable to kill Clark." Betty's blood was up now, and she said that would not be a matter of much importance. "When did he insult you?" asked the elder woman, yielding to her natural curiosity. "It was last October." "Pooh! It took you a long time to tell it. I don't believe it amounted to much. Mr. Clark did not appear to be the sort of a man to insult anyone. All the girls were crazy about him last year. If he was not all right, they would not have been. I do not care if they were. The girls can have him and welcome. I don't want him. I never did. I am tired of hearing everyone eulogize him. I hate him. Do you hear? I hate him, and I wish you would go away and leave me alone." "Well, Betty, all I will say is that you are a remarkable young woman," answered Mrs. Zane, who saw plainly that Betty's violent outburst was a prelude to a storm of weeping. "I don't believe a word you have said. I don't believe you hate him. There. Call." Zane walked straight to the fort, entered the blockhouse, and knocked on the door of Clark's room. A voice bade him come in. He shoved open the door and went into the room. Clark had evidently just returned from a tramp in the hills, for his garments were covered with burrs and his boots were dusty. He looked tired, but his face was calm. "Why call? Zane, have a seat. What can I do for you?" "I have come to ask you to explain a remark of my sister's." "Very well, I am at your service," answered Alfred, slowly lighting his pipe, after which he looked straight into Call. Zane's face. "My sister informs me that you insulted her last fall before you left the fort. I am sure you are neither a liar nor a coward, and I expect you to answer as a man." Call. "Zane, I am not a liar, and I hope I am not a coward," said Alfred coolly. He took a long pull on his pipe and blew a puff of white smoke toward the ceiling. "I believe you, but I must have an explanation. There is something wrong somewhere. I saw Betty pass you without speaking this morning. I did not like it, and I took her to task about it. She then said you had insulted her. Betty is prone to exaggerate, especially when angry, but she never told me a lie in her life. Ever since you pulled Isaac out of the river, I have taken an interest in you. That's why I'd like to avoid any trouble. But this thing has gone far enough. Now be sensible, swallow your pride, and let me hear your side of the story." Alfred had turned pale at his visitor's first words. There was no mistaking Col D. Zane's manner. Alfred well knew that the colonel, if he found Betty had really been insulted, would call him out and kill him. Zane spoke quietly, ever kindly, but there was an undercurrent of intense feeling in his voice, a certain deadly intent which boded ill to anyone who might cross him at that moment. Alfred's first impulse was a reckless desire to tell Call, saying he had nothing to explain and that he stood ready to give any satisfaction in his power, but he wisely thought better of this. It struck him that this would not be fair, for no matter what the girl had done, the colonel had always been his friend. So Alfred pulled himself together and resolved to make a clean breast of the whole affair. "Zane, I do not feel that I owe your sister anything, and what I am going to tell you is simply because you have always been my friend, and I do not want you to have any wrong ideas about me. I'll tell you the truth, and you can be the judge as to whether or not I insulted your sister. I fell in love with her, almost at first sight. The night after the Indians recaptured your brother, Betty and I stood out in the moonlight, and she looked so bewitching, and I felt so sorry for her, and so carried away by my love for her, that I yielded to a momentary impulse and kissed her. I simply could not help it. There is no excuse for me. She struck me across the face and ran into the house. I had intended that night to tell her of my love and place my fate in her hands, but of course the unfortunate occurrence made that impossible. As I was to leave at dawn next day, I remained up all night, thinking what I ought to do. Finally, I decided to write. I wrote her a letter, telling her all and begging her to become my wife. I gave the letter to your slave, Sam, and told him it was a matter of life and death, and not to lose the letter, nor fail to give it to Betty. I have had no answer to that letter. Today she coldly ignored me. That is my story, Cole. Zane. Well, I don't believe she got the letter, said Cole. Zane. She has not acted like a young lady who has had the privilege of saying yes or no to you, and Sam never had any use for you. He disliked you from the first and never failed to say something against you." "I'll kill that nigger if he did not deliver that letter," said Clark, jumping up in his excitement. "I never thought of that. Good heaven! What could she have thought of me? She would think I had gone away without a word. If she knew I really loved her, she could not think so terribly of me. There is more to be explained, but I am satisfied with your side of it," said Zane. "Now I'll go to Sam and see what has become of that letter. I am glad I am justified in thinking of you as I have. I imagine this thing has hurt you, and I don't wonder at it. Maybe we can untangle the problem yet. My advice would be, but never mind that now. Anyway, I'm your friend in this matter. I'll let you know the result of my talk with Sam." "I thought that young fellow was a gentleman," mused Call Zane as he crossed the green square and started up the hill toward the cabins. He found the old Negro seated on his doorstep. "Sam, what did you do with a letter Mr. Clark gave you last October and instructed you to deliver to Betty?" "I didn't recollect no letter, sir," replied Sam. "Now, Sam, don't lie about it. Clark has just told me that he gave you the letter. What did you do with it?" "Marcy Zane, I ain't done." "See no letter," answered the old darky, taking a dingy pipe from his mouth and rolling his eyes at his master. "If you lie again, I will punish you," said Call Zane sternly. "You are getting old, Sam, and I would not like to whip you, but I will if you do not find that letter." Sam grumbled and shuffled inside the cabin. Zane heard him rummaging around. Presently he came back to the door and handed a very badly soiled paper to the Colonel. "What possessed you to do this, Sam? You have always been honest. Your act has caused great misunderstanding, and it might have led to worse. He's one of dem, no good Southern white trash. He's good for nuttin'," said Sam. "I saw yo' sister, Mrs. Betty, wit him, and I seen she was gettin' fond of him, and I says I ain't gwinter have Mrs. Betty runnin' off with him." And Essie never dipped a letter to her. That was all the explanation Sam would vouchsafe, and cold. Zane, knowing it would be useless to say more to the well-meaning but ignorant and superstitious old Negro, turned and wended his way back to the house. He looked at the paper and saw that it was addressed to Elizabeth Zane, and that the ink was faded until the letters were scarcely visible. "What have you there?" asked his wife, who had watched him go up the hill to the Negro's cabin. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her husband's face had recovered its usual placid expression. "It is a little letter for that young firebrand upstairs, and I believe it will clear up the mystery. Clark gave it to Sam last fall, and Sam never gave it to Betty. I hope with all my heart it may settle Betty. She worries me to death with her love affairs." Zane went upstairs and found the young lady exactly as he had left her. She gave an impatient toss of her head as he entered. "Well, madam, I have here something that may excite even your interest," he said cheerily. "What?" asked Betty with a start. She flushed crimson when she saw the letter and at first refused to take it from her brother. She was at a loss to understand his cheerful demeanor. He had been anything but pleasant a few moments since. "Here, take it. It is a letter from Mr. Clark which you should have received last fall. That last morning he gave this letter to Sam to deliver to you, and the crazy old nigger kept it. However, it is too late to talk of that, only it does seem a great pity. I feel sorry for both of you. Clark never will forgive you, even if you want him to, which I am sure you do not. I don't know exactly what is in this letter, but I know it will make you ashamed to think you did not trust him." With this parting reproof the Colonel walked out, leaving Betty completely bewildered. The words "too late," "never forgive," and "a great pity" rang through her head. What did he mean? She tore the letter open with trembling hands, and holding it up to the now fast waning light, she read, "Dear Betty, if you had waited only a moment longer, I know you would not have been so angry with me. The words I wanted so much to say choked me, and I could not speak them. I love you. I have loved you from the very first moment, that blessed moment when I looked up over your pony's head to see the sweetest face the sun ever shone on. I'll be the happiest man on earth if you will say you care a little for me and promise to be my wife. It was wrong to kiss you, and I beg your forgiveness. Could you but see your face as I saw it last night in the moonlight, I would not need to plead. You would know that the impulse which swayed me was irresistible. In that kiss, I gave you my hope, my love, my life, my all. Let it plead for me. I expect to return from Ft. Pitt in about 6 or 8 weeks, but I cannot wait until then for your answer. With hope I sign myself, yours until death, Alfred. Betty read the letter through. The page blurred before her eyes. A sensation of oppression and giddiness made her reach out helplessly with both hands. Then she slipped forward and fell on the floor. For the first time in all her young life, Betty had fainted. Choral. Zane found her lying pale and quiet under the window. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.